I think it's already been 24 hours. Nope, it hasn't been 24 hours, but who cares? Don't care.
Trevor.
Me?
Yeah, dude, when you left, Cameron said bye, Trevor, in the chat.
Yeah, bye,
This
Trevor, not
idiot.
Trevin.
Oh my
I think we're
god.
going live right now. Are we going live?
Haven't got a notification yet.
Well,
Nope, neither have I.
well, we just gotta wait and see. Hold up, wait a minute. Is it public? Yeah, it should be public. Please, please, what are you doing? You moron. Come on.
Turn off the flash, you effing moron.
Turn on your light, you moron. Okay,
Now it's
yes,
low.
we are.
Guys, we're back.
Yep.
Hey guys.
After a part 1 7-hour ramble, we're just off at part 2. So I already dry off my old Toy Story shirts. I got myself Lesnar's Christmas gift that he gave to me, and the same shirt that I wore at Toy Story Land at Disney's Hollywood Studios. But also, speaking of Lesnar, since say hello to the chat, Lesnar.
Hola, chat.
Well, the reason why I want to bring this up because outside the T-shirt, his birthday is coming up in 3 days, right? 3 días.
Yeah.
Great start.
Yes.
So, since even though we're about to continue off with our Pixar tier list starting off with Cars 2, everybody in the chat wish Lesnar, the GOAT, the Chad, like the best little bro in our crew with me and Gabriel with the boys, along with, you know, Trevor and Dwayne when they need him around, wish Lesnar a happy early birthday.
Yay.
I just want to bring this up because just in case if we're not going to stream a part 3.
Yeah, thank y'all.
That's,
I appreciate it. I love
yeah,
that.
I love that. I
it.
appreciate that. And now you gotta dance like DJ Khaled, just be like, "Bring out the chandelier."
I might learn it. I don't know. Like, how does he do it? Like, that one dance.
Like,
I've never
and
seen
we're
anyone
running and we're
impersonate
running
or
and we're
copy his
running.
dance.
Now you
Yes.
now you gotta collab with Nesquik, and the next thing you know, you gotta be on Jimmy Fallon's show and just be like, "I'm tired of the chokes. I accept the challenge. Wanna play golf? Let's golf."
Yeah, let's play football. What?
Bro, that kind of reminds me of that one Fortnite video that all 3 of you guys have done. Ever play Fortnite? Ever play rugby?
Ever play
Let's play
rugby?
Fortnite. World Cup.
And then ever play rugby? And then Trevin with the fat white dude with the ginger beard when Trevin says, "Ever play Don't
The
Call
truth.
Ever played Doco?
It's just adding 2 DJ quotes and then Trevin's quotes. It's just so random, but yeah, it's just so funny. Including the
Ever play
syncing
Don't
with
Combat?
Gabriel's memes that he included. Including that one time when Lesnar was screeching at the end of that video.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
That cut. The cut made it better.
It did. Which that reminds me of. I guess Trevin wasn't involved in the Ninja Turtles one that you did.
No.
What was I doing at that time? I don't recall. I was probably on vacation. Sick?
Yeah,
I think you were. You told us, yeah.
probably. After our 7-hour ramble of talking about the great peak Pixar movies, and yeah, you can literally tell from our list of, oh yeah,
From the 90s to the 2000s.
yeah, literally from 1995 to 2010, that's where like, yeah, Pixar has definitely peaked at its moment. So, without further ado, we have Gabriel, we have Trevor, we have Lesnar. Dwayne might be showing up later, but for now, after when we had our long ramble on Up and Toy Story 3, which, I mean, like I said, if you could check from the list, it's all S tier. But now, as we enter the 2010s decade, we just go into, well, dare I say, it's the black sheep of Pixar's reputation when it first started on its first rotten score on Rotten Tomatoes. It never got nominated for an Oscar aside from Rango, Kung Fu Panda 2, and Puss in Boots the same year. And of course, it was the first Pixar sequel that allows a comic relief character being the main lead until Finding Dory exists. So without further ado, let's get to the rankings. Starting off with Cars 2. Who would like to speak first? And I say I call Trevin up to the stand.
Trevin's
Yeah. Alright, so everyone, I hope, was hyped for this. I'm like, oh, 5-year time span from waiting. This is gonna be so freaking good. I remember I had watched this twice when it came out. Uh, one with the fam, one with Nana. Uh, a lot of memories I had. Just like the first movie, I collected the die-cast cars. Lots of them. I had tons of merch. Had the video game itself on the Wii. Lots of memories. And yeah, of course, since the movie was brand new, I thought it was better than the first one. At that time, it was around this time in 2011. I want to say July. Is when we went to Disney World, and they promoted the hell out of this movie. So it was pretty big. I remember a few pictures of standing to like the big ass poster or whatever, and the quote unquote animatronic cars. Kind of, they're not really animatronics. They kind of are at the same time, of McQueen and Mater. And I got jump scared from them honking at me, so I hated that. FNAF.
I want that.
Now, I am that person. I do think this movie is kind of average in some ways, and was kind of the start of this downfall for them. But I don't think it really, was the main reason. I mean, it did pretty solid in the box office and whatnot. It is in terms of box office, it's like the best in terms of money, like 500 mil or something.
$500 million.
Yeah, people hated it. Now, my word on this movie. Now, kind of mixed. I'm not really like, I don't like it. Neither do I hate it. Well, it's passable, I would say. It's a movie. Trying to think. I wish there was more racing scenes, and there is quite a few deleted scenes that have more footage of it. Yeah, we all hated the main story. Everyone's retarded in this. The new characters, they're whatever, they're fine. Not really one of my favorites, I would say. Hell, it doesn't even crack top 10. Hopefully y'all would agree as well. This movie for me, it's fine for what it is, but over time I've seen more flaws with it. It's better than most stuff coming out today, I'll give you that. Better than most of Illumination's catalog, for pure example.
Agreed.
Yeah. But as of now, I'm not going to butcherize it so much, but I will put it in B tier. It definitely is the worst movie at this time, but for what it is, it's a movie. I'm not going to hate on it, but it is what it is. So, B tier for me.
Wow, that's a pretty bold one for Cars 2, for your opinion, which that's pretty wild.
Yeah,
that really says a lot. But I had a feeling you were gonna treat this one kindly. Okay, Cameron just puts Cars 2 is S tier for me personally. Don't at me, people. I actually own all the racers from this film, all the international ones. Question: why would you put Cars 2 at an S tier? For what reason? Because there was more Mater or the spy things? I don't know. But hey,
Spy movie.
Yeah, hey, there are better spy movies called Spy Kids, The Next Door, something like that features Jackie Chan, and then all of Spy Kids 3D, you know what I mean? I mean, we have James Bond and Mission Impossible. So, I'm surprised that Trevin just made it simple, but anyway, who wants to go next? Do you think I should go next, or Gabriel should go next? Or Lesnar?
Gabe. He's muted.
Okay.
So
No, I'm here.
never mind.
I was gonna say, who shall go next
Oh,
on the Cars
okay.
2 ramble?
I will
So-
say.
Go ahead, Gabe.
All right, then we go again.
Cars 2. It's just mid. It's okay. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. I think it's overhated. But it's also not the greatest Pixar film out there. I mean, as a kid, I enjoyed it. I guess because I just didn't really understand what was going on. I just liked the characters. McQueen, Mater, seeing a lot more of Mater, and he's the comic relief, so seeing a movie more based on him was entertaining. The whole spy thing, I think, is different. I think it was an interesting concept, so it was kind of cool to see that with someone as dumb as Mater. I don't know, as a kid I enjoyed it more, but I think right now it's just not really a movie I would rewatch or enjoy as much anymore. It's just the plot is kind of I don't know, just bland, dumb. The majority of the characters are kind of boring. Not enough race scenes, a lot of yapping. I don't know, and Mater, I would say, is more over the top, still kind of himself, but McQueen doesn't really feel like himself, doesn't seem in character in this movie. I don't know, it's not the greatest, but it's not the worst thing either. Not too much I can say on it, because it's been forever since I've seen it. But I just remember enjoying it as a kid. Now, not so much, but I don't hate it by any means. I would put this at C tier, personally.
Oh wow.
C tier is fair, and I definitely say
Not as good as like Bug's Life.
I was gonna
Not
say
on that
it's like,
tier, but
Oh,
yeah.
definitely
not terrible.
not,
So
no,
I'm keeping
no.
it C tier.
Well, like I said, I say that's a fair rating. Just give Cars 2. All right, Cameron just puts love around the globe stuff like the soundtrack and the animation. Okay, I will give a credit. I will admit the Weezer.
True.
Yeah, Weezer, just like Buddy Holly, sang their cover of "You Might Think I'm Crazy," which is covered by Cars, like the '80s band. So they gotta be very meta with it. Okay, so I guess
Holy crap.
I guess I'll go next because I already got my brain set for Cars 2. So yeah, Cars 2. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Okay, every single kid in my elementary school, including when I used to go to a daycare, when I talk a little bit about that part 1, the kids, they lost their minds when they got overexcited for Cars 2. Like, it was basically like their Avengers around that time. Like, there's one funny story where there's this one teacher's like, y'all want to watch Cars 2? Everyone was like, yeah, Cars 2, oh my gosh. And the funniest thing is, it was a bootleg called Cars Life 2, and it just pissed everyone in that class. And I'm like, really? Just to rent off just a crappy Redbox bootleg that's not the movie? Even when I was a kid, I was smart enough by saying, but Cars 2 is still in theaters. It's not on DVD and Blu-ray yet, guys. But either way, I thought that was a funny story. But yeah, to be fair, the promos were pretty exciting. It did look promising when I was young. I'm like, oh, they're actually going Spy International, where I will admit, like, the first teaser where McQueen and Mater were, like, stuck by the lasers was like, Mater? I think we did more we could choose. Not gonna lie, that teaser was actually raw when I saw it back in the day. It's like, ooh, this is actually exciting. But yeah, the marketing was everywhere, man. Like, Mater collabs with State Farm because it's actually a line, like a good neighbor, Mater is there. And then, like I said, the billboards were everywhere, including, it's funny that the 2011 Muppets movie had its Cars 2 almost in every shot just because that movie was huge. But now, with the expectations going high, along with everyone around my class, we're talking about Cars 2, then it became a disappointing letdown because clearly it's not like 100% a sequel that we would expect it to be as good as the first one. Yeah, I mean, this is what the movie is. It's like a big budget version of Mater's tall tale shorts of the "If I'm Not, I'm Crying," and you stretch it out into one movie. And I just felt like the shorts does a much better job of handling Mater's humor around that time. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Mater, but I feel like it was Pixar's mistakes just to give Mater too much of the spotlight away from McQueen and away from the OG Radiator Springs characters, where they just got pushed immediately to the sideline. So it's like, that's not right, man. So next thing you know, I get that this movie was basically taking inspiration from a lot of spy movies. I will admit, the race scenes with McQueen and Francesco, those were entertaining to watch. The visuals look cool, especially when they race to like different countries around the world. I thought that was pretty cool. And they did, like, not gonna lie, there were some funny jokes. Like when McQueen's talking to like some Italian car and his wife was saying like he's gonna fatten you up. It's like, okay, I will admit, that actually got me there. But then we get to the other characters, which is Finn Mc. How do you say his last name? McMissile, McMissile. I don't know, British people with the accents. But
Yeah.
however,
McMissile.
McMissile, but in the trailer he just goes Finn McMissile. Pretty sure around that. Rotten Tomato, something like that. And I will admit, I think they were interesting new characters, Finn and Holly, which I know they push in Holly for the sake of, let's get Mater a girlfriend, a British spy that is clearly not his type, but not be impressed by the tow truck. So, I don't know, that, like, I just felt like that romantic relationship just felt forced. It wasn't like, it was genuine, like Wally and Eve, just like how it was for Wally, which makes it more believable. So I just felt like it was there. But I will admit, the one thing that is relatable to Mater in Cars 2, where he mistakes wasabi over ice cream, and I hate to, for anyone that likes wasabi, it is nothing like guac at all. I'd rather be eating guac than wasabi, so I'm like Mater when I taste it for the first time. But either way, I just felt like the plot twist about making all the fuel and just making the cars explode, just being a part of it, I just felt like it was like convoluted, just a cop out, like the majority of the cars like throughout the race. And then later on, I get the whole point is like Mater trying to, like, you know, earn McQueen's friendship around that time, and then it just gets like very convoluted throughout the rest. But I will admit, even though Sarge decides to bring the military all over and then have the like block over England, which literally they make a car version of the Queen of England around that time. And the one thing I also find that was pretty funny was Mater looks at a car, and I think this was a freaky moment where he meets a car that has headlights around his eyes rather than just the windshields, which makes it more cursed. And then that's where it leads a lot of people on YouTube to have like conspiracies by saying like, wait, how do cars have sex with each other? What kind of car was Hitler? Who was car Jesus? How can they repair themselves? Well, many subversial questions that we don't want to ask about the world of cars. It's more complicated than you think about it. But either way, Cars 2 is very missed potential, dare I say, and I feel like it could have been done so much better, even though, like I said, it's not like what we're expecting. But before we get to later on to Cars 3, I like that later on Cars 3 just, it didn't like retcon it, but just forget about like not acknowledge the events of Cars 2, just because despite being a big hit, it was just critically panned for, you know, like, don't get me wrong, like, yes, making your side character, even if it's a fan favorite, can carry their own movie as long as you have good writing in it. But if it's just like too much brain rot into your brain, then it's not going to be that consistent. Because why? Let's make Mater, like, eventually make the main character, not make him a spy. And the one thing I find that was stupid in Cars 2, like, Finn and Holly were so gullible, where Mater just keeps telling you, I'm not a spy, I've been trying to tell you that the whole time. It's like, how come you never listened to him in the first place? Does he look like one? He smells like a rotten one. He take a car wash in a Japanese Tokyo looking bath. It's like, you think he's spy material? So I just thought like moments like that just feels pretty dull. But I will say this, Cars 2 doesn't really like deserve to be on F tier, and like what Trevor says, it is, this movie is tolerable to rewatch, not because of, oh, I remember this movie was being hyped, but then later on it's not as good as I remembered. But I will say this, Cars 2 is at least better than watching any of the brain rot Illumination movies. Like, I would rather watch Cars 2 than another Minions movie, but that's like a whole different scenario if I had to compare it to another animated studio. And I will say this, even though Cars 2 just became like the curse of Pixar's reputation becoming bad later on, that where it goes downhill into quality, but I will admit, at least I'm not going to spoil the rest about other movies. Cars 2 is not as bad as I think, so I'm not gonna put it on B tier because I don't think it deserves that much praise, but I don't think it's gonna deserve that much hate during rewatch because it does have some cool visuals. It does have some intriguing spy action sequences, but I just felt like the story and the direction of it just fell flat to me. So yeah, I would say it's just very mid. So if I had to choose Cars 2, I would rather watch it over the Good Dinosaur if I'm gonna be honest with you. But I say I would put Cars 2 on a D tier. So now we know Trevin says B, Gabriel says C, and then I say D. That's all I have to say for me. Lesnar, you go ahead. It's a D tier for me.
Bro was rhyming.
Go ahead and say.
What?
Why is everybody mute?
Oh, Dwayne. Oh, Dwayne, you're here?
Yeah.
Just to let them speak.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
makes
okay.
sense. Oh, Dwayne, perfect timing. I just finished talking about Cars 2.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do you want to talk about your opinion about Cars 2 since we're in the middle of it?
Well, Lesnar can go first if he wants.
Yeah, but just to
Or if not, I
recap,
can go right
Trevin
now.
gives it a B, Gabriel gives it a C, I give it a D tier.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm doing laundry right now. I'll be.
Dude,
Okay.
that's what I was doing in the meantime.
What did he say?
All right, man. All
He's
right.
doing laundry.
I'm
Oh,
I'm
so
doing
I can
laundry
go.
too, and I have to do it in the middle of the stream, but clearly it's about to rain out there.
Yeah, I literally just finished mine. All right, so
So, yeah.
since we're talking about Cars 2.
Yep, up to you, Dwayne.
No, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There was a time and period where, I joined the crowd. When I was younger, obviously, when I first watched it, I loved the movie because Mater, I was obsessed with Mater when I was younger, so it was cool that he finally got his own movie or something like that. So there was a time period where I agreed with everybody because I was being a sheep and I couldn't form my own opinions. And I was like, oh yeah, Cars 2 sucks and everything. Dude, not every movie's meant to be a masterpiece. Not every movie is meant to be taken serious and just like movies like Cat in the Hat, they're stupid for a reason. They're not supposed to be cinematic masterpieces all the time. So when it comes to Cars 2 with me, I enjoy it no matter how stupid it is. No matter, yes, I realize the flaws in it and everything, but no matter how dumb it is, I can't say that I hate the movie now. Like I'm glad now I can say that I find the movie enjoyable because it's stupid. Freaking cars racing in like different parts of the world is okay. That's kind of cool, but it being a spy movie is pretty dumb. But I just enjoy it. Like it's a movie I can just sit back and laugh at. I would personally put it on a B also, so I agree with Trevin on that. It's just because like I just can't say that I hate the movie just because of like if I put it on, I'm gonna enjoy it. You know what I mean? Finn McMissile's theme in it is so hard, bro. Like the down, bro. That is some spy stuff right there. I'm not gonna lie. And okay, if I could think of one thing, I will say that Lightning McQueen is a dickhead in the movie. Like he kind of sucks because he doesn't really do much, and he's kind of an ass to a Mater. But I mean, at least he learns that lesson. And I would say, yeah, the message of the movie is pretty dumb. When it comes to like Mater learning that you need to treat everywhere like it's Radiator Springs. You know what I'm talking about when McQueen says that? That's kind of stupid. Because this man was acting like a straight fool in Japan and like other countries where you need to be respectable. So I will admit that was kind of dumb to learn. Like, yes, that's a good lesson to learn to be yourself no matter where you go, but like not at the expense when you're acting dumb as hell, like interrupting stuff in Japan, bro. Like that whole wasabi part. Like, come on, bro. You did not need to do all that in front of everybody.
I can relate.
And then yeah, and then. I mean, the toilet scene is pretty funny. I laugh at that every single time I watch it. Like, the bro was just straight screaming in pain and agony because he was getting water shot up in the. What else? I can't really think much of the movie. I don't know. Like, a lot of it is just like, it's dumb, but like I can tolerate it because it's Cars 2. Like, it's not Toy Story 2. It's not freaking The Lion King. It's not like any of those masterpieces. It's a movie that is meant to be dumb to sell toys. And sometimes you just gotta sit back and realize that's really all the movie is. It's not really trying to be much. And you can find enjoyment in that type of stuff. So me personally, I just give it a B tier just because it's just a dumb movie I can just put on and enjoy. Like I won't be bored watching it compared to like other movies that we will get to. So B tier for me.
Oh, Lesnar.
So what letter did Dwayne
Okay.
say?
Yeah. I
He
said,
said B.
B. So
Yeah.
make that 2 B tiers because Trevin said B, Dwayne said B, Gabriel said C, and I say D. So now we're just waiting on Lesnar.
I mean, Trevor, do you agree with what I said?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thunder.
Like, okay, because I kind of want to talk about Cars 3 also, but I will wait till we get there and
Yeah.
compare to Cars
Yeah.
Because after
But,
Cars 2, we'll just get to Brave, which I know most of us are going to say pretty little about Brave. But we can't move on with Brave because we have to.
Never seen it.
Because, like I said, we just got to
3.
wait.
What?
We just got to wait for Lesnar so we can make a definitive ranking for
Cars 2.
Oh, there we go.
Cars 2. All right, y'all. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I feel like Cars 2 is the one movie I remember the most than the first one, probably because of all the
Ooh.
spy stuff and that I would watch it more whenever it would air on Disney Channel or ABC or whatever. But to be honest, I agree with all y'all said. Like, I do remember, like, yeah, McQueen was kind of a jerk in this movie, and that Mater was dumb as hell as usual. And yeah, you're right. There were barely any racing in this. But then again, I do find, like what Dwayne said, it's not always supposed to be a masterpiece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I'm not gonna lie, I did laugh at the Japanese bathroom scene that
Bro.
when Mater was in the stall. When Mater was in the stall. That killed me. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah. Oh yeah, that car with the eyes on the headlights, that was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest, if I were to put it in anything, maybe C tier.
Yeah.
Because even though it wasn't like the best, but like it's also like I don't want to say it's like extremely awful. No. It's fine, just fine how it is, and it's been a long time since I've seen it, so I'm just yapping at this point. So yeah, C tier.
Well, that makes it a tiebreaker because if you're telling me that Trevin and Dwayne said B, and then Gabriel and you, Lesnar, says C tier, then that means, like I said, it's a tiebreaker. So where are we going to place it, B or C?
Let chat decide.
All right, chat.
No, put it in B.
All
Put
right,
it in B.
Chad,
We're right.
Chat, you get to decide. Where does Cars
I mean,
2
then again,
belong?
C tier. It's not in the same league as Bugs Life.
No, it is.
Well,
No.
Wait.
Personally, I don't mind where you put it. I'm just
Nah,
just
compared to the next Pixar movies we're talking about, it definitely is. It definitely is, bro. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even think Up is S tier. I'm gonna say that. I think that's a B tier movie.
I think it's A
Oh.
tier.
I think Up is an B tier because
Up is A tier because like the beginning of the movie is what built up the rest of the movie, the emotional stuff. The rest is kind of just random.
glad she died. I'm sorry.
All right.
All right.
chill out. Listen to chat. Yeah, whatever.
Movies
dudes
worse
first.
than Cars
Yeah, that
2.
means
Brave,
Ooh.
Good
Brave,
Dinosaur,
Good Dinosaur, and Lightyear.
Can't speak for Brave, but the rest I agree.
You
Yes.
haven't actually seen Brave?
No. I had it's funny. I had the chance to watch it in theaters for a school field trip, but then it was either that or Avengers 2012.
Oh,
And-
never mind. Okay.
I already watched
Understandable.
Avengers, but I was like, yeah, I want to watch it again. I
Understandable.
watched Avengers.
Yeah.
Okay, you rule for that.
Peak for Brave.
Dang, I didn't know that's the only movie.
I've only missed 2 Pixar movies.
What's the other one?
Elemental.
Yeah, that's the one that you haven't seen.
Wait, who here has seen Elemental?
I've only
I did.
No.
For me, I've only seen it once.
Oh, that's crazy.
Same.
Oh, that's crazy.
Jude said C tier. Settled.
No. You know what?
C tier.
Listen. You gotta bump it up a little bit for that end credit song. Collision away.
No, the soundtrack is great.
Yeah, the Black Lives Matter song, that's a
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
good one.
That or the I think it's crazy. Wait, Weezer? Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, it's
Come on,
Soundtrack
bro.
is great.
Yeah,
Oh,
Weezer's
Weezer.
cover of
Animation
You Might
is
Think I'm
good.
Crazy from the Cars.
That song is heat.
Okay, C tier.
Cameron
C.
says S tier.
Well, but he's saying S tier for himself, not for us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm asking
Yeah.
for their
Cameron, please say B.
opinions.
Please
Yeah.
say B.
I mean,
Please
like,
help me out here, Cameron.
Only
I-
someone.
hold on,
One
guys, I
person
got
said
one
C
more
tier.
pants to hang
I agree.
You know what?
Finally, someone who adores this movie.
Okay, so Michael says S tier, I guess.
Yeah, but
No.
Oh, guess
We ain't
Yeah,
got
so
to
put it in
S
S
tier
because
now.
that's what everybody's saying. I guess.
Take every movie out of S tier and put Cars 2 there.
just
That's the
Cars
only
Yeah.
one
is the
that
number
deserves to
one.
be up there.
1% of Rotten Tomatoes.
I do not trust Rotten Tomatoes, dog. That movie at least
Rotten
is like a
Tomatoes
60.
is unreliable now.
Fake news.
Yep.
Has rotten in the name for a reason.
CNN. All right.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Not ridiculous.
You're fake news.
Clinton
Listen,
News
chat.
Network.
Are you telling us what to do, Jude?
Oh, I thought you were.
Oh.
No. That's the dude that said Cars doesn't need to be an S tier.
Oh, block him. Kidding.
Wait, what?
Jude, the last stream he said Cars doesn't deserve S tier.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Dang, that song's stuck in my head now. The chat, has anybody else said B or C?
No.
They're saying
You know what? I'll
Jude
settle.
said C,
Oh.
and Cameron and Michael says S.
Well, S. C for us, S for him.
All right, I will settle for C, so we can talk about the other Marvel movies.
All right.
I said Marvel. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, Pixar movie.
Don't-
Pixar movie.
Don't worry.
Oh my gosh, what
Well,
is my brain?
I
Don't worry.
just can't put it in the same league as Bug's Life.
Speaking of Marvel, we'll do that for August. After when we're done watching Deadpool and Wolverine, we'll make an MC tier list in August. Now that Dwayne has mentioned it.
Life is a
Well, thank God I decided to finish, well, not all of my laundry, but almost all of them for now before the rain starts. But hey,
This comment.
well,
Hey there, I'm curious, and I'm Mario.
no, I thought you were
Curious
gonna
Mario.
no, I thought you were gonna say,
Does
does Wade look like Rilo Tubbs from Cleveland Show? Yeah,
from
he's
Cleveland
fat
show?
because he's fat and
Can we? Let's not talk about him, please.
Oh.
Yeah, that dude has just cut the ties. But anyway, Cars 2 C tier is the fair rating that we could give it. I mean, like I said, if you asked me to like either watch a Minions movie or Cars 2, I would say Cars 2. Same goes for other Pixar movies. But for
I
now,
agree.
Yeah, same.
yeah, but for now, let's talk about this movie. Dare I say it's underrated, but I don't have a huge love for it. So.
Y'all can say. I'm not saying nothing.
I'm not saying either.
Nah.
I'm not saying
Wait,
either.
could I start off with Brave?
Yeah, you can, Dwayne.
Or
Yeah, you
is
can.
anybody else? All right, listen. So I'm not an active Brave hater like other people, but it's not a movie I like rewatch. You know, I'll rewatch it if I'm like on a Pixar marathon. The last time I probably seen the movie is when not Cars 2, when Incredibles 2 came out, and I did a whole Pixar marathon. I just remember the movie it itself being okay. The plot's kind of stupid of her mom. What's her name? Merida.
Yeah, that's the main character's
Merida's
name.
mom turning into a bear most of the movie. I thought that was kind of dumb. I feel like they could have done something better with her. Like, I don't know. Like she had potential to be a cool character. You know, like one of those female characters that stand out on their own and stuff and do things on their own. Like imagine like her. It would have been like a whole journey. And then she learns about the legend of that one cursed bear or whatever. And then that movie, it could have just been like that, you know? Or whatever. But they had to throw in that mom is a bear side plot thing. So I thought that was pretty stupid. The dad and the brothers I thought were like funny. And they carried the movie.
Agreed.
Dang, it's been a while since I've seen it. So I'm trying to remember other stuff. I don't know. I thought the bow and arrow stuff was kind of cool too. I think it's just like a okay movie. Like it feels like a DreamWorks movie. You know what I mean? Like,
How
it just feels like a
ironic.
regular.
Because How to Train Your
Yeah.
Dragon had Scottish people in it.
And that was significantly 10 times better than this movie. But I really can't say much about Brave. The animation's peak. Well, not peak, but like, you know, it's good. The animation on Merida's hair is pretty cool. I don't believe that Boo is the witch theory at all. Like, I think that's a pretty stupid theory.
It is.
um. Yeah, that's really just it. I would. I don't want to put it in D. I feel like that's too low. I would probably just throw this movie into like a low C. Like a low C, you know what I mean? So definitely Cars 2 is 10 times better than this movie, but it's not the worst thing Pixar has made. So I'm going to put it in C tier.
Okay, C tier for Brave. Anyone else before I go? Nobody?
I guess I'll do the honors.
Yeah, Trev, I mean, it's involved with a lot of gingers, except the difference is they're all Scotland, laddie.
Yeah. I remember watching this Independence Day of 2012. I remember that with my mom. Dude, I was like, yeah, this is pretty fine. This is pretty good. And when it came on DVD, dude, the shit was on repeat on our fucking silver Escalade.
Bro, you too,
Dude.
dog?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Every time. It's been I watched it so many times that I've just forgot what's happened at this point. This is really something Disney would make more than Pixar, right? Because
Honestly, yeah.
yeah,
Disney princess
movie.
yeah.
That shit don't count. I mean, that stuff don't count.
It kind of gets butchered. Oh my God, Butcher from The Boys. Sorry.
Oh, boys mentioned.
A lot, but like, dude, it's kind of boring in some ways.
Yep.
The soundtrack, I don't care if the freaking evil guy, or I don't know, story is the bear. Oh, he dies. He's like, oh yeah, I'm a ghost now. See ya. Yeah.
He got crushed at the end, bro. This 50,000-year-old legend dies from a freaking stone, bro. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I just remember that. All right.
Yeah, you're good. The promotion of this movie was pretty good, or at least the teaser trailer. That's the one I'm most familiar with. Animation still holds up, I would say. I just can't help but laugh at Scottish people. I think of this movie, like Jacksepticeye. Holy crap, dude! He's in this? No. It's just, I don't know. It's really boring, but not too boring. I mean, if it's on, I'll probably watch it. The dad and the twins saved this movie for me.
Yep.
The witch is fucking crazy. The Target scene where they're like, oh, trying to date Meredith or some shit, and like
shooting my own hand.
Yeah. That that one guy when he gets pissed or something and just like yells.
Oh, and he starts whipping the bow around and oh yeah.
And his master, whatever, his dad or something, he's like, like, I can't help but laugh. It's a movie to like make fun of, but like in a right way. Yeah. I don't know. This is difficult. I don't know if it is better than Cars 2 or worse. That's the thing. Oh man. Not better than Bug's Life. Fuck that. I will give you that. This is difficult. I'm more of feeling like this is hard. I probably would say like in C, maybe. I'm probably like giving it too much credit, but that's probably where I'm gonna have to put it, because I think what saves Cars 2 for me is the animation, and I guess Tokyo, because I'm fucking a weeb, so there you go. That's my word. Yeah, I guess C tier, if anything, I would say.
I mean, C tier is a fair ranking, which, to be fair, Trevin, I would rank pretty much the same. But before I get to my opinion on Brave, I'm just reading the comments. Brave is B tier. I still don't understand why Brave won the 2013 Oscars instead of Wreck-It Ralph. I mean, I agree it's a better movie, but that movie was not produced by Pixar.
Wait, I thought Wreck-It Ralph won. Wait, what?
No, Brave won the Oscar and Wreck-It Ralph didn't. So yeah, Cars 2 over Brave. Yeah, I would somewhat agree. Bros, Cars 2 on C is a crime. Well, I know not everyone's gonna agree, but hey, it's better than putting Cars 2 on an F tier. That would have pissed y'all off in the chat. But either way, my opinion.
Y'all would have unsubscribed.
Yeah, and then unfollow me. I will block you myself because you have no purpose of being here. But anyway, just get that out of the way. So my opinion on Brave, which to be fair, it's not the most rewatchable Pixar movie, and I will have to agree with Trevin. Like, I don't think it's better, neither worse than Cars 2. Like I said, like I'm kind of like on him. Like the movie is not that bad. It was kind of like Pixar's like experimenting like a a heroic female lead that happens to be Scottish, and she is, I guess, quote unquote, a Disney princess, but basically she was kind of like the Archer of the group. Which I will say this, I mean, the Scotland culture is pretty funny. Like, I remember there's this one old man that shows off his bagpipes and he literally goes, "Feast your eyes!" And it's like, okay, that was kind of silly when they played a little bit dirty jokes. And yeah, just the way how they pronounced the words. "Okay, fine, I'll give you Rose for only 2 weeks. Alright, fine, for a year." So, like I said, their accent is probably what makes it a little bit more entertaining. And yeah, the triplets themselves, like, even though they don't speak, but the triplets do make some scene-stealing moments where they make all the villagers be mistaken for the bear or for the chicken, and they turn to the black bears, which I thought that was funny. But the weirdest thing about Brave, and I'm going to compare this to 2 Disney movies. Brave is like Freaky Friday and Brother Bear, and you just mash it all into one, where, like the mom and the daughter doesn't get along, and then they had to switch on places from their positions, and then Brother Bear of the, now my mom's a bear. It's like, they just feel like they just rehash like tropes from those early 2000s Disney movies and decide to like mash them all into one. And I will admit, I mean, outside of The Witch, which I will agree with Dwayne, like the witch is boo, you're stupid for theorizing that because that makes no sense at all. But the one thing that does caught me off guard, like, even though I get that the real villain threat is the bear, like literally like a bear like that was trying to kill Merida, but also her mom in bear form, it's like, I kid you not, we have a strawberry like scent bear that's a stuffed teddy bear in Toy Story 3 that was a little bit more menacing than just your generic like, big black bear, let's start kill over the main characters. So, however, I just feel like Brave doesn't stand out too much out of the crowd outside of like, the Scottish culture and the mother and daughter dynamics. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Like, isn't really that much for me to say. Which, Dwayne, correct me if I'm wrong. Was this like one of the last Pixar movies that Steve Jobs was involved before he passed away?
I actually do not know. I mean, that's.
I think it was the last. Did he die? I think 2011.
Because I remember in the credits they give credit to Steve Jobs like during his part of like playing a big role of Pixar, and I remember that was like somewhere in the end credits. But yeah, I just say Brave is fine. I mean, like I said, it's not the most rewatchable Pixar movie. It does have its laugh, it does have its moments, but at the end of the day, it just have its formulaic moments that I've already seen in other Disney movies. And clearly, if you want to watch animated movies with Scotland people, you easily just watch DreamWorks How to Train Your Dragon, which they, undoubtedly just pulled out a lot better than this one solo movie. So, yeah, Brave is C tier. So that's all we have to say. But now we get to more interesting stuff. We get to not a direct sequel, but a prequel to Monsters Inc. And it's none other than MU Rules, Monsters University.
So, wait, did Lester go for Brave though?
Oh wait, crap.
No.
Yeah, no. Lester just dished out on Brave, and neither does Gabriel. So I'm like, nah, let's move on to Monsters University, because I bet all of us have a lot of things to say for this movie.
Oh. Okay.
So, will anyone want to do the odds to talk about Monsters University?
I mean, the Monsters Inc. cunts, you are here. No, I'm just playing. You guys can go if you guys want.
No. I think you should go, because just like we give Trevin the spotlight for being the huge car stand, you should do the same for Monsters, Dwayne.
Alright. So, I mean, right off the bat, right now, this movie's already relatable. It's a college movie, which I'm already entering my third year. I'm not gonna lie, some of that stuff in that movie is kind of accurate to what happened to me in freshman year. So that I give extra points for that. The frats and like seeing all the clubs. Like that type of stuff you do see on campus. I wouldn't say like the parties. The parties are that crazy, but
But not
yeah,
Euphoria crazy.
I say it's somewhat accurate to what I went through. Monsters Inc. overall, I keep saying Monsters Inc. Monsters University though, I think it's a very good prequel. I do believe that we should have gotten an actual sequel to Monsters Inc. Like about you remember that whole scrapped plot with Boo and like all that stuff. I believe that should have been the movie instead. But for what Monsters University is, I say it's pretty good. I like the message that Mike learns. Like saying, that he's not scary, but he learns to use that to his advantage by helping Sully. So I like that little character arc that he goes through. It was kind of funny. I remember Art going, I can't go back to jail.
I can't go back to jail.
That was pretty cool. I like that they broke into Monsters Inc. And they saw like the company and everything before they were working there. I'm trying to think what else happened in the movie. Oh yeah, Randall learning to hate Sully. That's pretty cool. The villain was just a jerk. I don't really know, like he was just like a jock jerk, I really can't say much, it's accurate to real life. What else happened in the movie? I'm trying to think of. I've seen this movie like millions of times. I was so hyped for it when it came out in 2013, man. I bought all the merch. I was like, I love that movie when it first came out. And there was obviously a time, once again, same as Cars 2, I hated the movie. I was following the crowd. I was becoming a sheep. Oh yeah, Monsters University sucks. And then it wasn't until recently where I'm like, yo, this movie's kind of fire, man. Dang, I'm trying to think of more things to think of, and I just can't think of anything. I don't know. It's pretty fire. Sully, I like. That character arc too that he goes through. He's a jerk at the beginning, and then he learns to become friends with Mike. Which I will admit, this is kind of weird, but if you guys remember in Monsters Inc., Mike says that he met Sully in the 4th grade, or like they were with each other in the 4th grade. So it's kind of weird.
Retcon.
It's kind of weird with this movie. Yeah, it retcons it, like saying that they learned, like they met each other in college. Which actually, fun fact, there is a deleted scene where they were in 4th grade, but it got scrapped out of the movie. But yeah, there's that really. The dean it's kind of accurate to real life too. I mean, I don't have a dean that's as mean, but I've heard that there are other deans in colleges that are like that. Yeah, that's really it I can say. I just think it's a pretty solid movie. It's a very good prequel, I would say, and I really like the message that Mike learns that you can't do everything. You're not meant to do everything, so you got to work with what you got.
Yeah, give up.
Yeah, or just do that. Become a bum. So I think putting this movie in A tier is a little too high, so I would probably put it right next to Bug's Life and B tier.
So yeah, I was thinking about around that tier ranking too, but thank you, Dwayne, for telling your story. I think I'm ready to say for what I had to say about Monsters University, which shout outs, Alpha Milena, aka Dr. Octopus, is Mike Wazowski's professor.
Oh yeah.
I was like, hey yo, it's Doc Ock. I'm like, oh, coincidence, I think not. But either
this guy hates.
Anyway,
don't want to donate to charity? That's not cool, bro. This guy hates.
Anyway, similar story like Dwayne. I mean, around that time in 2013 with my skinny ass 60, 70 pound body was getting excited for Monsters University, where I have a lot of the merch since, of course, I was one of those people that really loves the original film, since Monsters Inc. was in my top 3 favorite Pixar films. So even though, like what Dwayne says, I wish we could have got that direct sequel that Circle 7 Animation was going to produce, that we were going to see more of Boo, but apparently we just got this instead. But for what it is, it's a lot good. Like, I remember I liked it a lot when I was young, and I think around that time I originally was like, do I love this more than the original? And around that time, like, I like this more than the original. But then, just like Dwayne, it kind of switches back and forth by saying, it's a downgrade. It's not really necessary. It's just a big old cash grab. But now, like, even though this movie used to be underrated back in the day, but now I do see some people that have some appreciation for its love. I mean, outside of the memes, like, yes, the Mike Wazowski memes continues off when he's having the overexcited excitement, and the funniest moment when Bill Hader was voicing a slug where he goes, "I can't be late on the first day," all the way to the big credit scene. "I made it, my first day of class." "You missed it." And then
Wait. Wait, Daniel, is it okay? Because I actually want to pin something what you just said. You know how you said more people are enjoying this movie now.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's because our generation is growing up and like people are going to college now and like people are actually relating to this movie now. You know what I mean? Like nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to say that. Like I think that's probably why people are enjoying it now because it's more relatable.
It is 100% more relatable for those who are going to college, and I had a feeling that you'll be one of them. But yeah, I think one of the biggest takeaways, I mean, outside of like, the upgraded technology, I do like Sully's fur of how like, he's less fuzzy in his younger days, so I kind of like that distinct like contrast from the original film of how Sully does. Same goes for Mike, and it's like, hey, he had braces. That's how ironic, because I did have braces the same year when this movie came out during around the summer. But back to the movie itself. So even though when I was watching it in the theater, obviously it was cool to see the origins of Mike and Sully up on the screen, and around that time I thought it was quite intriguing of how we explored like the more college campuses, more of like the clubs and all of the different like Fear Tech, which is kind of like their rivals. And literally I just feel like the variety of monsters and the varieties of teams that just goes to the stereotype where you got the emo freaks, you got the chicks, you got the jocks, and obviously Uzma Kappa are just the nerds, the rechecks, the outcasts. So pretty much just like colleges in real life. But I will admit this, I mean, I feel like what Monsters University's biggest message, like literally like rewatching it again, I didn't catch it at first, but then I rewatch, it's like this movie's telling it by saying, hey, it's okay to fail even if you're not meant to achieve that dream. Like literally Ratatouille and other Disney movies are like, oh, keep on following your dreams, like don't give up, make your dreams come true. But sometimes for some people it can work, but unless you're Mike Wazowski, sometimes those dreams are just not meant to be and it just doesn't age well. And trust me, I can relate to that with Mike Wazowski. Like, I wanted to be a Hollywood actor. I wish I would have had that chance, but due to personal reasons, COVID happened, family disagreements, and it's like, well, just not meant to be. Let me just continue on what I do best. It's kind of like what Sully tells Mike, where it's like, Mike, you're not even scary, not even a little, but you are fearless. Like, when he tells Mike that he's like fearless from his determination, it's like, yeah, I like that. He points out like a fundamental flaw of Mike throughout his arc, but at the exact same time compliments him with what's his biggest strength. Same goes for Sully just being like less obnoxious, less being a jerk, and actually has like a soft spot, and try to like not get his ego out of the way of being like the top scarer on campus, and basically just not take that away. So once again, I just kind of like that we see their contrast, but also their similarities of what they can relate to both each other, including that lake scene where they go scare the park rangers with all those kids. I just felt like that was easily not just what made this movie, because even though the build-up is pretty decent and pretty basic for what it was, but that's why I just think that lake scene alone with Mike and Sully, that's what holds the integrity of their bond, but also the more or less for what they learned. So I'm like, you know what? I felt like moments like that, Monsters University should not be overlooked too much. But outside Monsters University, I honestly like the side characters. I think Art has got to be my favorite one, not only because, hey, it's Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but like what Dwayne says, the joke about, I can't go back to jail. I honestly like how the fur of how he looks. And then I think I also like Squishy, who's voiced by Emil from Ratatouille. Like some of his, like the moment where he got like swollen from all of the urchins, like where his fat just becomes more chunkier. Same goes for Art, where he's like, I want to touch them. I honestly think like the urchin sequence was honestly like one of my favorite parts, just because the over-the-top interactions. And I will admit, like I even like the twins where Terry and Terry, like, I'm a dancer and I'm not. Or including the librarian scene where they talk about misdirection. Like, I definitely say like Monsters University does have its funny moments. Not as funny as the original, of course, but definitely have some moments where you're like, okay, that's quotable, that's silly. And I will say this, at least Monsters University has like a more creative approach when it comes to like, not just rehashing for what makes the original so special. So like I said, I think Monsters University is a good prequel if you look back in retrospect. Like, you can relate to it, you can connect with it, and at the exact same time, it just opens the world, not just of the beginning of Monstropolis and the origins of Mike and Sully, but just opens the world of the different varieties of monsters, of what they go to their peers and everything else, and also the brutal honesty by saying, like, hey, you know you're gonna suck at this, and sometimes it's okay to let that go if it's just not meant to be, but it's never too late just to achieve other dreams that you are possibly just good at, and life goes on while you're just growing up. So I feel like messages like those of Monsters University should not be taken for granted. So honestly, I mean, just like Dwayne, if I would have given it an A tier, I feel like that's giving it too much praise, but I feel like it fits in the same category as Bug's Life. So I say Monsters University is a B tier for me. So,
Yippee.
anyone else like to take a stand for MU rules? Anybody?
Oh. Okay. MU. Monster University. This movie, I like. Everyone would have liked a sequel. I would have liked a sequel, but I think the idea of a prequel and being set in college, I think is a fun idea. It's interesting, and I know kind of a retcon because fourth grade thing, but I kind of like the college idea better than the fourth grade thing because I think, I don't know, it's more fun and it's like in college it's harder to make friends than it is when you're in elementary, middle school, all that stuff.
Facts.
Agreed.
So them getting close and being the best friends we know starting from college, I think makes it more special. And the development of both of these guys is also great to see because Sully was like, typical jock looking dude. He's kind of a cocky guy, I don't know. And Mike was the outcast. He was the reject and people didn't take him seriously. But what's great about Mike is that he probably felt insecure, understandably, but also at the same time kept going, kept pushing, and believed in himself. And that was, like, even though, like Sully said, he's not that scary, but his heart is like his greatest attribute, regardless if he's scary or not. And him realizing that and not being so insecure anymore was great to see for Mike. And then Sully actually, being more down to earth, more friendly, and just not being the cocky guy he was at the beginning. Like seeing the growth in both of these guys at such a young age, really, in college or university, it was very interesting to see. And just the atmosphere and the accuracy with like how there's different groups of people, like the other groups of girls and then the groups of jocks and the nerds, and it's like it's all, even from school and elementary and all that, it's very accurate, and I think they did a good job with that. I remember I always think of the memes with the stupid captions with that party scene with Sully. He's like resisting to dance, and then the one guy is like trying to convince him to dance. Oh, those captions are crazy. But I also do remember the one guy getting swollen. I want to touch it.
Oh yeah, Art.
And yeah. And I think of Disney Infinity now just because of that scene and that
throwbacks
thing.
Loved it.
But I really liked the party stuff. It was fun. It was funny. Seeing Randall in there was very cool too. You get to see what he was like before, why he kind of, became the way he is in Monsters Inc.
Hater.
I'm the biggest hater. I don't know. It's just I love the atmosphere. I love the development of Mike and Sully, um, and I'm kind of glad we got this. Like if they ever were to make a sequel, I'm glad we at least got this first and got to see their backstory because I think it's very interesting. And the music, also love the music.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's from.
The memes, bro.
I love that. I love the music
Forgot.
in both
The
monsters
NPCs in my
movies. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else to say for it. It's a fun movie to me. I think it's a movie for everybody. As a kid you can enjoy it, and especially now as a young adult, whether you went to college or not, I think it's very relatable and fun to watch. So yeah, I wouldn't go too crazy on the movie. I would keep it. I was thinking of putting it at A, but I'm gonna be. I think B is more fair. B tier. I'll put it at B tier.
So that's 3 Bs from Gabriel, Dwayne, and me.
The B's.
The Bs. I was gonna say, so after Gabriel, who shall go next? Trevin, Lesnar, any one of you guys?
I'll do the honors.
Trevino.
Yeah. There's a funny story I want to tell. Me, my brother, and my cousin, we were so hyped for this movie to come out. We watched the first one countless freaking times, and I remember, I think the day of when we were going to watch it because we were spending the night that time. Oh my lord. He got grounded, so he couldn't watch it with us, and that meant we couldn't watch it either. So we had to like wait for a while to get around to it, but we're like, yeah, let's just me and Jackson were gonna watch it. We were like, yeah, this is pretty good. I think this movie has gotten better over time, definitely, because this is, again, one of those movies I had on repeat, and yeah, it played in the car so many times. Yeah, I watched this one a lot. It's funny. It's a movie like to make fun at, but you're like, it's actually pretty good. You gotta love those like last 10-15 minutes, like so good. Soundtrack so good. Lots of things I love about it. Yeah, definitely better than the last two movies. 100%. I would say B, personally, 100%. Oh,
Okay. Wait, I think is.
I think you're going Lester. I don't know if he's there or not.
No, Daniel's out of the room.
I
all
was
right,
saying,
I'm
like,
gonna keep it short.
Yep, I heard
Bye.
Trevin say B, so Lesnar, you're the last one.
I'm gonna keep it short. All right, so yeah, basically, what y'all just said is literally what I think about the movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I do remember that Party Central short, if I'm gonna be honest, and the Beebs too. When you told Broda to push the squad, you're heading back to lobby. And I guess,
Sleepy Sully.
yeah, it's like solid.
This movie was the
Yeah.
origin
Oh,
of
shoot,
Sleepy
that's me.
Sully.
Yeah, but then again, this movie's for anyone, whether you're a kid and you're a kid or a young adult in college, like what Gabe said. Yeah, it's basically for everyone, and like I do enjoy it. It's fun, like especially the dude that was like slowly running to class. Then by the end, it's like, yeah, your class, it's over.
You missed it.
So yeah, you missed it. B tier for me.
So yeah, I like that this is the one movie that we all universally agree that's B tier. While for Cars 2, it was the most decisive one when we started the stream. So at least Monsters University is the one exception by saying, "Yep, B tier." So yeah, putting it with the B's. So that's all we have to say about Monster University. So after Monster University, I'm surprised that Pixar just took a break from releasing movies in 2014 because, yeah, if I could think of.
there's actual reason.
Yeah, because Big Hero 6 is not a Pixar movie, but that's a Disney film that came out in 2014. But, yeah, Dwayne, was there a reason for that?
Wait. I was gonna say, oh yeah, there is an actual. So it turns out Good Dinosaur was actually supposed to release in 2014, and it actually, dude, the movie was gonna be way different than it actually turned out to be. It was gonna have like Neil Patrick Harris in it, voicing one of the dinosaurs. It was just gonna have a completely different plot, bro. And I think they just scrapped it last minute, and then they like completely rewrote it into what we got now, the garbage movie.
Why?
But yeah, it was originally supposed to be in 2014. I think it was like they couldn't figure out the script or something like that. I forgot.
No wonder the
But
Good
yeah.
Dinosaur was.
So that's why there was a break.
Well, that makes sense. That explains why the Good Dinosaur wasn't as good as we expected. But before we get to the Good Dinosaur, let's talk about this one movie, this one solo original idea, aka the sequel recently is the main reason why I want to make this tier list stream in the first place, since its sequel is a big hit. But before we talk about its mega successful sequel, let's talk about the original Inside Out. But before we get to move to my ramble and everyone else's, like, all I could say is when Inside Out came out, in my mind, it's like, well, Pixar's back again. But before I go to my ramble, anyone want to do the honors to talk about the OG Inside Out movie? Anybody?
You know what? So fine, I will do the honors.
Alright, go ahead,
I'll
Lesnar.
do it myself.
All right, dude. So like, I think Inside Out was like, was it? I think it was the first ever Pixar movie I saw in theaters at the time it came out. Uh, yeah, I was young. Well, the at least like in now like since I know it came out in 2015, it's like it's not it's actually a really good movie. It's really good. Like this is what how you feel on the inside, like your emotions and stuff, and like how life is the more you grow. Yeah, and Inside Out, I'm gonna be real. Sadness is the whole reason why all this stuff happened. Like
Yeah.
the whole thing, the when her and Joy went to that outside Riley's mind, like that all that was her fault. If she didn't if she didn't touch the stuff constantly, like Joy literally gave her simple rules of just standing. So yeah, just standing there, just so she wouldn't mess up. Like her first day of school, she's crying on the first day of school. Like that will forever be a memory. Yeah, I mean, oh, Bing Bong, he was goated. He was the most goated character. Sad that he died. That like basically like, yeah, yeah, because like Riley has grown. She was like 12. I don't know in that movie, and like yeah, the imaginary friends is like a thing that you would have like when you're like of course a little kid, but now since you're grown, it's like yeah, it's time to say goodbye. Take her to the moon for me. That quote hit me. I'm gonna be real. I know. Like if y'all ever had like imaginary friends as a kid and you don't see them anymore, that's yeah.
Either that or you're schizophrenic. I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Or watch the movie If on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, dude.
That shit.
Okay, so, but yeah, that's what I like. That's what I like about Inside Out. I mean, it really is a good movie. Aside from like the flops are like just not really caring about all the other ones. Like, but at least that's one like Pixar. I guess they like to make their comeback. I want to say, and also the first movie I saw in theaters. Dory. So if I had to put it on a tier, I want to say A tier.
A tier's not a bad rating.
Yeah. We're taking the bus, Nick.
So I guess that's
Dude,
your
I had
review
that
on
stuck
Inside
in
Out.
my head.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'll put it in A tier for me.
All right, A tier for Lesnar. I mean, if no one's interested, then I would like to go next after Lesnar, if that's cool with you guys.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
All right, so for the original Inside Out movie, so okay, when I saw the trailer, it took me by surprise. So toys have emotions, monsters have emotions, cars have emotions. What if emotions have emotions too? Ugh. So Inside Out, probably one of the most creative ideas that Pixar has ever done. Not only it gets very psychological, but dare I say it, like, I don't know, like, it just became like a brain fog to me, literally. It's like literally in my mind, when I was like 13 years old, I was like, wait, so we have emotions controlling our brains like it's a video game console, like transporting everything else? Like, that just became mind-boggling for what it was. So this movie took me by surprise, and ironically, when this movie was out in theaters, it was during the same time when Riley and her parents were moving out. As they were moving away, I was moving away to a brand new apartment temporarily around the same year when this movie came out, so it kind of synced up pretty well. But I used to have a stepmom and her son, aka Angel, that we used to be good roommates with. They loved this movie so much. They both cried in the theater when they saw Bing Bong eventually starts to fade away. But as for the movie itself, it just brings like a very innovative, a very imaginative and creative approach of what's it like inside of the human brain, outside of, like, you know, discussing brain cells and all the scientific stuff, but just more in the imaginary aspect of it. So I feel like all the voice actors, like including the emotions themselves, Amy Poehler truly shines as Joy in this movie.
The Mighty Bee!
So, yep, Mighty Bee herself, like what Lesnar would say. Okay, even though it sucks that he did not return for the sequel for money reasons, but I like Bill Hader, aka Flintlock Wood, as Fear, which I thought it was cool that he was part of the cast. Same goes for Phyllis Black, Lewis Black, yeah, I think that's the dude's name, who voiced Anger. And then for the voice actors to discuss, we're not going to talk about that bitch, so we're not just going to dive in depth with that. Velma Season 2 sucks, so we're just going to move past beyond that.
Everything Velma related sucks.
Yeah, screw you, Mindy Kaling. You're not back in the sequel. So, back to the point about Inside Out. So, I think the voice acting is really good, but also, I really like the approach of how they use core memories in our brain, whether it's joy or disgust or angry. I just like that this movie brings like a good depiction of seeing Riley's growth, like from baby years to younger years, which, yeah, I mean, they did a similar direction like they did with Andy in the Toy Story movies, that you could relate to Andy of playing with the toys and growing up, and now we're seeing that in Riley's perspective of like all the great childhood memories, childhood friends, moments with the parents, what you like and didn't like. And once again, I also like that it's kind of like the early beginnings of how to depict mental health correctly, but in the form of a Pixar animated movie. But since, you know, sadness replaced all the core memories, and then Joy and Sadness are off to their own adventure, which I get that was like the whole purpose of getting back to the brain. But I will admit, even though it kind of sucks that anger, disgust, and fear were kind of like pushed to the sidelines until the sequel improve on that flaw, like later in the first movie, I get that was the whole point where Joy gets to learn not just empathize, but actually get to feel her emotions, which that also mind balls me. So I'm like, wait, do emotions have emotions in their head too if they're not happy, if they're not sad? I don't know. Like I said, it just gives me to more questions when it comes to the world of Inside Out. But either way, it's still a unique approach of how Pixar would use emotions inside of a human brain, no matter like who's in control and who's in charge. But also, it gives us to the message like, whenever you're sad, it's okay to smile, and whenever you are sad, it's okay to cry. But just don't be like a whiny crybaby about it. Like, the movie's just trying to tell you to say like, just feel emotions, man. So that's what I'm just saying. Like, Inside Out definitely stands the stand of time of one of those, no pun intended, emotional roller coasters with emotions. So that's what I'm just saying, like, no pun intended. But yeah, got to talk about Bing Bong. So of course we have one of those moments as us kids that we had an imaginary friend. Fun fact, I did have an imaginary friend, and I named him Barry. Why? Because Jerry Seinfeld voiced him as a talking bee. I'm like, hey Barry, you're my best buddy. Tell me, say you like jazz. So
Flash thing.
I just find that pretty ironic. But also, Micah Giacchino's score, once again, that man knows how to cook for Pixar music, even though my favorite score that he's done is Ratatouille, but from Incredibles to Up, he does like a very nice, like harmonic but very sincere touch of the piano of going do 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 do. Like it just gives you like a sense of comfort when you start listening to the music. But once we get to Bing Bong, I like that we travel to like different parts of the brain rather than just the main core where you get to the emotions. Where there's like one of my favorite scenes is definitely like the Dream Studio one. And to be honest, this is not a Pixar movie, but y'all know the movie Osmosis Jones where Chris Rock is like
Osmosis Jones. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that weird movie,
like,
bro.
It's kind of giving me vibes of
Bro
that.
almost died from eating an egg from a monkey.
That-
Oh my gosh.
There's one scene where he goes into Bill Murray's brain and then it just goes to like Bill Murray's undies like getting embarrassed in front of a class. And, like I definitely say that Inside Out definitely took like a more PG rated like family friendly approach to it because as a kid I like to me this is coming from a guy who dreams a lot like almost every single night. It's like it gets like weird stuff, but I like how the dream aspect of it like plays itself like, hey, this is a movie, it's a dream, it's a nightmare, where they interrupt the dog and then they got the clown who's the birthday girl, which honestly when I played Disney Infinity 3.0 I honestly thought that was a pretty fun moment where you get to explore that part of the brain and go to the nightmare that was going to happen in the dream realm. So like I said, I definitely like the different type of lands and islands that just keeps like the core memories aligned, that like it builds the personality of who or what Riley is and what's her taste and her culture and who she like as a person. So I like the different islands for what they represent for like when she's growing up into her peers. But I will admit when the ending just gets very climactic at the point where obviously joy is no longer in control, sadness is definitely far away as they start split up, and then Riley becomes more depressed where she steals her mom's credit card just to run away from home. And yeah, I will say this with Dwayne, like bro, this is real for me too.
Viva.
I'm just gonna say, bro, like that's only that Buzz Lightyear would choose for a Visa card for a Toy Story 3 commercial. But
Buzz
anyway,
Lightyear skin
Oh, I
2
love
years
that
from now.
commercial.
it was fun. But anyway, back to the point of
We'll be there.
But yeah, back to the point of Inside Out. So once when, Joy's down to the bottom, same goes for Bing Bong as well. When Riley was literally just trying to take a bus and just run away from home, yeah, I get to those moments around, because I think Riley was like 11. I'm like, oh shoot, that's the same age that I've been through the tough shit that she's been through. Like, walking away from home, trying to steal money out the way so I can be surviving and just become reckless and just become homeless, just because sometimes you just don't feel comfortable just to bottle up those emotions that are stuck inside of you. So that's why I said, like, I feel like the movie goes more in depth to the psychological and mental health aspect. And then during the moment where Bing Bong took his sacrifice and, like what Lesnar pointed out, take it to the moon for me, which once again people were crying in the theater, including Angel and his mom were crying in the theater. I'm like, man, now I know, understand how that feels when it comes to an imaginary friend that just didn't last too long. But I like that the movie has a very soft and a very heartfelt moment that it even makes all the parents cry when Riley just let her emotions out, when they got joint sadness back to the main brain just to get to the core memories, and the mom and the dad have their moments just to have love for their daughter no matter of all the mistakes and all of the negative emotions. I mean, once again, this is coming from an 11, 12-year-old around that time who struggles with his temper issues and everything else, like crying too hard, getting upset. So once again, I also got to give credit to the movie just depicting like sometimes you need to control your emotions and not let the emotions control over you, or else if as like what the movie depicts it in, it'll just become out of control, and then at the exact same time your mental health will get damaged for that. So like I said, the movie's really good. I say it's definitely top tier. I mean, I would say it's definitely an A tier, and like I would put it close to an S, but I will admit there are a couple of flaws that kind of keeps it far away from an S tier. Like for instance, like even though there's a funny gag of the triple dent gum, will make you smile, and how it should have ended made a joke out of this. I'm like, wait a minute, they just put the gum memory inside of the core memories, and they decide to like not put it inside the brain when they just put all the memories inside to the brain. It's like, how come they didn't do it that way? But it's a good thing that how it should have ended just kind of like addressed that one flaw. But in the end, it would have just made the movie just finish way too sooner. But regardless, this was the movie, because after from what? Cars 2, Brave, and Monsters University, like us, have their defenders like me. But definitely around that time, Pixar was struggling. But when Inside Out, the first movie was out, I'm like, okay, Pixar is good again. Hopefully the streak continues to be like that. So at least Inside Out is one of those exceptions. It was a great original idea about the brain, the mental health, and the emotions, and going more in depth to the imaginative creativities of the emotions and the brain. So I definitely say, just like what Lesnar says, I would just put it on A tier. It's definitely one of the better Pixar movies around that time. And like I said, the whole purpose why we make the stream because the sequel's out. So regardless, A tier for Inside Out.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, anybody else? Trevin, Dwayne?
Who's next?
We're taking the bus.
I guess I'll go.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I demand horny Inside Out 3.
I did not watch this when it came out.
You mother. I'm just playing.
I know. I don't know where I was when it came out, but when it came out on DVD, yeah, I'm like, yeah, dude, this is actually really pretty good. Had it on repeat. I cried. Bing bong. Rip goat. MVP. I feel like this doesn't get brought up a lot, but I love the abstract shape scene where they like changing the different shapes.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Love that. There's probably more I want to say about it. Really deep. Really deep. Deep?
Can't take it.
Yeah.
Gooning for discuss? What?
I'm confused.
What?
I don't know.
Would 100% though.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Alright,
Like,
who?
Gooning for discuss the emotion, and then Dwayne just.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 He said that so shamefully. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's an emotion, dude. But yeah.
it is.
Put horny on there. All right.
That's what I'm saying. Put an Inside Out 3. But anyway, I know
Where's freaky?
I know Trevor's having,
Freaky.
Trevor's
Oh
having
my
a right
God.
for it right now on his review on Inside Out.
What's up, Ethan Cross Media?
So,
I have to say it's an A, but I feel like over time, when more time comes by, maybe I feel like it'll have the same reputation as the classic era. But this is like the best movie they've done up to this point right now in the dark age. So this movie technically did save Pixar, I would say.
Yeah. It did.
A for me.
so yeah, 3 A's.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the only people that spoke is Gabriel and Dwayne.
Inside Out. I don't. This movie feels like, I don't know, like a blur to me. Like I don't remember everything. I just remember, I guess, the main idea of it. I remember Bing Bong's death because everybody talks about it. I don't know. I also remember the memes where like they go into the dad's mind and then it's some random clip.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a down bad clip.
Yeah. Like some guy twerking or something. Okay.
And then everyone says top 10 hottest dads. Riley's dad from Inside Out.
No.
All right.
No.
Mom
No.
would. Hey, Inside Out. So,
100%.
Yeah. No shame.
man, I don't know what to say. I like the idea of Inside Out a lot because it can apply to younger people. It can apply to everyone. It really could. And I guess the vibes and everything out of the Inside Out franchise, because it's a franchise now, it's like very wholesome. I don't know. It just feels wholesome to me. It's a great family film. Like I said, applies for every age group, and every personality or every emotion, their personality is like on point. And like Daniel said, the voice acting played a big part into that in their personalities. And they did a great job. And was, I don't know, they were just very accurate. And Joy was, I mean, not Joy because I'm sad. I don't know. In the first movie, Sadness was, I didn't dig her that much. Thought she was a little annoying. Not annoying like loud and obnoxious annoying, but like just I don't know.
Dory annoying.
I didn't mess with her. The rest were fine. Again, even though I didn't mess with Sad as a character much, I still think she was accurate like everyone else. Riley, you know, what she goes through and her emotions and the way she deals with other people, like her parents and stuff, I think is also very accurate. It's just Inside Out was just such a real movie. It's you look at it first glance and you don't expect what comes from that movie, but it's just gosh, it's deep. The deep. Stop.
Yeah.
Y'all are not gonna shut up about that.
Realize.
But yeah, I don't know. Inside Out. Oh, also, you know, respect to Bing Bong. I don't can't relate to the whole imaginary friend thing because I'm normal. No offense.
Excuse me.
I'm schizophrenic.
Friends?
But I do understand. Like, it's kind of like losing a piece of your childhood and it disappearing, and obviously that's sad. You don't want to lose that inner child in you. And you know, he was the GOAT. He was a real one, man. Didn't deserve it.
Cry
But
candy.
that's life, man. You got to grow up. Yeah, overall, I don't know what else to say about it. It's a very real movie. It is sort of wholesome in a way. I would surprisingly, it's weird because it's not like a movie I would go and rewatch over and over again, but it, from a story standpoint and how real it is, I think I would put it at A because it's genuinely a better movie than you'd expect. So I'll keep it at A tier.
Yeah, I just put on A because if we're getting 4 A's before Dwayne even talks, I'm like, yeah, just put in the spot since pretty much it's almost everyone. Unless Dwayne changes his mind.
Yeah, F tier automatically. Riley's gay. No.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just realized what I said. No.
Put a chicken in.
Wait. So everybody went?
Yeah, everyone went.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all went except you.
Ooh, time to talk. All right, time to talk Inside Out. Okay,
All right, so
a little
C tier.
backstory. Yeah, okay. Okay, so a little
Yeah, that was
backstory.
kind of good. I hate it. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, hey, I mean, no, I'm just playing. So, a little backstory about me. I remember I saw this movie opening day, and it was the last day of 5th grade. And I remember, too, the little short that came before it, you know, Lava. Dude, that song was fire, man. Dude.
I think I remember.
Okay, so, Inside Out, you know, it's not really, I'm not really going to say anything different than what you guys said. Daniel, kind of like what you said, like, I like that this movie is a representation on, like, it's like, the workings of your mind, you know, like the inner what did Patrick say? What did Patrick say?
Machinations of my mind are in the name.
Yeah, that's kind of what this movie is. I like that it's like a visual representation, you know, like a kid version of like, you know, your joy and your sadness, like not really knowing how to react when you move to a new state, and you know when you're young like that too, so you're still figuring out stuff. I like that type of message and the way that it was displayed. I like the way too, like it shows that when you're younger you forget things, you know, like Bing Bong. I like the way that they represented how him being forgotten, and just like Gabe too. I don't really relate to having an imaginary friend, but like seeing it that way, the way the movie displayed it, like I was like, oh okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? Um, I mean, I think it's a great movie. Actually, I haven't seen it in a little while, but I like the imagination land. I like a lot of the ideas they tried to do. You know, like the triple dent gun thing. Like, yeah, sure that they should have sent the memories up there, and that would have made the movie easier. But you know, it's
Right.
they gotta have a movie, you know, so it makes sense why. And the way the movie went, I just think it's a great movie. It's a great film. Um, I like the way too that it sets up the new sequel. But at the time, I didn't think there was gonna be a sequel, so I was like, "Oh, this is just a great one movie." You know what I mean? And it's a real movie, yeah. It's relatable, like a lot of the things that happen. You know, just when you feel like that. I'm trying to find the words. When you feel like that and trying to make new friends and just feeling alone, you know, going behind your parents' back, you know, stealing her. He said stealing the card for V-Bucks. uh, yeah, just things like that. I find just it's a real movie. It's like just the right amount of it being enough like for kids to understand, but for also just for adults to understand. You know what it went through. I would personally put it in S tier, but the reason why I'm gonna drop it down to A is because there's so many other Pixar bangers that are just an S that I feel like S is just gonna be too crowded, you know, and that term is just gonna be thrown around. So I'm also gonna put it in A, but it's like a very very high A, you know, like at least like a 94. You know what I mean?
That's
So,
valid.
Yeah.
It's a very
Yeah.
solid film, but it's just, to me personally, it's not in the same league as the ones in S.
just
But it
Pixar
is a
has
very
so many
solid
other
film.
bangers. Yeah, they have so many other bangers, bro. Like Finding Nemo and Monsters Inc. Boom, automatically are like the first ones I think of.
Yeah.
But yeah. So solid, amazing, great movie. Very very high, A, not S, but A.
It's
yeah.
exactly just like Monsters University. This is another exception of another Pixar movie that we all universally agree that this is a great movie, but it deserves its A tier spot. Not as high as the S tier one, which I do like that we all agree with this movie. But secondly, obviously part 2 is a lot different than part 1, because part 1, it's like what Trevin mentions it when we were talking about like what Ratatouille and Wally, that Trevin speaks up that part 1, we're just talking about the peak era of Pixar from 1995 to 2010, and then we enter the 2010 era, which thankfully Inside Out, the first movie, was a great exception to that. But when Dwayne mentions earlier about saying like, oh, I never would expect a sequel, not gonna lie, before the sequel was like official, around that time, like, you know what, I would agree with a lot of people. It deserves a guy's sequel, and then surprisingly it did. So
Yeah.
kudos for Inside Out for that.
And then we saw
This is a
that
franchise
sequel.
that could expand for
Oh,
a
true.
while, really.
Yeah, we'll talk about
I
the
say at
sequel.
least yeah.
You go ahead.
At least like one more movie, man.
Mm-hmm.
And a huge time gap, but you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah.
Her adulthood.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. And
Oh,
College life. No.
they can get to that.
it's her on her deathbed, bro, and all the
That'll be.
Dude.
Then the afterlife. No
Like
wait.
Cameron says D tier.
Yeah, I was like, bro, you're just giving a D tier just because you haven't watched it. That's not a real valid reason to give it that way.
I don't remember anything. Watch it again.
Thinks Riley's
That
hot.
would, in that case, I'm gonna put Brave at F because I never watched it.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I just put an F just in case, just to make it different. But speaking of which, even though we give praise to Inside Out by saying, oh yeah, Pixar's good again, we can't say the same for the next movie that came out the same
That's
year.
crazy. The
What do
guy
you mean? It's
Inside Out
Finding
and then
Dory.
Good Dinosaur
Nope,
and
it's
then
not.
Finding Dory. That, my gosh.
The not so good dinosaur, man.
The
Can we
bad
skip this
dinosaur.
one? Can we skip?
Yes.
Can we go straight to Coco?
Please.
Let's just
I'll
get
go
to the
Coco.
point. F tier.
F tier. Put it in F. It's so...
All right, being for real though.
I guess that's
Somebody talk about this.
No,
I barely
hey,
watched it.
I want to say something about Good Dinosaur, man. Haven't seen it in a long time because it's not a great film, realistically.
Watchable.
Or rewatchable, yeah. But I don't know. It's not. It's not good, but it's not like the worst thing in the world. Like there are very few moments I like the the relationship with father and son. The dad was kind of goated, at least from what I remember. I don't know. And you know, the little kid was annoying. Worst part of the movie, to be honest. This, what's the main character? Dinosaur.
Arlo.
What's his name again?
Arlo.
Yeah, he. I don't know. I don't. He's just okay, I guess.
Bro,
I really
like every 5 minutes.
I don't
bro.
know. I hardly remember this movie. I just remember very little of it. I remember just how annoying the kid was. The dad, I thought, you know, he was chill. I
Do you
don't
remember
know.
the pterodactyls?
The
Honestly, no.
rainstorm.
Oh, I do. Okay, yeah, I do remember Rexes. The music is not. The music is not terrible. Not as terrible as the writing, I guess, or the story. Animation was solid.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the character designs for like the dinosaurs mostly. Yeah, I'm a big fan of dinosaurs.
Jurassic Park.
I don't know. It's not great. It's really not, but it's not, again, not the worst thing I've ever seen. But I think I'll keep it at F tier, to be honest.
You
Keep
said
it at
F?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, y'all.
Holy shit.
I mean, y'all were just joking about. It's like, well,
Wow.
if you guys put in an F and think it's the worst Pixar movie,
It's just not something I'd rewatch. It's not memorable. It's just very, very few moments that were okay at best.
Well, I don't blame
It's
you.
just,
on that,
I
Gabriel.
don't know.
Like, okay,
I mean, something's got to go in F tier.
Yeah, I mean, at least one
There's
movie.
one movie I got in mind.
So, that is.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. There are 2 movies I have in mind in F tier. So
But as of right now,
Yes.
that's where you want to put it in. So
Get there when we
I guess
get there.
that's all for Gabriel. Gabriel
We
gives it an
get-
F tier.
yeah,
Okay, I would like to go next. So
sadly, I love
dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
But this
sorry, little one.
But this one ain't your Land Before Time. It ain't your Disney's 2000 dinosaur movie. Like,
Oh, heck
Yep.
nah. Screw that movie. Nah, bro.
t-
Don't mention that movie.
but I'm just
Who
saying.
you would
I'm
go
just
outside and
saying,
smell that salsa?
I would rather.
Nah, hey, I'd rather watch that than Good
Yeah, I was gonna
Dinosaur.
say, I'd rather.
No, you're tripping.
I know. I'd
No.
rather
No.
Would you rather watch Zazasaurus over Mid Dinosaur?
Hell no.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, he's
movie's
right.
Boring. That movie's
No,
garbage.
Dinosaur cool.
Nah, bro. That CGI,
Hey, what I
bro.
missed,
Those
y'all?
monkeys.
Of course, it doesn't age well. It's old.
Hell. All right, bro. Whatever.
The main dinosaur looks goofy.
Yeah, Zaza.
Zazasaurus. Yeah, but it's a better dinosaur movie than Good Dinosaur.
That freaking Triceratops and that old ass Brachiosaurus, they ruined the movie, bro. That stupid dinosaur, that retarded dinosaur that was acting like a
The
dog,
one
bro.
that was kind of like a
man.
dog.
Oh, nah. Nah, bro.
Hey, Carnotaurus, man, so cool.
Yeah, it looked,
Yeah, and
it looked cool.
he
in the
dies
movie,
10
but it
minutes
also
in.
looked cool on the ride.
Whatever, bro. Oh, my
man.
gosh.
That's
All
so
right.
funny.
All right, sorry.
But anyway, I guess I'll go with my ramble of the Good Dinosaur.
Who's next?
So yeah, I'm
All
going
right.
next because I do got some things to say. So I'm just saying this: how did Pixar fumbled from having Inside Out and the Good Dinosaur? It reminds me of Sony. How could Sony make a masterpiece of Across Spider-Verse and then gave us Madam Web? That's the vibe I get with both Inside Out and the Good Dinosaur around the same year in 2015. Like,
Madam Web's
honestly, for this movie, I mean, I don't expect it to be an S-tier movie, if I'm being honest with you, but I gotta get props to Dwayne for reminding me. He's like, putting dinosaurs in the South. Like, we gotta hear that same old guitar music that goes, so that means...
Sam Elliott, T-Rex.
It's just Sam. I'm like, bro, I honestly...
Was that Sam Elliott?
Yeah, that was Sam Elliott as the T-Rex, the one that has the tooth. Bro.
Oh, that just reminded me. Okay, I'm gonna say something.
I was like,
when
bro,
know, but
I find
you
Sam
just
Elliott
reminded
more convincing as Otis's dad in Barnyard. Remember, I'm Benskin. Like, he fits.
Well, I won't
back
down.
no, I won't back. That fits more than Cowboy Dinosaurs and the Good Dinosaur. I mean, look, as a country boy myself in Florida, I mean, you could clearly tell from cowboy hats. Sure, we do live through this tough life shit of gardening and taking care of outdoor chores. But the one thing I find it stupid when Arlo and his siblings were born, it's like, you're telling me that these dinos were only alive for just 2 minutes and they know how to walk, they know how to have personalities, and for the first 2 minutes being alive, they were given to do chores? Right? Or it's like, alright, welcome to the world of dinos. Now, okay, now start cleaning up and do the soil. It's like, rah. So then it got super stupid, like at the point where, oh yeah, Arlo, you only get to have your badge on this stone that you and me, my mama, and all the brothers and sisters all came on together, but you will not earn your paw on the stone unless you start killing these critters that have been stealing over our vegetables and all that crap. Which I honestly find the ending pointless because Arlo did not attack Spot. Instead, he just bonded with Spot. And speaking of Spot, I'm so confused. So he's like a wolf and a dog, and he's trying to be like Mowgli in a way. So I'm like, so he's not just Arlo's best buddy, he's also like a pet in a way, except he's a human. Like, I get they try to make him like, oh, he's also a dog, but yeah, he's also like Mowgli from Jungle Book, and it's like, that's not how Jungle Book goes. And the one thing I find that was very stupid is like, so wait, you're telling me that Spot acts like a wolf and all human beings act the same, where like, oh yeah, we're all designed to be furries, where we go, oh, it's like, there's no wolves that are being raised. This ain't the Jungle Book. This is just cowboy dinosaurs all in the legs. But I will admit, the one thing that were kind of funny was those pterodactyls that come out the way. It's like, we must give birth to the storm. And I will admit, there was one funny moment where one of them was staring at Arlo and one of them just ate like a cute critter. I'm like, all right. Moments like that actually got me a cackle. But I will admit, the one scene, I think Dwayne's going to get more in depth about this, but man, when Arlo and Spot got high by eating those berries.
No.
Man, it was so...
They got high?
Yeah, they got high with those berries, man. It's like, when it was so creepy where Arlo was getting like trippy eyeballs all over to himself, and then they both looked so retarded where Spot had Arlo's legs, and then Arlo's head was like on Spot. It's like, bro, I didn't even took any scones, I didn't even put any acid trips and no drugs, and I did not put any good in my drink or my food. But if I felt like I was high, that's how I would be picturing if I was watching that scene. So, I don't know what the hell was the crew behind Good Dinosaur was smoking up for a movie. It's like, yeah, Country Boy means Cannibal Wolf Boy, and then after that they got high on drugs. So, that just got out of hand for a trippy scene on Pixar. But the one thing I find that was stupid, they basically just rip off The Lion King. Oh yeah, father and son were bonding, and then son disappoints father, and then father dies from a cliff, but it wasn't from stampede, it was from a big wave from the storm that basically just killed his dad. But the one thing I find that was stupid is like, so you're telling me that his dad did not survive that, but Arlo went to the exact same wave that was about to push Arlo and Spot at the very end. It didn't kill him, so I'm guessing Arlo is immortal compared to his dad. It's like, that doesn't even make any sense. Heck, even How Should Have Ended, shout out. It's like, well, he's a big old dino, so he could have survived that. But the whole point of, I remember one funny moment when I was watching the movie in theaters when Arlo was thinking that he was rescued from his dad, where he wants to rescue Spot instead, but he's like, but dad, I love him. I like that Angel and his baddie cousin around that time. They were making jokes by saying gay. It's like, no, we're not getting to that weird dino shipping bestiality things with the stupid wolf ass kid. It's like, nah. So that line just caught me off guard about it. But then when Arlo reunites with Spot, yada yada yada, with his wolf family, yeah, it's Jungle Book all over again. And the one thing I found that was stupid, like, even though Arlo returned back to his home with his mom and his siblings, and then he puts the paw print up to the stone, it's like, bro, the reason why you were about to be assigned for that is just that you didn't get rid of Spot. So I just don't understand what was the purpose of what this movie was trying to tell us, and they try to repeat tropes that we've seen in other Disney movies, whether it's Lion King or Jungle Book, or dare I say Fox and the Hound, if that's another good comparison. But still, dinosaurs with cowboy hats and playing all the Pixar music and also getting high, and some random triceratops that was just being like, I don't know, man. Rather watch Disney's Dinosaur, rather watch Land Before Time or Jurassic Park, or that one dinosaur movie where they go to New York. I don't remember the name what it was, but yeah, this is probably one of the weakest Pixar movies and yeah, I mentioned this earlier when I was talking about Cars 2. I honestly would rather watch Cars 2 than The Good Dinosaur, because if you think about it, would you rather get entertained by stupid dumb fun of Mater just being a spy and including the bathroom scene and a little bit of racing, or rather just get bored about dinosaurs in the country field? I would rather watch Cars 2 instead. So same tier list.
Cars
It's
2
an F
for
for
sure.
me. So
Yeah, accurate.
yeah, I say so. So
Anybody
anyone
wanna
else?
go
Dwayne, Trevin?
I mean, I can go next if you guys would
Yeah.
like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
go.
Fragile. I'm sorry. I realized we never mentioned Francesco when we were talking about Cars 2, so I just remembered that.
Yeah, but the chat was earlier.
Oh, they were? Oh, my fault. All right. So before I get into Good Dinosaur, I just want to bring this up because I feel like I'm going to forget. So one quote I remember is from the Sam Elliott T-Rex. He says, "If you're not scared, you're not alive." And he brings that whole story. I'm not going to lie. That is the best scene in the whole movie, and that's probably an actual, like, top Pixar tier scene. The way he was saying that, you are not, literally not alive if you're not scared. Like, you gotta work through bravery and stuff. So I'm not gonna lie, I think of that scene every day. I think of that every day. That's the one thing I remember about Good Dinosaur all the time. But that's a peak scene. All right. So Good Dinosaur. I'm not gonna lie, I loved the movie when it first came out. Like this and Jurassic World, these two movies are what actually got me into, like, really getting into dinosaur stuff. Like, I watched the dinosaur movie because of this movie. So I liked this when I was really young, and then obviously over time I'm like, this movie's just alright. And then more over time I'm just like, yeah, I'm not rewatching this shit ever again. But I think it's okay. I mean, not okay, but I don't think it's as bad as people say. You know, I think the dinosaurs look absolutely goofy compared to the amazing backgrounds. Like, I think to me they personally look out of place. Arlo is kind of annoying. The little human is extremely annoying. Like, bro is autistic. Like, bro, you don't need to be doing all that, bro. Yeah. Freaking Donnie. The villain, I don't even remember his name. I just remember him being an ass. He sucked. Look. Here's this. You know how his dad died in that storm? How is it that Arlo is gonna survive the exact same storm and survive that, bro? How does he get hit by the same storm that killed his dad and he's gonna live? Come on, bro. Don't be hitting me with that. The Velociraptors, I don't know. They didn't really do anything. They didn't do much. So I think they're just, whatever. I don't really got much to say about this movie. It's just kind of not really there, but it's just forgettable. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. It's really a movie you watch once and then you just forget about the rest of your life, except that one.
You just
scene.
remember how not great it is, but you also just don't remember it because you only watch it like once or something.
Exactly. I wouldn't personally say F. I say it's more of a D movie. There's genuinely only one Pixar movie I can think of that is an F tier, but this one I would just give like a regular D tier for me. I don't know. It's just a not good movie. I don't really say. Come on, Pixar. You could have gone with that original script. I don't know why you went with this one. So that's my opinion.
That's fair. I was almost gonna put it at D, but it's like, again, it's so forgettable. It's not all that great, but it's also not the worst thing I've ever seen. I've seen worse.
Oh yeah, that high scene. Never mind. I was about to say I can't think of one joke that I actually could think of in the movie, but that high thing, it's not even accurate at all.
Yeah. Who's next?
Roblox.
Trevino.
Yep, you're up,
I did watch this when it came out.
Real.
I was really meh about it, but like when we got it on DVD, I was noticing more and more flaws with it, This sucks, man. This is bad. This is like so bad. Characters are not interesting at all. The designs don't really fit in with like the beautiful scenery. And I have to put this out there. The backgrounds and like the detail in everything it still holds up to this day. I still think they are like the par, too clean, too ahead of its time. I don't remember if this even had a soundtrack at all. It was pretty forgettable.
Yeah, it did. I mean, yeah.
Not a single moment in here besides like the drug scene. I really can't think of anything that was like that memorable. Main character sucks. The dad is like fine. Not like he's probably like the best part about this movie. That like this bro dies in like 15 or 20 minutes into the movie. I didn't like anyone else. Characters were horrible. I hate the kid. I hope he died. Hope he died. Man. Yeah. Thank God. I don't even know. It just kind of it's really boring. It sucks. There's nothing really that redeemable about it. The villains are trash. Not really one of my favorites. It's so bad. Not F tier worthy. I would probably say D. I would think, because like the backgrounds really save it for me. Pixar really did a great job on that, especially for 2015. They still hold up, I would say. D for me.
I mean, I definitely would agree for what Trevor would say. Is like, even though this movie is not good, but definitely the animation itself is like what sticks out from its nature and the background, and everything. So.
Oh, gotta point this out also. The designs are god awful. They don't fit in with
T-Rexes,
the movie.
I mean the dinosaurs, right, bro? They do not match the backgrounds. It's like Looney Tunes.
Dinosaur Train did it better.
Literally.
Yeah.
Dinosaur Train.
Dinosaur Train.
Dinosaur Train.
So Trevor gives it a D tier. Then what did Dwayne said?
I said
He said D.
Okay, a D. Then Lesnar, you're the last one.
Wait, Daniel, what was yours?
I put it on F tier, just like you. Yeah.
Lesnar, you are the answer.
The one.
What is your answer, dog?
Okay, well, I'm gonna be real. I don't remember this movie at all. I do remember like watching a little bit of it, then I turned it off because I got bored. Basically what y'all said. Basically what y'all said. I'm gonna be real. Like, I know this movie isn't. It's not great. It's not good at all. But like, then again, like, if it were, because like the pros that y'all said about this movie. I guess I could agree on that because the backgrounds look nice. The kid, nah, get out. But then again, like even though I don't remember much of this movie, like, I'm not praising it at all. That's for sure. But then again, if it were for me, because maybe I think F tier would be a little too much. Personally, I would probably put it like in D, for like, I mean, it's not great for sure, but like, I don't like despise it. That's for sure. I'm not like I hate this movie. Never bring it up again. This is the worst thing ever. If you bring it up, I will kill you. No. But then again, it's bad. It's a bad movie, but like, don't despise it. That's for sure. But it's bad. So, and yeah, the pros about the background, yes. And I don't know about what drug scene y'all were talking about. I don't remember that at all.
So, well, you can look it up and thank us later, Lesnar, because it's trippy.
All right.
That was honestly the only good scene I remember. I'm gonna be real.
Dude, you guys are sleeping on the campfire, bro. The only good
Yeah, the
scene,
moment
man.
where Samuel
Yeah.
L. T.
Trust, rewatch that scene. You're gonna be like,
Oh, you're right.
dang, this
Yeah,
is
I
good.
remember it. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah.
There's very few moments that not bad. Like what they were trying to do was fine, but they just didn't execute it correctly.
Yeah.
I can tolerate a D tier.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it as same tiers, and I'm put few of the F tier movies.
well, that makes 3 Ds for D tier on the Good Dinosaur. That's what I'm saying.
3D.
I was thinking of when Rax during the Toy Story 1, Toy Story 2 release.
Yes!
I fixed 3D.
Yes!
I forgot about that.
Yes.
That was like that was like the first thing that popped up in my head, like 3Ds for the Good Dinosaur with the green dinosaur that's not Rex, except Rex's base.
Bro,
Arlo's a wimp.
you know the commercial where Buzz runs in green?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
dude.
Yes.
Dude,
Yes.
I don't know why I remember this random comment that I read when I saw that on YouTube. It was like saying, I showed this to my sister and she peed.
I showed this to my sister.
Just remember that.
Gabriel, it's like what you said in your Buzz voice. It's good for your pee-pee.
It's good for your pee-pee.
Oh man,
Yeah,
it's
that was random.
hilarious. But yeah, I guess the Good Dinosaur, well, from its spot for what it is D tier. But now, since Inside Out and the Good Dinosaur are basically were quote unquote original ideas around that time before Inside Out was a franchise, then enter 2016 to now, sequel train, baby! Whoop whoop! Well, if you don't count Coco, but still, we enter the sequel train era where it's sequel after sequel during this era of Pixar. So now, starting off with the first billion-dollar hits after Toy Story 3 around the time, Finding Dory, aka one of the most demanded sequels ever since Finding Nemo came out. So,
I mean, I got a little bit.
I was gonna say, would you like to come up, Dwayne, for it?
I mean, shoot, I'll go ahead.
Yeah,
I feel like people are being a little too harsh on the movie nowadays. I think it's okay. I'm not gonna say great, but I don't think it's terrible at all. I think it's decent. I think it's a pretty good sequel. I like the ideas, you know, fish getting lost in an aquarium. That's raw, man. That's raw. Sure, they could have made it a little bit better by making it not about Dory. Like, it could have been about Nemo again or something. I don't know. They could have found out a way, but like, I
Finding Nemo
like the
again.
ideas. Wait, what?
I said Finding Nemo again.
That's
Oh yeah. Finding a purpose. But yeah, I like Hank.
Finding father.
Finding love.
Father.
Oh my god.
Finding Virginia.
Oh my god, I forgot what I was saying. I like Hank. I like the animation. Pretty cool. The Deep? I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember what else happened. I like the dumb seal or whatever that was on the rock.
Oh yeah,
I'm not gonna lie,
Crap,
that was
Idris
funny, bro.
Elba.
Yeah, when
That was
Idris
fun.
Elba was
Yeah, oh yeah. Gerald. Oh, yeah. There was that the ending scene where they were all in the truck and then they flew out and then they had Louis Armstrong playing in the background. That was raw. That was raw. Don't even lie. That was a hype ending, bro. That was such a hype ending, man.
And I think to myself. And I think
They
to
give the
myself,
Madagascar treatment.
What a
We need Alex to
wonderful
live on down.
Once
What
upon a time.
wonderful- Ah.
But yeah, Peak. I just noticed a lot of people hate it way more now. I don't think it's that bad at all. Like, actually, I found it a little bit kind of sad when like Dory was like, "Oh, my parents are dead," and then she actually found them. I was like, "Dang, that would." I mean, you know, that's pretty wholesome.
Gave
You
a
know
fish a
what
receding hairline. That's crazy.
I mean? Oh my gosh. I was not gonna say that, bro.
Now he's left with like a monkey again.
Oh my god.
Giving the Bill Murray cut. I'm sorry.
Bill Cosby? Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a pretty solid sequel. Now, did it need to exist? No, but you know, I'm not gonna complain that it exists now. Hopefully, when the next one comes out, Finding Nemo 3, hopefully it's not, you know, terrible at all. I did find it weird that Bruce is not in this. I'll admit that.
They
Why the
should-
heck?
Yeah,
is
Bruce
in
isn't
Bro,
it?
they should have.
Yeah, why not?
They should have.
Why not?
Yeah,
Oh, I
bro.
know why. They're making him Finding Bruce.
No.
Oh,
No.
oh! Wait, no, he's dead though.
Guys, I was gonna point
No.
this out. They should have done it when he was alive around that time.
No, they can retcon it. Part 3.
Well, no.
Wait,
They,
Carlos, we
Father
Sooners.
dead, help me!
they just gotta recast
Bro.
him.
But yeah, that and then the tank gang. I don't know why they weren't in the movie until like the last like second of it.
Waste.
But I think it's a pretty decent movie. I think it's pretty good. I think if I put it in C, it's a little too low for that. I think it's at least like a low B. I think it because the animation itself deserves at least like a B rating. Because that I don't know how you amplify the
Animation is pretty
animation
great.
styles, but like that probably is still gonna look good like 10 years from now. So
Totally.
yeah, low B for me.
B tier for Dwayne. All right, that's good. So, if no one else is gonna be prepared, do you think I should go next?
Go ahead.
Okie dokie. Finding Dory. So, first of all, I mean, I sort of expected a Finding Nemo follow-up to happen at some point because even though I'm not the biggest fan of Ellen DeGeneres, I mean, she was like, vocals like, yeah, I'm coming back as the voice of Dory, even though my haircut looks pretty ugly, but not going to talk about the actress. I mean, like I said, I like the character, but not the biggest fan of the actress, but it is what it is. So, even though I did fear that Finding Dory was going to take that Cars 2 approach where you have this lovable side comic relief character and give it more into the spotlight, but dare I say, even though Cars 2 is definitely there for the last, but definitely Finding Dory kept the emotional charms from what makes the original movie so special from on the emotional aspects rather than, well, I mean, the one thing that Finding Dory is a downgrade compared to the original. I mean, definitely, I feel like the stakes are lower compared to the original film. Like, obviously, they don't want to rehash everything. They don't want to use a shark. Like, I think there's this one moment which was it like a squid or a giant octopus that chased Dory, Marlin, and Nemo like earlier in the movie? Like, when that creature chased them, like, okay, I feel like that scene was like, that feels like a itty bitty bit close of like the stakes of what I've liked about in the original film. But however, even though it's cool that Nemo's with Marlin this time, because obviously for Nemo's lesson to learn from the first movie, but still, even Marlin himself is still, I mean, like I said, even though Nemo and Marlin are cool, but he still remains to be the same as the same overprotective, not just father, but being the overprotective guardian or ally. Just be like, no, Dory, we're not escaping from the ocean again. And I think Finding Dory, well, Dwayne, you can correct me on this. It had a time jump for like a year later after the original.
Yeah, it was a year.
Okay, I'm just making sure if it's not like, oh, years beyond the ahead of time. But I will admit, it is pretty nice that we get to see, like, even though they didn't have that much screen time, but at least they're like, hey, remember this character from the original film? They're back. Hey, Crunch is back. Mr. Ray is back. But the only characters that are not back is Bruce, which now, for those who worked on Find Dory, now y'all are gonna regret it because now the voice actor Bruce is dead, and you could have used him when he was alive, so we could hear the
No, Nemo, we're looking for Nemo.
like, we could have just had one opportunity. So that's the one downgrade. Like, I feel like the side characters, they did make, like, they just got the cameo treatment. Why? Because, well, I'm going to talk about Toy Story 4 and Cars 3 where they take a similar approach of, let's just move the side characters that you love and cameo roles just for the sake of, let's add new characters to the mix. Which, to be fair, I do like the new characters, even though, ironically, two of the new characters are cast by ABC's Modern Family, where you got Ed O'Neill as Hank the Octopus. You got Ty Burrell as a white whale that kind of looks like the Moby Dick. But either way, it's like, it was kind of like the trend where Pixar was like, hey, who are the funniest people on one of the most popular TV shows around that time? Which Inside Out 2 did the exact same thing. Same goes for Toy Story 4. So Finding Dory's like, well, let's just cast these guys from Modern Family and just put them into the movie. But I will admit, the one thing that is pretty cool about Finding Dory is the fact that these questions have never been brought up when someone talks about Finding Nemo is, how did Dory learn about just keep swimming? Where did she learn how to speak whale and just start to be bilingual? Or how did she learn how to become more memorizing? I like that this movie goes goes more in depth about her past, about her childhood friend who's the whale shark named Bailey. I forgot what her name was, but technically pipe pals that Dory has, which I thought that was cool. And since
Destiny.
Since the director Andrew Stanton worked on both Finding Nemo, co-directed Bugs Life and WALL-E, since Sigourney Weaver was the voice of By and Large and WALL-E, the director has no hesitation to put, "Hello, I am Sigourney Weaver," and just be the main voice throughout the aquarium. So I'm like, okay, I felt like that was pretty meta when they decided to put that in.
I forgot about that.
But I will admit, the other scenes that were pretty cool. I do like Hank's abilities where he does camouflage, kind of like Randall in Monsters Inc. But the one thing that kind of caught me off guard is when the kids are touching all the sea urchins. Which Gabriel, we went to one aquarium where we were allowed to touch some reefs and sea creatures around that time. So literally from that real life event that we've been through, Gabriel, I'm like, oh, okay, now I see where Find Dory just take their aquarium. But heck, even Marley and Nemo got sidelined, which I kind of felt bummed rights where they're not utilized that much. Once again, it kind of had a Toy Story 4 effect around that time, before Toy Story 4 even existed. But however, at least the moments where Marley and Nemo are with the sea lions, including the one that is voiced by Idris Elba, and just, like I said, the moment where they're talking to the eyebrow one, off, don't you worry. And the one thing I just noticed, since Dory, this movie definitely has a depiction of, dare I say it, disabled autistic kids. And I know this movie, even though they're all sea aquatic creatures, showing the depictions of Dory has short-term memory loss. We have a seal that's a retard. We have Becky, who is blind, I guess, that Becky Bird that's trying to get Marley and Nemo directions just to get to the aquarium. So it's am I supposed to laugh about these disabled animals, or should I feel bad for them? I cannot tell for either or. But I get the idea of why, including the origins of Dory around that time, which I could tell there's some parents out there that can relate with raising and owning a special needs kid. And technically I'm one of them because Asperger's. But technically I was like, well, whether you want to laugh at it or whether you want to empathize with them, at least it was somewhat decently handled in the depiction in the world of Finding Dory. But like what Dwayne says, the animation, even though the Pixar sequels, say all you want about them, even if they're not as good as the original movies, but they always upgrade the animation where it definitely looks good, even decades later on. But I will admit, there were emotional moments that actually got me shedding tears, and that's because Thomas Newman returned for the music for this movie. And I will admit, during the moment where Dory was trying to get back to the seashells, and after Marlin's Dory, they're gone, and then Dory was about to have a panic attack where she was about to pass out, and when she was trying to find the seashells, kind of like when she got distracted by them when she was very young, when her parents used to raise her, where the music goes build up, and then literally when Dory was hugging the parents, where both her parents the whole time were finding the seashells when they all got reunited. That was wholesome, man. And when the music just rises up, man, got me to the feels already. Heck, I even like Dory's opening where it goes, na 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 woo. It definitely gives me that sweet ocean vibe of what I like about to the original, but it's definitely a bit more joyful in a way in comparison than just relaxation like what Finding Nemo has gotten. But like I said, the final act gets very crazy when both the whales did the best using their abilities, and the moment where Dory has to free all the other fishes. Even though it's kind of the version where Nemo and Dory try to swim down with all the fishermen, with all the cute little seal, the cute little otters that tries to break them out free, and the truck moving over forward. Like I said, I see trees are green, red roses too. I was cracking up in the theater, man. It's bro, we are going Madagascar territory, except we're not seeing Alex the Lion getting hurt by cactuses or flowers. And then after that, you hear the voice of Sigourney Weaver going down. And then, surprise, surprise, all the sea aquatic creatures are free. They're no longer enslaved in the Sunnyside daycare version of this aquarium, except they're not getting abused to, some kids or whatnot. Actually, scratch that. There were sea aquatic creatures that were getting abused during that one petting, I don't know, water area section. I don't know. It's not even a petting zoo. I don't even know. But I will say this. Even though Finding Dory does lack more of the ambition for what the original movie has gotten, sure, they did push in Marley and Nemo to the sidelines whenever they don't get reunited. And There's could have been like more original characters that I would have seen. But however, I would say Finding Dory is a solid follow-up. Like, I can't really say like, oh, this movie wasn't like bad or anything. And sure, it wasn't like the ideal Finding Nemo sequel that we've all pictured in our heads. But for what it is, like I said, it's definitely a more tolerable version than Cars 2, because at least Dory's backstory is a little bit more in depth, and yeah, it did got me to the feels from the music, but also Dory's reunion with both her parents. But the one thing that's also disappointing is the fact that why would you waste Gil and all the rest of the crew and bring Willem Dafoe and the voice cast back just for a cameo for an after credit scene where they literally poop all over the fish bags? I'm like, these guys should have been dead by now over a year later on. But it's like, man, it would have been so cool if they just, like, you know, got free to the ocean, helped Nemo out, but they got sent to the aquarium. Which, fun fact, the Finding Nemo musical makes it canon, like, oh yeah, now they're in the aquarium, and then they tell the story about Nemo, which I'm like, that's dumb just to make it tied into that musical, Animal Kingdom, but whatever. Anyway, the overall point is, the animation's good, and even though, like what Trevor says, Ellen DeGeneres, don't like her, but at least her stuff as Dory's pretty much the only good thing that she's done in her career in general. But I will say this, like, Finding Dory, like, the ocean view is great, landscape, and what we love about the original film is they really bring the aquatic life to full to its amazement for what we just seen. But I will admit, the last moment in the end of the movie, and this is going to be a funny inside joke, so I like that when Marlon Dory look at the distance where she says the word unforgettable, and don't get me wrong, it's a nice ending, but I like that. What was like the Polish-Swedish dub? Instead of just saying the end, it's translated to slut at the end, and some...
Oh, yeah.
You probably know y'all what I'm talking about. Cracked me up when I saw it. But then I do like the song Unforgettable by, I can't say her name right, Sia, whatever her name is, the 40-year-old Brit. The song Unforgettable is pretty cool, where we see Hank camouflaging throughout the ocean, where Hank actually got his redemption, where this old grumpy old octopus has a heart after all, which, even though, like I said, it's no Beyond the Sea, but it's a nice touch, just for the ending of the song. And like what Dwayne says, I mean, I know there's been in talks for a Finding Nemo 3, which honestly we don't really need one after this, but I mean, I don't know what's it gonna be. Nemo's lost again, Marlin's gone, Crush is gone, the octopus is gone. Who knows? But regardless,
They go to China in a sushi tank.
yeah, they got slashed in Frying Nemo edition. So I would
Yummy!
say,
Yeah.
so I would say Finding Dory, it's definitely not an S tier. It's not as great as Finding Nemo or Inside Out. So I say it's B tier. Like it's literally next to Monsters University on that ranking, for my opinion.
Oh,
So yeah, that's all for Finding Dory for my ramble. What about Trevin, Gabriel, or Lesnar?
I'll do the honors.
Go right
Yes,
ahead.
they're on
For
me.
sure.
Watch this when it came out. I think I did watch this. Here we go again. Where since it's new, it's better. It's better than the original, man. No, I've heard very little about this movie, like since it came out, and we had it on DVD as well. It's fine. The animation is just sublime. Hank is literally the GOAT, I would say, in this movie. Those last handful of
Bring it
minutes. Alright. Hank Schrader. I'm with the DEA.
Anonymously.
Those last 15-20 minutes, of the car, really fun, really stupid. Just to watch, I would say, but it's not the same with my boy Bruce. I need him. I just think Ellen was like the one that was like, yeah, since it's been forever since we gotten a sequel, I demand a second one because my show is very popular, but I know I'm gonna get exposed years later. My God, these are like the only good things that like saved her career, if anything. For me, I would say this is probably B, maybe. I'm feeling it, yeah. Probably in the lower end, probably low B. Yeah, I'd probably be agreeing with Dwayne on this one. So yeah.
So yeah, we would just put it right next to Monsters University for now until either Gabriel or Trevin has opinions to say about it.
All right.
Trevor Part 2?
Fighting Trevin.
No, that was Lester speaking. Who was that guy? Yeah. Who was that talking just earlier?
That was
Who was
Lesnar
that
that
guy?
just spoke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't say it on stream because I know I'll get banned.
That's it. Go ahead. Go ahead, release it.
Just let it all out.
Finding Dory, man.
Okay, Gabriel.
Horrible film. I'm kidding.
You will find Dory.
It's worse than the Good Dinosaur.
Okay. The animation is fire. It's really great in this movie. Music is pretty solid, I'd say. I like the additional characters they added, the newer ones, like the the seals were funny. Hank is that guy, man. Gosh, Dwayne, I hate you.
What?
Espera.
The deep.
Let me guess, Gabriel got interrupted.
So yeah, finding Dory, man. Oh my gosh, they found Dory, dude.
Yeah,
Great.
We've always been
Amazing.
finding her since SeaWorld.
That reciting hairline. Oh my god, that
Stop.
got me.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my mic disconnected.
Alright, go ahead, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Talk about Hank.
So Hank, that guy, man, trying to. Oh, I like the reunion with Dory and her parents. That was pretty wholesome. Fix your hairline, retard. I like the locations and the settings that they all went to. Kind of like the first movie, you know, the settings and the locations they all traveled to. It was, I don't know, it just looked very nice. Not as good as the first, obviously, but still pretty cool, pretty fun to see. Especially now that the animation improved. And no Bruce, what a shame. I will end you all. Okay, so what else? What else can I say? I was gonna say like C tier because it's not like, for me personally, it's not a memorable movie that much. Not one I was too excited for because it's Dory, and Dory's, I'm sorry, she's just annoying. Thanks, Ellen DeGeneres. I don't know. It's like, for me, it's in between B and C, if that was a thing. But I can. It's decent. It's okay. It's decent. I can tolerate putting it at B tier. I don't know what else to say for it. It's okay.
Okay, so you're just fine for where it is on B tier.
Yeah.
Well, that's fair enough. So, the last person who hasn't spoke yet is Lesnar. So, Lesnar, your thoughts on Finding Dory?
No, it's
Okay, finding Dory. Basically, I agree with what all y'all said. Hate Ellen, that's for sure. Okay, so this movie, it's not bad, honestly. Like, I mean, I didn't forget that I did watch this in theater, so of course I didn't forget much about this. The ending scene. When I think to myself, I love that part. Yeah, like that. I like the, like Gabe said, I like the reunion with Dory and the parents, and it sucks that Marlin and Nemo barely get sidetracked or whatever. And the part where the seal on the rock, get off. I love that part. That was hilarious. But yeah, I mean, at least they brought back Crush. That's one thing. To be honest,
For 2 seconds.
yeah, for 2 seconds. Honestly, Finding Dory it's a solid movie. Can't really remember anything else much from it. So yeah, basically, what tier did y'all put it on?
I said B.
B?
B tier.
Yeah, I agree with y'all. B.
Yep, so we put it on B tier.
Let's go.
Are you
Universal.
B enough?
Third one.
So
row?
now,
Is that
sorry
a row?
for the apologies. I can't multitask while I'm cooking and cleaning up shit. So that's why I'm just going back and forth. So it's not easy when I'm being dependent on everything. So as we already moved on from Finding Dory, and since I'm seeing comments, Cars 5, Cars 6, Cars 4 when. Now we're about to get to this quote-unquote trilogy for now, if we're not counting Mater's Tall Tales or the Cars on the Road, which I did like that mini-series around that time. We're going to be talking about Cars 3. Is this the resurgence of the Cars franchise, or is this still a letdown? I would love to hear Trevin's opinion on Cars 3 for this.
Trevino, you gotta run that race.
The biggest car stand I know, so you're up for it, or it's my race. Get out of here.
Oh, man. I remember the day this trailer came out, and it was like, my goat washed up, man. It was insane. More trailers? No, dude. I was so invested in this movie like no other. If y'all know me back in my prime, technically, not prime per se, prime. My early days on YouTube, I reacted the shit out of just every piece of media of this movie just for the hype. And yeah. I had watched it, and I thought it was, pretty good. I thought it was better than the second one. I was really, unsure if it was better than the first one, however. I was, really half and half. Lots of things I can say. I don't want to make this too long. Cruz, she's fine. She's fine. Oh my God, Cars 2 doesn't exist. That's good. Thank God. Storm, hate this guy. He sucks compared to Chick Hicks. Army Hammer, gotta give a shout outs. So one-dimensional. Hate this character. I hate him. Here's one thing. How do new gen racers come out of nowhere while there's stock cars? That's illegal, right? You can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do that. I love that it just mentions Doc and what he's done. Very heartfelt. McQueen's technically not retired and kind of is at the same time. I don't know. Yeah, I like it. I mean, when I got it on Blu-ray, and it was my second time watching it, I'm like, I can kind of see how people are mixed about it, but the more I'm thinking about it, it's a pretty solid watch, I would say. The scenery is amazing. The close-ups are great. This is random, by the way. I love the mud detail in this movie. That sounds absurd, but it is flawless, man. So good. Soundtrack, you can't beat OG, but for what it is, I'll take it. But I hate that song personally.
You hate that song?
Yes.
Right.
They promoted that more than the other one that's better, way better, I would say.
Race.
Yeah. I was too hyped about it because, like, dude, this is like the closest thing we're gonna get to a PG-13 movie. No, it wasn't. I don't know how they kept it rated G. Like, how?
McQueen is faded.
Oh man, the hype surrounding this movie, man. I still like it, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. I was definitely too overhyped. This has been like the most hype I've been for a movie ever, and I don't think anything, I don't know, besides Infinity War, Endgame, and No Way Home, in terms of hype, that's like the closest you're gonna get. Like, I don't know. Personally, I might say A, just for the hell of it, you know? Better than the second one. What's the second one again? No. Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about?
No, I'm just joking about Cars 2 existence. Yeah.
I can't believe I
I was gonna say. To be fair though, Trevin did give Cars 2 a high B tier ranking, so it kind of makes sense. Like Trevin will give Cars 3 a higher ranking for his taste.
Yeah. There's probably more I want to talk about, but I still think the first one is top 10 in my book. Shout out to the guy in chat that says it doesn't belong in S. No, it does, retard. It does. It's 100% in top 10. If you think it's better than that, you're ridiculous. Cars is goated. Everyone agrees. Everyone agrees in this chat right now. You're the only one that sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't know if you're still in chat.
Yes, we do.
Freaking nostalgia
100%.
critic type dude. He probably likes nostalgia critic, dog.
Yeah, Dick Rider. Sorry. In my book, this is A. Yeah. The villain sucks. Sterling is technically the villain. Merchandising. Holy crap. Well, it's on and off. I mean, I don't know. Sterling is technically kind of, cause like, yeah, dude, you're retiring merchandise. Oh, I'll let you get one more shot. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, also, love the sand detail in this as well. Just that, yes, so good. Yeah. Glad people are giving it more respect. Not a lot, but you know, at a decent spot, I would say, in terms of redemption. I would say A, 100% in my book.
I'm sorry that I yelled. It wasn't your fault that I almost got killed. I remember that.
But we can all agree that poster of Cars 3 where he's upside down, Iron Man 3 style, that poster was wrong.
So good.
When you go wash.
Don't wash shots up. Yep.
Well, I guess that's all we're trying to say. Anyone want to go up next?
Yeah.
Because, like I said, I think you guys should go next because I'm currently cooking right now, but I am listening from the background for your opinions.
Gabriel.
Yeah, go ahead, Gabriel.
Oh, I love green apples. Do y'all like green apples? I like green apples.
No, red's better. Red's
Cars
better.
3. Nah. Cars 3. Honestly, like, I remember watching it in theaters and...
We were 15. We
like,
watched it with my dad around that time because my dad loved cars.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember we talked about it in the car on our way back home. and actually was not as like bad as you'd expect after Cars 2. I was a little. I mean, I was very, very intrigued because of like the trailer, the posters. Like, it got me hooked immediately. But at the same time, I was also very worried about the film being pretty bad. I was excited, but I didn't have high expectations at the same time because of Cars 2. But I was there, man, in the theater, and I actually really like it. I feel it's not talked about as much, I feel like. And I will say the soundtrack is not that memorable to me. But it's not the worst either. Animation obviously improved. Like Trevin said, a lot of detail was a nice touch to it. And I really like, if this really is the last Cars movie, I like the idea they went for, retirement and him getting washed up. It's a very interesting concept for someone like Lightning McQueen, who was a competitor, and he was our day one, man. He was the GOAT in the first movie, and this movie shows that the next generation will always surpass the previous in one way or another, which is unfortunate. You don't want to see it because you love the previous or current generation, or like someone like Lightning McQueen. You don't want to see someone surpass him because that's your guy, that's your favorite, but it happens.
The Last Jedi.
Yeah. So it was definitely an interesting concept, and I think they did it well. I like how they not only honored and went into McQueen's legacy, but also Doc Hudson's legacy, and gave respect to him. That was very touching, and I specifically remember that moment in the theater, and that's one of my favorite scenes in the movie, really. Probably my favorite. Yeah, screw. I know I talked about the new generation surpassing the previous, but it hurts. It sucks. I don't like Thorm or whatever his face is. Chick Hicks was the guy, man.
It sucks that they recast.
You can't beat him, bro. He was just very unlikable. I don't like him. Cool design, I will say, but
Oh yeah.
just as a character, I don't dig him. Cruz is the name, right? The yellow car?
Yep.
Yeah,
Cruz
Cruz
Ramirez.
Ramirez.
Yeah, I think she was okay. She wasn't like, holy crap, I love this character, fan favorite. Like, she was just okay. She was fine. Wood, alright. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Beaches.
and, I actually remember, I really like the monster truck scene. Fortnite, alright. So, I actually really like that scene. It was really fun to watch, and seeing monster trucks in the Cars world is just a genius idea.
Mater's Tall Tales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did it first.
And I don't know. Wasn't there like a bus there too?
Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Fritter.
Yeah.
I thought it was Miss Frizzle.
Miss Frizzle.
Oh.
Cruising down Main Street.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought that whole thing was fun, kind of funny to see. So I like that scene as well. I don't know. Overall I like it. I feel like it's a little underrated, to be honest. Not talked about as much, like I said, and deserves a little more credit. I think it's good. It's not as great as the first, and it's not as bad as the second. It's a solid film. It's good. I would put it at A, like Trevin.
Yeah.
Well, that's another A tier. Interesting.
Because I just don't. I wouldn't put it the same tier as like Finding Dory and Monsters University personally.
And we hate seeing our gut washed up, dude. Like, this is like, this means a lot to us, man. We hate this.
Like that movie, just the legacy behind it was special. I don't know. So for that, I put it in A.
I kind of find that ironic because just like what Gabriel said, like, yeah, Cars is more of a boys franchise, and we're definitely living up to what we all said about it. So, since Gabriel just gave it an A, Dwayne, Lezard, would you guys like to go next?
I was gonna say I'm cool with going next.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dwayne. You can go.
All right, so you guys said A.
Yep, they said
Yeah.
Gabriel and
My
Trevin.
opinion's about to be very different. Okay, so I'm okay. To be fair, I have not rewatched this movie a lot. I've probably maxed have only seen it like twice, which was in theaters and then probably a rewatch. So my vision's a little blurry, my memory, but I kind of remember stuff from it. I think of this movie more as a legacy film on its own, like not on its own. What am I saying? A legacy film than an actual movie. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
like it feels like a true, proper send off to like the Cars story, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you see McQueen go from A to B, because of these movies. You see him go from like this rookie to this dude that's, he's screwed. He's screwed over by the new technology and all that stuff. But other than that, I'm gonna be honest. This is, I think Cars 1 and Cars 2 are way better than the movie, bro. I can't remember. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I can't remember a lot of stuff that I found like that stuck out to me, other than like just it being a proper sequel to the first Cars. I think Jackson Storm is cool. I think his design is raw. I like the idea that the new cars were replacing. Like, that's a new, because it's real. It's happening right now as we speak. So I like that aspect of it. I don't know. Mater was pushed to the side hella. He only had like 2 minutes in the movie.
Something like that, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, man. This is like a C tier level for me, bro.
Oh wow.
I don't know. It's just because I haven't gone back out of my way to rewatch this movie, so it's just like it's not really memorable to me, other than like a few scenes out of it. Yeah, like the what's it called? The scene where the monster trucks, and they were doing that rally.
The Derby.
Like, I remember that. Yeah, the Derby.
Fortnite Battalion.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Yeah.
But other than that, dude, this movie, I'm gonna be honest, is boring as hell, bro. Like
Oh wow.
I remember tuning out with that old, whatever they were training crews, and like that old squad with Doc or something like that. Like I tune out of the movie, bro. I don't care about them. So I don't really got much to say about Cars 3. It's just a good legacy movie. I think Cars 1 is obviously superior. Cars 2, okay, if I had to say what is the better movie, obviously Cars 3, but which is one I enjoy way more, it's gonna be Cars 2. So obviously story-wise this movie's better than Cars 2, but I'm still gonna say I like Cars 2 way more. But other than that, I'm sliding this movie like on C tier, dog. I don't know. If I rewatch it, I'll probably like it more, but it's just I don't know. It's not really that special to me, other than just wrapping up McQueen's story. That's really it.
So, what letter
yeah.
did you put it on?
I said C.
C
That is
tier.
way different than you guys. That is way different, bro.
But you put C tier, like you put.
I think
above,
D is too low.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say like C tier above Cars 2 or below Cars 2.
Oh, below Cars 2, dog. I'm sorry. Cars 2, I enjoy it. I think Cars 2 is actually a B movie, so, that's just me, though.
A B movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you...
You like jazz?
You like jazz?
Do you?
Alright, so...
Live.
So, before, so that means if Dwayne gets it lower and Gabriel Trevin says A, but then Dwayne says C, I mean, like I said, Leslie, would you like to go next, and then I'll save mine for last?
He ain't even here, dog.
Wait.
Wow.
Wait, he's not here?
Imagine he's asleep.
I was like, what happened
Go
with
on to
him?
bed.
He was just as bored as you, Dwayne.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Bro did not mess with Cars 3, dog. He did
Cars
not
3?
run that race, bro.
Yeah, he probably just did not care about it. But anyway,
Right.
Watch the
You
new
like to ride.
generation hate this guy. I hate him. Wow.
I say Daniel should go then.
yeah, I should go because right now the chicken's just cooking right now. Just make sure I don't burn the chicken. So let
Sonic
me.
1983 says, "Hi, Daniel."
Hello, B. This bee's living my life. Anyway, I'll
Bye, guys.
Yeah, bye,
That's
guys.
usually where I sit.
Puss the boots over there, Justin. But anyway, my opinion on Cars 3. So, like what Trevin says, I mean, man, the marketing. I thought this was literally going to be one of the most darkest Pixar movies because that trailer, that tease did not have to go that hard. Where McQueen is fading fast. And then that slow motion where McQueen was about to go to a crash. I'm like, dude, I thought McQueen was literally going to be like, die. It's like, literally is like.
Is bro dead?
Like, literally, people around the Pixar is like, oh, Lightning McQueen's gonna die in Cars 3. Oh, Woody's gonna die in Toy Story 4. Like, people thought Pixar will have the balls to kill off their lead protagonists. I mean, that teaser, that poster where he's flipping upside down, Iron Man 3 style, it's like, bro, this is so raw, man. And then, even though I came to watch Cars 3 with my dad and Gabriel, which, once again, just like I talked about in part 1 about Cars 1, where the first Cars movie was the first movie that my dad took me to a theater, and then we watched it in Cars 3 with me, Gabriel, and my dad around that time, aka the 2017 peak era of Wayne Daffy Duck. And yeah, I want to bring this up is the fact that Cars 3 came out the same time when Spider-Man Homecoming was out, and I was like, oh, I guess Michael Keaton was busy for Spider-Man, did not come back for Chick Hicks. Okay, that makes sense why they got the voice of Roz, the voice of Doug, the voice chick in that film. It's like, it is what it is. It's not the same energy of Kuchiga. But anyway, this follow-up, aka, I don't know if you want to call this Cars 1.5, Cars 2.5, but this feels like a real sequel to that original Cars movie rather than just, Spy International Racing, which, don't get me wrong, Cars 2 does have its moments, but Cars 3 feels like a true continuation after for what the first movie has left off. Which I do find it funny that they don't bring up Finn, they don't bring up Holly from Cars 2. Like not even Mater doesn't even want to bring Holly up. It's like, yeah, Cars 2 existed, but we're not just gonna acknowledge in the same continuity. So then we got Jackson Storm, aka Pixar has a record for actors that have done naughty things in Hollywood and they just don't age well. So Storm is another one in the category. So I'm not going to talk about the actor. I wouldn't say he's not really that much of an active villain. He does have a really cool car model design of how the way he looks, but it's very next gen for what that dude was trying to be in the track. But I will admit, I feel like Cars 3's best moments is, yes, we did see the car crash where McQueen just crashed and he no longer has the strength to race anymore. And then Lightning McQueen has to be like Shaquille O'Neal, if you know what I mean, like a retired sports star that no longer has the age or the guts or the grits to get in the game, but instead you have to be a commercial star, like show up at Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, like we said, Lightning McQueen has to live the Shaquille O'Neal life. But either way, I do like the fact that McQueen still feels like that he has game, but in reality he hit his peak in his prime days in the first movie, which, not gonna lie, that's how I kind of see my YouTube career as a whole. It's like, I feel like I peaked in my younger years when I was a teenager, but even in recent times, especially this year, it's like, if I just hit rock bottom where people just don't give a shit about what I post, and that's why I kind of feel like, I think at some point I should go the Matt Pack EvaTube style, kind of like what Lightning McQueen does in Cars 3, if there's like no new purpose in life. So in a way, I could sort of relate to what McQueen is going through. It's like, I think my prime days are over. I think it's time to like put it down. And that's how I did it with my old channel, but for Pop Culture Dude, keep it alive, because hey, pop culture media never dies. So that's why I just live it on with this channel. But either way, personal stories aside, I like the fact that we spent a little time in Radiator Springs, but just like Cars 2, except for, the goats, Luigi and Guido. Even though they didn't have that much funny moments like in the first film, but it's pretty nice that they decided to be included to be a part of Lightning McQueen's journey and basically be teach to this next protege, aka Cruz Ramirez. And I mean, as a character, I thought she was aight. I mean, she didn't come off as too annoying, but at the exact same time, but just a solid protege after McQueen's wing, I guess. Even though she does play the stereotypical Latina bubbly types. I mean, I will admit they're cute in real life, but in car form, it depends what you think about it. But whatever. I like that Mater still is present, but I like that the audience is where it's like, well, Mater already got spotlight Cars 2, and he even has his own short films and all of his Telltales, and even his own video game at some point for the Nintendo Wii, which I did remember that back in the day. Too bad the Cars 3 video game was not as good as I thought it would be compared to the older Cars games. But either way, it is what it is for what we have to accept for Cars 3. But however, I just feel like some moments could have been like stretched out a bit more better. But I will admit, the simulator when Lightning McQueen was testing out, I like that there's like one Easter egg to Coco, which is literally like the next Pixar film where Cars 3 easily got overshadowed by that. But Trevin, what was the name of that one car? You know, the one that says, the one that you made the iconic quote of, "I'm the big nuggets, man." Daniel, was that his name?
Yeah.
No, wait, really? Yeah, that's right. I'm him.
Yes.
That's me. That's
Yes.
me in car form. I'm a beaner, and the next thing you know, I say I'm the big nuggets man, even though I only eat los pollos tortotos, tostones. So, like Danny from Cars 3, I think that's his name. I mean, I guess I'll count that as a nickname, but whatever. Hilarious side character that I can think of, and the derby where they go around the mud, like the mud with that bowl school bus that ain't Miss Frizzle. I thought that was a cool scene just to watch, like during the mud debris. And then I forgot what's the character's name that Chris Cooper voiced, like that truck that had like a mustache or something. I forgot what was his name.
Smokey?
Smokey, yeah, that's his name. Which he was tied in with Doc Hudson back in the day, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh, I forgot to talk about Doc since Gabriel was talking about it. Okay, I like that Cars 3. I mean, Toy Story 4 did a similar approach, but I think Cars 3 did it 10 times better than what Toy Story 4 did with Don Rickles' unused lines from Miss Potato. But Cars 3, I like that they just use unused dialogue from Paul Newman during the recording sessions of Cars 1. And I think it was very smart. Instead of just like, you know, keep the character alive or just recast a different actor just to voice the role, even though they did cast good voice actors to voice Doc in the Cars Land attraction. I like how the way that they just honored Doc from after his passing, but at the exact same time, honor Paul Newman throughout that moment in the film. But I will admit, I like on first viewing, it just caught me off guard that Lightning McQueen has retired. Like literally, I thought McQueen was literally gonna like just one more race, just in the words of Fast and Furious, one last ride. I literally thought it was gonna be like one last ride for McQueen, but since McQueen already knows that his streak, it's over, his days are up, so that's why he's like pass the torch to Cruz. But then I will admit, some moments that did got cheesy for me is when Cruz was daydreaming about the tractors, but I get that was like a technique that McQueen was trying to like tell Cruz throughout the whole entire time. But then when
That happened in the movie?
Yes.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I know,
don't
man.
remember
Like, I got
that.
so mind boggled. It's like, I get it's just one way for, like, I don't know, like, a comforting technique just to, like, get the anxiety out of her brain system. But then during the moment where Storm was competing over Cruz, what did he call her? She's like, "You're like something dumb car," and then basically it's like, "No, I'm not. Yes, I am." And then Broom, Cruz did like a flip. After that, she won the race for McQueen. I'm like, oh, I mean, I should be excited just how I was in the first movie, but I'm like, okay, I guess that just happened. I mean, some people back in the day kind of consider Cruz as a Mary Sue around that time, even though in the beginning of the movie she was very, very flawed, so I won't say she's like the Rey of Cars 3. I wouldn't say that. But definitely reminds me of Aquafina's character in Kung Fu Panda 4, where, the popular main character needs to retire and just pass the torch to your annoying female sidekick character. Like, it's the Kung Fu Panda 4 effect, so I don't know, man. But either way, I think Cruz is fine. But I will say this, Cars 3 did a similar approach about Toy Story 4 where it actually gets a really good closure for the main character himself. I do like the blueprinting at the end of where Lightning McQueen just goes out to the sunset. And then we get like a sweet like post-credit scene with Mater just talking to the mic. And even though Mater does have his moments, but it is what it is. So if I have to rank Cars 3 somewhere, I'm not going to put it on an A because I don't think it's as great as Inside Out, and it's definitely nowhere like better than Cars 1. I would say it would be on B tier for me, like probably like in the middle of Monsters University, and I do find Cars 3 more entertaining than Finding Dory. I would say it's definitely more on the B tier level, Tory, but definitely a far improvement over Cars 2, a satisfying closure for Lightning McQueen. Around that time, I mean, who knows if they'll do a Cars 4 or not, but we'll have to see what time will tell. So for me,
Probably will.
it's a B tier for me for Cars 3.
Damn,
Yeah.
son.
Yeah, because now Gabriel Trevin has A tier, Dwayne, you said C tier?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm B tier, then the last person who hasn't spoke about Cars 3 is Lesnar.
Lesnar, put that shit in C right now.
Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Do it right now.
Yeah, Lesnar.
It would still be a tie, but
Yeah, I feel like Cars 3 is very convoluted for the tie or something.
Yeah, so
I
make
think
it simple
Bro
and put
died.
A.
I was like, Lesnar, you good?
Oh, my back.
He didn't send any message.
Is bro dead?
he's mute, so he's probably doing.
Probably just
Should we
doing
come
laundry.
back to it?
Didn't he say he was doing laundry too?
Yeah, bro, I was
Yeah,
doing laundry
probably.
too, and I need to get the last clothes, and I'm just streaming in the middle of it.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe he's doing laundry.
That must be a
Literally.
big load of laundry then.
You
Yeah.
know what? There's only one solution. You guys should drop it down to B, and then really
Don't listen
think
to
about
this
your
idiot,
situation.
alright?
Think about what you did, and then drop it back down to C. That's the only way that
Nope.
this is gonna go.
Nah.
Yep.
Gabe, we can agree this is a 100%.
Stays
How?
with A, man.
Yep.
It's very time convoluting. B-A-B-A, Applebee's.
Yeah.
ABC.
Owen Wilson, my guy. Owen...
Applebee. And he beats up his mom.
Applebee! He freaking grabs her.
That's the scene where Lightyear and Mater chat on Discord. Yeah, I want you.
I won't you.
Dude, what happened to Mater's girlfriend?
Oh yeah, she
This is
left
not
him.
mentioned at all.
She left him.
Nah.
Cars 2 never
broke
happened.
up.
It's not real.
Yeah.
It's real.
It's a free for
It's real.
Rocket.
Oh yeah, no. What the shirt tells Mater, it is real about the ghost light.
That is the most real, authentic life.
Dumb.
That is the most real, authentic movie in my entire life because that is.
Daniel, I didn't bring this up. Whenever you said Shaq in your discussion,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't help but like think of that one video where he's like carrying donuts and he's like,
Oh, yeah. The second landed.
Donuts. When he's doing the laugh.
The chocolate. Bro, he laughed like Cat in the Hat, bro.
I had to bring it up because I can't say Michael Jordan. I just think Shaquille O'Neal's like the most relevant one of today from a retired NBA basketball player. Just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna be a commercial star for every company that's brought, so I can get that money and dough.
Good lord.
So, that you get some rusty tires, like me, cut out. So I
His
guess-
mom probably knocked them out. That's not good.
Wait. Yeah, probably. Are you talking about Cars 3? Turn it off.
She said she was 18. Could have fooled me.
Oh man, the car.
Y'all still talking about Cars 3?
Oh,
Wow,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
back?
Could have
Are
fooled me.
y'all still talking about Cars 3?
Yes, Lesnar.
Yes.
Lesnar, are you back?
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we're just waiting on
Mute again!
What?
What's happening?
Gabe.
Is
Could
Lesnar
have fooled
back?
me.
Freaking Owen Wilson. She said she was 18. Could have fooled me.
That SNL skit you guys
Yeah.
were talking
Yes,
I
yes.
Knew,
Yes.
I knew you guys were referring to that.
I want the hung by jumper cable.
I want this brother hung by jumper cable.
Dude, he disappeared again, bro. I think he's going to
I
watch
just heard him.
Tales.
What
No, he
what
left
did he
again.
say?
What?
He said, "Are you guys
I
talking
think
about Cars 3? Oh, sorry, I
yeah,
gotta
but
go."
you guys were just laughing, so like I couldn't hear him, bro.
Yeah, I think it's his parents or something.
Yeah,
I was
that's
gonna
what he's.
say-
Hang up, Ben. You're done. Get out.
It's like it's
Quit.
It's like,
Give up.
dude. I mean, I'm trying to host. I'm trying to like clean up stuff and try to cook stuff, and I'm trying.
Man,
to
we've
stream at the same
got
time.
10 movies left.
Wait, really? Okay,
working on
1,
Quit
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
3, 6, 9,
7,
plus 1,
8,
10.
9, 10. Yeah, we literally got 10 left. I'm pretty sure we can.
All
What
right.
you mean?
back.
There's 9.
Alright.
Right. I know what Dwayne means.
Right.
So, do you think we should move on with Cars 3 without Lesnar? I'm trying to be rude, but
No, he's back. He's back.
Lesnar, speak up.
Yeah, before we
Or
move
forever
Nah,
hold
move
it.
on with Cars 3.
Are you,
Huh?
all right.
Move on with Cars 3. I don't really got much to say about that.
Oh, so
Just
A
say
rank. All right.
A, B, C, A.
Thanks,
No,
man.
no, say a letter. Say a letter.
A or B?
2 for
C.
A.
A,
A.
A or B?
Hey,
Fine, put an A.
There we go. There we go.
thank you.
Triple A
no.
batteries,
hell
baby.
No, bro.
I'm gonna get banned for this black supremacy. Let's go, man.
What the?
Take it all seriously. Man, putting Cars,
The only guys with white skin we want.
like, Cars 3 next to Inside Out. That's giving it too much praise.
No, my goat being washed up. I'm fine, man.
Hey,
Glad he was
Lightning
washed. Good.
McQueen's the GOAT. They went all in for his legacy, man. They put the respect. Screw Storm. He's nobody likes him. R.I.P. to the homie Doc Hudson.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Brother
all this
died.
ramble about Cars.
Brother
Like,
died off screen in Cars 2.
yeah, that ramble that we had in part 1 about the first Cars movie, and then even more with the sequels. It's hilarious for this second part. But anyway, since we're finally done with the Cars 3 topic, now we can move on to a movie that, unfortunately for Cars fans, it overshadowed Cars 3. But then you got a movie. I'm not going to talk about my review, but my Spanish class was in high school. We're like, oh, play Coco, play Coco. But fool, it's still in theaters. And
The
then
Black Panther for Mexicans.
it literally,
Alright.
no. The real Black Panther for Mexicans was Nacho Libre around that time. I am.
Oh,
True.
my fault.
Yeah, but Coco's kind of like the animated version of Black Panther for
El Chavo?
Black. Well, no. Yeah, El Chavo was my he was my Superman around that time. Wah 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 wah. Why he did not make a cameo in this movie? My boy El Chavo should have made a cameo in Coco. But speaking of Coco, who wants to talk about Coco first?
I'm not
Well,
Mexican,
I can't make this joke because I just made a joke about black supremacy, so it might be
No.
done for me.
Oh, you know what?
Go
Do
ahead.
it. Go
I don't-
ahead.
hey.
Release it.
Oh,
Daniel and I can, and Lesnar. He's here and conscious.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were mute.
I'm eating a Popeye's biscuit
We
without
can-
water. That's crazy.
Dude, I really need to check the
We can contest, man. You can make all the jokes you want.
Yeah.
I like this. All right, but I was gonna say let you guys go first since y'all are beaners. So
Well,
Oh, yo, I didn't think you were gonna say that.
Oh my god, you said that on stream, dude.
I didn't think you were gonna say
about the
that. ¿Qué tú dices? Daniel que se le chavo. I will speak because I'm the only real Mexicano in here.
yeah, that's true. But please talk, Tank. Yeah, talk, Gabriel, because I got some stuff to do off stream. So take the spotlight, Gabriel.
So I watched Coco in Spanish class for the first time.
Wow.
We watched that and Nacho Libre because that's Black
I knew-
Panther.
I knew it.
But at the time, I didn't really like it that much. It was just not because I don't know. I was bored. And I didn't take it seriously. I guess because I was just too focused, goofing off with my friends about the movie. And when the villain died to the bell, I just could not help but laugh. They did it twice, even better. But overall, like I watched it again, and I kind of like paid more attention to it, and I'd say it's a beautiful movie. It's really great for the culture. The music is fantastic. The world and like the way everything looks is just remarkable. Really well animated. It's beautiful. The colors. The whole thing, again, back to the culture thing, you know? They worship the dead. Day of the Dead. Skeletons, and I thought it's kind of like pirates. of the Caribbean where you see the people in their skeleton forms, and I don't know why, but I find that kind of interesting or like fun. I don't know. So it was kind of cool that they did that in that way. And you know, the thing with, I mean, this is to be honest with every Hispanic movie because it's real, but you know, family, it was very
Big.
accurate and yeah, a huge part of it. And I really like that they did that. They embraced that. You know, Mama Coco. That scene was
Mama Coco.
it's obviously iconic and very beautiful. Guitar is goated, man. That scene alone makes me want to play it. And I've tried playing it. It's not easy. That song specifically. And I don't know. It's just a overall beautiful. Looks beautiful. The story's beautiful. I'm not someone that is too into that culture of, you know, the Day of the Dead. I don't do that, but I respect they put in the detail of respecting that culture. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say really. I think it's a beautiful movie, beautiful looking movie, and the the villain's death is still funny to this day. I can't take that guy seriously. Yeah, solid film. I would put it at B tier. It's not the most I don't know. You know what? Actually, no. You know what? I'll put it at A. I'll put it at A.
Yeah, honestly, it deserves to be there better.
I was gonna say it's like how I was like, you sure you're gonna downgrade Coco compared to Cars?
Well, because I just thought it was like okay, like it looks like a beautiful film, but I was thinking story wise, it was just okay to me. But I thought about it a little more, and it was
Because you were bored
more
watching it in
inspiring
Spanish class.
Yep.
Yeah. And the story, like, it was just really cool to see the passion behind, you know, how he enjoys the music and continuing that legacy for his family and stuff like that. And it was just, I don't know, it's just a beautiful film. I'll keep it at A tier.
Okay, A tier is a fair ranking.
Yep. Fair.
All right, Lesnar, would you like to go next? I can say some things for myself.
Please.
Just go ahead, Lesnar, please. Take the spotlight from me.
Okay, now, yeah, I'm not Mexicano, but I am Hispanic, so I'll say, Coco, dude. To be honest, like what Gabe said, this movie really is beautiful. Like, I really like the backgrounds, literally everything that you see. It's beautiful. Even the what are they called? Those orange little like petals. Like, I think that's how the dead comes back. Or
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
I
that
forgot,
was
but I know
beautiful.
what you mean.
Yeah, and I know it's celebrating the Day of the Dead, Dia de los Muertos. Basically, yeah, but basically, like, dude, always let that
Chavo.
Enchilada.
the Dia que se le chavo. Like that one family member that they like.
That should have been at the end credits.
Yeah, like they never talk about Encanto. No, shut up. Hector. Yeah, I like Hector, dude. He's pretty goated. And Uncle like Dory, and then with the rest of the dead families like basically come together and be like, oh, and so that's what really happened. What's his name? The guitar player, the dude that got crushed by the bell. Puss in Boots? No. What's his name? I think it's Ernesto something.
The villain's name.
Ronaldo.
I don't.
Or Ernesto de la Cruz. Ernesto de la Cruz. Basically, like, yeah, he was the villain. He was the one that started all this drama in the first place, but then he died from a bell. But
Twice.
yeah, twice. Honestly deserved. But yeah, I really like Coco. It definitely deserves an A spot for me because like Miguel's a pretty cool character. Marco Diaz? No.
Yeah. Hey, star.
Holy crap, Cobra Kai!
Yeah,
And I think the dog too is also cool.
Dante.
Like,
Yeah.
and like the whole thing about like how they don't like music. Can I be real? I don't like. Who doesn't love music? Come on now.
You're not human if you don't like music.
Real.
Like it's like the whole thing where like no music. That's not.
Music is medicine to the soul.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your personal therapy.
Yeah. And it's weird that people like you don't dance to the mariachi bangers. Come on.
I'm gonna be real with y'all, and this is just my input for a small bit. If y'all don't have like a favorite album or like an album that you listen to or whatever in your spare time, yeah. If you don't have like a favorite band at all, you suck. Like, do something.
Yeah, dude, I love 21 Savage, actually.
Get out.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like what Trevor said. Gotta have a favorite album. But yeah, like Coco it's a pretty cool film, and especially that song at the end with Mama Coco, dude. That was a tearjerker.
What?
Like,
oh,
remember me? Do I?
I have to say.
Goodbye. Remember me. I feel like any song with the word "remember" is sad. Like I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, do you remember?
Like remember who I am. Remember the times that we did this stuff. Yeah, Coco, A spot for me. Pretty good movie. I like it. I love it a lot. Yeah, that's where it should be. A.
A tier. Pretty good for Leslie's choice. For me, I'm almost done with laundry. Gotta chop up the chicken. Does anyone want me to take my spot or just get to my stuff already?
I can go left.
Say what?
Who's next?
I was like, what?
Oh,
What did Dwayne say?
I guess I can go.
Yeah, please, Trevin, do because
Okay.
I'm still busy trying to do other things.
Yeah. This one I didn't get to watch when it came out.
Racist.
I don't-
I'm sorry.
All right. The box office numbers is like night and day if you compare it to Cars 3. Like I am baffled, dude. This movie, man, I still think it's still beautiful. It's definitely one of Pixar's most beautiful films ever in the history and forever. Yeah, it's a family movie. I can't make a joke. I swear to God, I'm gonna get banned on this website. Yeah, I really like it. Really vibrant. Gets deep in some sections. I love that it just really focused on music a lot. I guess because I like music. I'm repeating myself. Hate music, you're a retard. Get out of here. You're done for. Love this movie. I say it's better. Well, I'm saying this. It is A tier in my book, but I do think it is better than Cars 3 by like the slightest bit. The slightest bit. I'm biased, right? Because Cars 3, Cars franchise, but Coco, pretty good. Pretty good.
So
Pretty good. So good. A tier.
Yeah.
A train.
Yeah.
Dwayne?
That's my word.
wait, I thought. Did Daniel not go?
Yeah,
He's busy.
I haven't gone
He's-
yet, but I'm multitasking. That's what I'm doing. So good news. At least I'm done with laundry for today. I'll do the rest tomorrow, but just cook the chicken because my dad's like, if you don't cook me food, I'm disappointed in you, son. So don't want to go to that shit. So
Uber Eats, Dad.
so I guess you guys want me to go next.
Yes.
C.
All right, just give me a second. Let me just unplug the stove for a bit so I won't burn the chicken.
Burn the house down.
Yummy. Don't worry, my butt's on fire just like Muscle Man at a regular show. Okay.
Jimmy, come on.
The one guy from The Boys who burnt himself.
I don't remember.
All right, after a quick piss and after
I forgot
trying
his
to
name.
steam up some chicken, let me just get straight to my thoughts on Coco. So that being said,
I remembered.
like what I said earlier, everyone in my Spanish class, when the movie was literally out in theaters, the only movie that we were allowed to watch was The Book of Life, aka the original Coco, but it was definitely not made by Disney. So we watched The Book of Life instead of their version of Días de los Muertos, until when Disney and Pixar pull off their iteration of it with Coco. It's like, all right, this is the one that everyone in my Spanish class wanted to see, just because, like, oh, it's about the holiday, Días de los Muertos, and end up watching it twice, because just like Trevin, I have not seen it in theaters because around that time I wasn't that interested in the movie, despite how, it's like what the boy said, like, it is definitely a beautiful movie, and yeah, it's directed by the GOAT, Lee Unkrich, who directed Toy Story 3, which I did say in part 1, Toy Story 3 is my favorite Pixar movie of all time, so I was expecting, like, I don't expect Coco to be, like, great or anything, and I like that, you know, as always, Disney wants to be more diverse with different cultures and pay respects to that. And even though I'm not Mexican, except Gabriel is partially Mexican, but to me, I'm a full-on Rico boy. Costa Rica and then Puerto Rico, but I'm also a Florida boy.
Culicana, Rico.
Culicana, Puerto Rico to my Costa Rica. So either way, it's like, well, I'll never get a Costa Rica movie based what Disney will do. They only did Brazil with Encanto, which this is going to be my hot take, even though Encanto is not a Pixar movie, but I would rather watch Coco over Encanto because I think Encanto is overrated.
Same.
Like, Encanto kind of feels like it was like the Brazilian version of Frozen, where, not like by movie, but by like praise and raise around that time. So I would rather watch Coco for those reasons. But outside of that, the movie itself, I mean, look, it's very stereotypical for almost every Hispanic character needs to be named Miguel. It's Maya, Miguel Diaz from Cobra Kai, Miguel O'Hara.
Yes.
Like, bro, like,
yes.
I kid you not, I remember I had a friend named Miguel around my elementary school, and I remember somebody mistake my name by saying,
dude, same.
And then I remember if I had to make a fake ID with my fake identity, I could just change my name from Dale Miguel, and they would believe me from my, you know, brown skin. Haha! Corre, mi chuchos! Ay, gringos! But whatever, like, Latino jokes aside, sure, another Miguel archetype, but I will admit what I like about Miguel is the fact that, number one, he is passionate for music, even though it's, you know, Mexican music. But at the end of the day, I do like the fact that the grandmother's pretty strict, because not gonna lie, Gabriel, our grandmother, I'm not saying she's the same like the one in the movie, but she can act the same like her. Am I right or am I wrong?
All of them.
Yeah, all of the above. So it do be like that whenever we try to like chase for a passion, but then it's always like your old abuela in the familia wants to hit you with a zapato and get you a spanking for it if you don't obey her house rules.
The chancla.
Yep, the chanclas. That's the one thing that they'll do. And yeah, the best thing about like old nannies, old abuelas, they always find ways to fatten you up and make you gassy food so you can take a pollo chopper grill.
Bro, the amount of tamales she was feeding him.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Tamales, we eat those. Even Spider-Verse give a shout out to tamales during Miles Morales' party in that film. But for Coco, at least they pay respect to, like, you know, like Spanish households and what they eat, even though, like I said, no Mexican, but since I'm raised in a Hispanic household, I definitely understand how that feels. But I'll admit, like, the moment where, you know, Miguel discovers of Días de los Muertos, which obviously, we're Christian, we don't celebrate death, we celebrate life, which that's the opposite, but obviously Disney's not gonna please
the right
everyone.
way.
So, just saying. But it is what it is. So, y'all Sonic fans are pissing me off. I'm out of
I was
there.
wondering who said that, and then
Yeah,
I see
I'm out
TV
there.
Productions.
Yeah, like, what's your expectations? Because, bro, you've just entered the wrong stream. It's not about Sonic, it's about Pixar. But back to the point about Coco. The pedals is easily the best part about the movie in terms of animation, the lighting, including the giant Jaguar hybrid that had, like, wings. I forgot what was the name, but that was a pretty majestic animal when they went to
El
I
Chavo.
know what you mean.
yeah, El Chavo, not El Chavo. But, oh, shout outs to Dante.
No.
Also, shout outs to
I said I was
Dante,
Coco.
even though, because, you know, I'm a sucker for dogs whenever they appear in movies. I mean, Dante is not as cool as Doug from Pixar's Up. I will admit, he's a,
No.
he's a stupid, retarded dog, but yeah, he's lovable. And that's why I'm like, well, not every dog needs to be smart, but as long as they're wholesome and lovable and loyal to the main character, that's all that matters. So, like Dante in the movie, like that we get more in depth of the family that were, like, close to Hector around that time. And I'm going to talk about Hector for a second because I kid you not, I think on social media I'm like, hey, if I choose one Disney character who I like, and I swear two people's like, you remind me of Hector from Coco's, like, bruh, you serious right now? Are y'all serious right now? Because what? I look like him? I have the beard? Is it because I'm all skin and bones? That's why you think I'm like Hector from Coco? To be fair, I guess I'll take that as a compliment, but it's hilarious that they compare me to that guy, especially in human flesh form. Yeah, because I'm a skinny, I'm a skinny beaner, and I have a beard. So I'm an un poco loco. That's what you would call me. I don't know.
Oh yeah, un poco loco.
But I will admit, but I'll admit, the songs, however, like Un Poco Loco and Miguel's Passion, where we see all the other skeleton people, the dead people, like having their varieties of the guitars and everything else. And I do like Miguel's like paint face just to blend in with society so he could share more of his passion along with Skeleton. And then he realized that his hero, I know it goes to the similar troubles like, I look up to you and I'm secretly the bad guy. Get this stupid fan away from me. Until then, never meet your heroes, and they become the villain, and then he dies from a bell twice. Puss in Boots, Venom, Let There Be Carnage style. But either way, the one thing that was pretty emotional is the Remember Me, which obviously a lot of people are going to talk about, is when Hector talked about that he is the father of Grandma Coco. It's like, oh, so that's why this movie was called Coco? Like, literally, I just thought because, you know, it's like a, you know, a Mexican slang, but in reality, it's tied to one minor character that just became a big major impact, even for me as an audience member, did not know much about. But literally, during the moment where Hector wasn't feeling so good, about to fade away, it's like, man, that's even more sad. It's like, I mean, like we said, we don't, like, believe in death when we come to, like, celebrating it, but I get the idea for what it's trying to say. It's like, no one is really dead, or their spirit's not really gone as long as you keep the legacy and keep talking about that dead person to respect the dead alive, or once when you don't talk about that lost one, whether it's a father, a mother, a friend, a sibling, whoever, someone's close to you that dies but still talks about them till this day. That legacy will never die as long as you keep talking about it, but if you do, then that means it's non-existent. So yeah, like I said, Hector almost didn't feel so good around that time, but thanks to Miracles and Grandma Coco and Churros and the bad guy that just got killed by the bell, the ending where Miguel reunites with Grandma Coco one last time before the other old lady tries to ban music, but once when they sing Remember Me one last time, wholesome, very heartfelt. And I like to find the ways that she reunited with her father Hector. It's like, good endings. So overall, I won't say Coco is S tier because, like I said, the earlier Pixar movies is what I love more, but I respect the culture, I respect the artwork, I definitely respect the music and the passion and just so much life that they put into this movie. But obviously, you know, for the Hispanic heritage, and I like that by the end of this movie it says, go, if you want to know more about this holiday, go to your local library. Just don't be a noob just to look it up on Wikipedia and go to the internet. We're going old school style despite being released in 2017. The one thing that I find that is funny, what is hilarious to me, is the fact that this movie was, okay, they didn't think Coco was going to be a big hit in the box office, so you all probably might remember this. I think it was called Olaf's Frozen Adventure. It was like a 20-minute special.
I was going to talk about that.
And they put it in front of the movie just because they're like, well...
Yep, I sat through it. Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, I think after when I'm done, Dwayne's going to talk about his story. But literally when they play that up front, it's like most parents and kids were turning off their brains, and most of the adults were just bored as hell. I was like, great, another cash in for Frozen bring-in. It's like, Disney, you are milking Frozen this hard, and you haven't even brought us a proper Frozen sequel. It's like, oh yeah, let's just put in a Frozen holiday special. And I like that a week after the release of Coco, they decide to put Olaf's Frozen Adventure and air it on ABC because, you know, that's a Disney-owned network, and that's where they air the Toy Story Christmas Halloween special. It's like, yeah, we made our mistakes. I see that people actually care about Coco. Let's just put this back into the big screen for where it belongs. It's like, literally, Olaf's Frozen Adventure is like a 20-minute unskippable add a commercial that you cannot skip, and you have to sit through that for those that see it to the screening. So other than that, it wasn't necessary, but I understand Disney had pressure about it where they need to bring in their cash cow up front of Coco, but Coco was beloved and it got the money it deserves. But outside of the Frozen story, Coco is a masterpiece. It's a great artwork that Leon Kirk has done. So personally for me, I would give this movie an A tier on my ranking. So A tier.
Yes.
So yeah, the last
Go,
person
yeah.
who hasn't spoke about it is Dwayne. So Dwayne, you go ahead.
Do you guys remember when Disney tried to trademark Dia de los Muertos because of this movie?
What?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
they tried buying the
I think I
holiday
do.
and it went poorly.
Oh
I
my
remember
gosh.
I was doing laundry. I multitask, bro. I see it. Do a good job. All I just need to do is chop the
What? Oh, sorry.
It's
But Coco, yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, I sat through that freaking Olaf short because I saw it in theaters, and I was like, what the heck? 30 minutes. Yeah. I was already done with my popcorn, probably.
Bruh.
I really like this movie. Obviously I don't have a strong connection because I'm not I'm not Mexican. But I think it's heartwarming. I think it's great. I love the message. I love that you know, Miguel learns about his family. You know, he goes back to Mama Coco. That ending is extremely sad when she finally remembers, and then she dies right after. Yeah, I like the underworld type thing, even though it's inaccurate to real life. Heaven. Actually, no, it is accurate. Never mind, that's hell. But the music is amazing. Like every song that is in the movie is memorable. Like it's the fact that this is the first Pixar musical is it's pretty cool. Like Remember Me is definitely a good song. Un poco loco. What else is there? I'm trying to remember. There was another song. The ending song, you know what I'm talking about, the one they sing at the end.
Remember me?
Proud Corazon or whatever.
Oh
I
yeah,
think that's what it's
Corazon,
called.
whatever.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Remember Me is like, dude, that is a top tier song, man. That I'm gonna be honest, Remember Me is up there with like, You Got a Friend in Me and If I Didn't Have You for Monsters Inc. For Pixar songs, if I'm being honest, man. Even Disney songs, if I'm being honest, it's up there. I love that song a lot. Dude, honestly, my favorite character in the entire movie is Dante the dog, dude. Like, he's the goat. He's the goat. That hairless dog, man. He's amazing.
Hi,
What?
Dante,
Yeah, exactly.
the main character.
Yeah, dude. I'm trying to think. I was gonna say more about this movie. Can't. I know a guy that absolutely hates it because it was played in school. But I don't think that's a valid reason to hate the movie. If he's listening, he's not. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just a very good movie. It's just really good. I think it's accurate. You know, people that celebrate that type of stuff. I mean, clearly it worked if it was always played at my school, and most of them were Mexican. So, yeah, just I don't know, very, very good. I would honestly put it up there at A tier. Yeah, that's really it. I would put it maybe right under Inside Out in terms of Pixar movies, but it's still very good. Still, all the songs are catchy. So A tier for me.
Okay, so pretty much everyone agrees that A
W.
tier is the best way to go. I mean, it's like what Trevor says. I mean, even though it's baffling that this movie was a much bigger hit than Cars 3, and it's baffling that Cars 3 flopped compared to Cars 2, but we understand why. But hey,
Makes sense.
Coco
Garbage.
got the
Alright.
success that it deserved, but it is what it is. So I guess that's all we have to say about Coco's A tier. Now, even though, like we said, we just talked about the sequel train, Coco was kind of like a pit stop after Cars 3. So now, as we're in the topic, one of the most anticipated sequels, now we get to Incredibles 2.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. AKA,
Here we go.
it used to be Pixar's highest grossing movie until Inside Out 2 just beat Incredibles 2's record. But either way, who wants to talk first about Incredibles 2 up to the spotlight for the ranking?
I'm about to yap.
Somebody.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, who's coming up?
I don't know.
I mean,
I
I
mean-
can yap.
Not it.
I was like, Dwayne, do you want to
I mean, I'll go then. I'll
Oh
go
wait,
then if nobody goes.
yeah, Incredibles 2.
Mm-hmm. Anyone?
I'll go first.
All right, Leslie,
Okay.
you go.
All right.
Can I go after Lesnar?
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Incredibles 2, man, that was actually I had a fun time watching that in theaters, I can't lie.
Yeah.
That movie it's not okay, like here are the pros. The pros, it cuts back to the ending of the first movie, fighting the Underminer and all that. But the cops are like, oh, we don't like you, stop helping us. We're gonna do it ourselves. And all the stuff when their house exploded and everything, and they're living in like a family life, a normal family life. Okay, and the other times where, Elastigirl's going out to saving people and fighting crime too. That was pretty goated. What else? Oh yeah, the scene between Jack and the raccoon, that was hilarious. I can't lie.
Rocket?
Yeah, Human Torch?
Yeah.
No, Human Torch versus
That-
Raccoon?
That scene was literally fire, literally.
Literally?
Yeah. Anyway, other things about the movie, the whole screenslaver fight between that, yeah, they're trying to give the audience seizures.
Totally.
Oh, I forgot. About
Oh.
The PSA is about the seizure warnings of that scene.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and let's see what else. The screenslaver reveal. I mean, like, I know, like the sister of the Saul character was that guy.
Yeah, the Saul character.
That was! Oh my gosh, you're right! I just realized.
Yeah, she was back all along. Are we surprised? Nah. What else? Oh yeah,
Did you know that you had rights?
yeah. Now when they go back to fight together as a family, that was cool. Frozone was also cool, and no pun intended.
Yeah, I just noticed that till now.
I'm just getting a drink.
I know. Free. But anyway, I'm just getting a drink.
I'm
Right.
thirsty.
You had your drink. Now.
I know.
I know.
Free.
Freeze.
Okay, and now I'm gonna be honest. This entire movie, like, aside from the Elastigirl scenes, it felt like a whole family drama type show. Because, like, the dad helping the boy out with the
What about
homework.
Charlie?
Yeah,
Hang in
the
there,
dad helping the boy
Jack,
with
Jack.
homework, and the dad helping the daughter with the boyfriend, and the dad helping the child go to sleep or whatever. And like, it's like, yeah. I mean, aside from those things, like, it could go on for like a while, but then again, they're a family, so it gotta make sense. So the entire movie, Mr. Incredible, is just Mr. Mom. You think I'm messy?
Literally. He's taking that mic.
Like, it's a-
Fiddles up in that edit, dude.
Oh my gosh.
It was 2 minutes just for it to be a messy
Okay, but I'll be real. I like Incredibles too. I like it a lot. I had a fun time watching it in theater. I like watching that short before the movie. What's it called? Bow or whatever.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
the dumpling.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. I forgot about that.
Everybody's jaw
Honestly.
dropped when she ate it.
Yeah,
Everybody's jaw. I was like, oh!
I'm not gonna lie. When I first watched it, I'm like, "Is this Incredibles 2? No, you idiot! It's a short."
Yeah, I thought the movie was starting.
Mhm.
I was like, what?
Same goes for Cars 3. For in the Lost and Found short one that came out before Cars 3. Same here too.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I remember going. Okay, before I went to the movies, I remember going with my dad and my brother to Hooters just to have some next to the theater.
Say what?
All right.
Yeah.
Titties. Let's go, dude. That's so awesome, man. So cool.
It's pretty actually.
Titties and Incredibles? Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, Incredibles 2, it's also pretty incredible. I'll see myself out. Goodbye.
Alright.
All right.
But Leslie,
Anyway.
what letter would you rank it?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'll probably rank it around A, cause I get it. It's like I don't want to like say it's not. I don't want to say it's like better than the first movie now. But
You will get
I like
shot
how
up
it
when you
holds
say that.
up. I like how it looks. The whole, now at the end where the family gets together and when Jack finally gets to experience his powers with the rest of the family, and the whole scene with the raccoon, that was funny. I love that scene. And like, I guess probably because of my experience with it in the theater. Even though I sat way in front of all the way in the front row,
That
but still.
sucks.
I would kill myself.
Man,
Yeah.
Yep.
did you get a good cry?
I would've
from
not
Elizabeth
gone.
her
Movie
neck
in the
was
first row.
dysfunctioned?
The epilepsy scene that probably killed you.
Yeah,
I know, dude. That came out of nowhere. That felt like a jump scare. If I'm gonna be honest, like just out of nowhere.
FNAF.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, FNAF.
Literally.
Yeah, but to be honest, A for me, not like a low A. I want to say.
So like,
A minus.
yeah,
Alright.
like below Cars 3.
A minor.
Oh,
yeah,
Yo, toes.
yeah.
So yeah,
That's what I rate
Lesnar
it.
I mean,
says
I'll go
A.
next then.
That's Lesnar review. So
Go
now
ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, Dwayne, since you're prepped up, you can go next.
All right. Holy damn, A? Okay. All right. So when I first watched this movie, absolutely, right? Obviously, I didn't think it was as good as the first one, but I remember being hyped for it and being like, oh man, this movie's gonna peak. Then I watched it. I was like, oh man, this movie's peak. And as over time, I've started to like it less and less now, and I'm starting to really notice the cracks in the movie. Like it's literally just the first movie, just role reversed, which
Yep.
I realized. So I'm like,
Okay, yeah, that's true.
I do like the stuff that Mr. Incredible does with his family. I think that is the best part of the entire movie. You know, like he, math is math.
Yeah,
You know,
man,
that
man.
that is amazing. Obviously, the
I
Jack and
No, why they
Raccoon
would
fight.
change math? Why would they change math?
That's
Math
bro.
is
I'm
math.
gonna be for real. That's gonna be Trevin someday in the future, man. With those huge ass
Yeah, it is.
biceps,
Yeah.
because he's Mr. E.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Why would they change math?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, they made Elastigirl even thicker in this movie.
Oh
though.
yeah,
Good.
With,
They-
with that
they
new
listen.
suit,
Yummy.
bro.
So yummy.
The new suit.
Man, insane.
Clap.
That scene
The
where
problem-
her bike stretched and
When
it,
she
Dude.
was going up the stairs on the plane, whoo!
Oh,
I need to point
her
this
plot though
out.
was ass. I mean that plot was garbage though.
No,
Oh, yeah,
I'll,
for
say
sure.
I'll say it in my review. I'll say it in my review.
But that Screenslaver, oh my gosh, I thought they were gonna do something better with him in my opinion. What the heck? What the heck was that twist, dog? Like it was cool when that apartment fight, right? Like, you know, they were chasing each other. That's something out of Daredevil, bro, the TV show. I thought that was gonna be something cool. And then it just turns out to be the freaking sister of Saul Goodman, bro. What the heck? Are you serious, dog? That was such a garbage twist. And then they had her controlling all the superheroes and all. That was a garbage twist. Why wasn't it just the Underminer? Why wasn't Miner? Sorry. Why wasn't the Underminer the main villain, dog? At least he could have came back or something like that. He could have. I don't know. They did nothing. And I don't know. I like the movie less and less. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's as bad as people are saying it is nowadays. It's just I don't like it as much now. The Lego game was fire though.
Oh yeah,
Lego Incredibles?
agreed.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
The
like that.
DLC
I like that
plays
game a lot.
Dory, Woody, and Sully in Lego form. That was.
Oh
fun.
yeah, dude. Every Pixar movie, dude. A Bug's Life was in a game, bro. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Flick.
They
Flick.
finally mentioned that movie. But yeah. So I'm trying to think. I don't know if I would put it in B or C. I feel like if I put it in B, that's a little too high, and if I put it in C, that's a little. Honestly, yeah, I'm feeling more C. I'm gonna put it in C tier, dog. I don't know.
Yeah, so Lesnar says A, Dwayne says C. Okay, that's what.
It's a Cars
Dwayne
3
said.
situation again.
So I'm pretty sure Trevin is all prepped up. Trevin, would you like to go next? Trevin?
He mute.
Oh,
Trevin. All right, yeah, muted.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry.
okay, I was gonna say Trevin. I guess you're
Yeah,
all prepped
I
up.
heard C. I'm like, okay. Yeah. I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hyped. Who wasn't? Because it was all that. It had been like 14 years, I think, since the last movie.
15 years too late.
Too late. Too late.
He's in reruns.
I'm really on and off with this movie. It's really hard for me to explain it. I liked it when it came out. Yes, I was on that brain syndrome where I'm like, yeah, dude, better than the first. But then again, you watch it again, you're like, yeah, what the was I thinking? What Dwayne said, I was gonna say. The roles were literally reversed, if anything. It was just that.
Should have been a time gap.
Should have.
Yep.
Do that for Incredibles 3, though.
Yes.
Underminer, yes, should have been the main villain. I hate the screen. What? Slayer?
Yeah, is it Slayer? Dwayne?
I don't know.
Screen Slaver.
Slaver?
Scream Slaver.
Oh,
Wait,
Even
hold
worse.
on. What the hell?
Yeah, Slaver.
Is it?
Yeah, it
Not
is.
Slaver.
Slaver, bro. What does that mean?
Yeah, I thought
I
it
don't
was
know.
Slayer or something like that.
Screen flavor.
Screen hater.
don't like this villain.
Yeah,
I
Scream
hate
Slayer.
that.
Scream.
I hate the seizure scenes. I hated that. That
I
should
thought
have
they
been
were fired.
double-checked.
That was like the
I thought
only
he was
good thing
gonna
out of the villain stuff.
Yeah, despite the seizure moment, at least visually it did look good during around that fight.
Oh, it did, yes, but I thought I was gonna die.
Oh, you saw it up close on screen?
I mean, in theaters it sucked, but like,
Yeah,
I don't
see
know.
what you mean.
The idea was cool.
I like the first 15-20 minutes or so. That was hype because we didn't know what was going to happen like 14 years ago back then. Like that. Saul Goodman. 100. I'm not biased at all when I'm saying this. Dude, he was one of the best things about this movie, I would say. Just a casual dude. Just bringing supers back, you know? Just a really...
I thought he was gonna be the villain.
Saying,
Yeah.
Anonymous.
In the first movie, it was a dude. Now it's a girl.
Yeah.
Just a laid-back dude, you know? The sister being the villain, I hated that. Typical, if anything. Edna was pretty funny in this. Oh, there's more. I don't like the side heroes, personally. I think they were really one-dimensional.
Oh yeah.
Most of them were, I think. The the one thing, whenever they got the goggles on and got mind controlled, I'm like, this is the most dumbest shit ever, dude. Y'all are so dumb.
No.
And everybody just gets their mind controlled and shit from televisions and stupid shit. It's corny, but I don't know. Oh my god, the one where they're like flying in that airplane and Elastigirl's getting drowsy
Oh boy.
and all that shit, and oh man, you know what they were doing, dude. You know what they were doing.
I was like,
Yeah.
when I saw some, like, please don't inspire the shippers on Twitter. Please don't do that. No.
Oh
They were getting a little too close, man.
Yeah.
yeah,
You're
Es-
giving the
especially-
Twitter artists ideas, man. Don't do it.
yeah. Oh, the amount of goons we had during this time when this movie came out, dude.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, yeah. What's also crazy, I remember there being a news report. Some guy was like masturbating in the middle
Okay.
of the movie.
Oh,
Alright.
Yeah, that was me, my fault.
And that theater must have been filled with kids, right? Because, you know, Pixar.
Oh, no, fine. I
even worse.
realized that is nasty. That is.
It's messed
I mean, it's
up.
nasty to do in the first place, but that's even
Yeah,
that does not make it better.
it does. I mean, for
Tony?
No.
Tony's his name. Yeah.
Mhm.
I hate the fact that he got his mind erased. That was retarded. There's more. Little more, I would say. Samuel L. Jackson, he's still kicking it. He's doing great. We'll have to wait for a third one.
Yeah. Fun fact: his wife's name is actually Heidi in the
YouTube
credits.
YouTube shorts.
It's,
I'm really on and off with this film. I don't know. Visually, it's stunning. It still holds up, I would say.
Yes.
The villain sucks compared to Syndrome. It's
not
day
even
and
in the
night,
Same league.
if
bro.
anything. Yeah.
Day and night.
What? I gotta really think, because what Dwayne was saying about putting this in B and C, dude, I can totally get that, man. This is a hard film to rank for me, if anything.
Say
If
C,
I had the,
say C. Say.
I might have to say C personally. Like,
Nobody heard me say
yes,
that.
yeah, I'm biased. Because Cars, right? But it's a. Oh no. Just a lot of things don't work for me in this movie. Like, why you swapped? Why wasn't this taking place like, I don't know, a year later or something?
Why did it take place like a week after the first
I
one? But
know.
nobody cares what happened a week after.
True.
I want that yacht in real life, though. I really want that yacht.
Oh, yeah.
We know what you're talking about.
Yeah. What?
But we could get closer.
No, dude. Oh my god.
oh, Trevin, nah, bro. That's nasty.
It's not bad, but I think things could have been a lot better, you know? I think it gets hated on a little too much.
Yeah.
I do think that definitely a lot, but for what it is, I think it's solid. But I do think it's, fine for what it is. I would say, as of now, and my word might change like in the next hour or so, but it probably is C in my book, because like I don't know where to put this, either in B or C, but it's probably C the more I'm thinking about it. So, yeah.
I mean, come to think
Alright,
about
you know
it,
what?
I mean, Travis said C. Did Dwayne also said C?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lesnar's the only one that gives it an A. I think.
Yeah, you know what? Can I be real? You know what? Never mind. After hearing you guys' reviews, I see where you're going with this. I feel like A is too much.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, turn that shit.
That's why
Turn
Dwayne
it
was
down.
like, "Whoa, hey."
I guess that's because of my experience in the theater.
No, Big C.
Oh, it was on that for
Just
sure,
nostalgia
but
of
like,
2018.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it makes sense. For y'all to make it C.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
oh wow.
Even
All right.
Cameron agrees in the chat. I say C tier. Well, I think I should go next before, I don't know, I might be served because my dad just went back home and I might be served dinner. I don't want to be like, so what's the first thing about Incredibles 2? And start eating and start choking on the stream. So I think I should go next and then Gabriel should go last. So, Incredibles 2, of course, it's highly anticipated like everyone else. We all see the trailers, including the, you better be back here ASAP. And I actually remember when Trevin was showing that with him and CJ were
Rocky.
showing it in a live stream, which, yeah, shout out to Trevin if you remember that moment. Around
Yeah.
2018. So yeah, it was part of a hype year. We got Avengers Infinity War, we got an Incredible sequel, and a Spider-Verse animated movie. What could possibly go wrong, man? Like, the beginning is exactly of what we wanted for an Incredibles follow-up. Just the aftermath events of, take it down, FBI, the Underminer! I like that character has a lot more screen time to do. And even John Ratzenberger said, like, a homage to most of his characters. He used to be a blue-collar worker for a construction worker and digging mines. Because obviously...
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like, he plays, like, a construction foreman in the movie Up, and then Underminer in Incredible, and some inside-out construction worker or something like that, because that's what his voice actor did in his earlier days before he became an actor, so I honestly find that pretty ironic. But technically, as we talk about Incredibles 2, that opening sequence, straight up fire. The animation, the fluid, the Michael Giacchino, back at it again.
Yeah.
Like, literally, that opening sequence, I'm like, okay, now this is what we're talking about. This is what we're saying. This is Incredibles 2. So, after that Underminer moment where all of the Incredibles did all their superpowers, and boo-hoo for Violet for her exposure. Like, oh no, my boyfriend thinks I'm a superhero, and I probably must have freaked him out. Oh, boo-hoo, teenage girl drama. So, gotta get over that crap. But yeah, thank you for reminding me, guys. I honestly forgot that was Saul Goodman himself who voiced Winston in the movie where he was singing with Mr. Incredible, pow, pow. It's like, man, that's hilarious. I'm surprised they didn't even play his theme song and just go rotate to his head. I like that his character.
If they don't put him in the third movie, I might kill myself. Bring him back.
It's hilarious, bro. Like, honestly, I thought Saul Goodman's character was going to be a lot like Aleister Crowley in Big Hero 6, where you thought that rich white guy is going to be the main villain, but in reality, it's some other masked hidden figure, just like what Big Hero 6 did. So, in a way, I feel like Incredibles 2 just rinse and repeat the Big Hero 6 plot twist, but I think Incredibles 2 make it look weaker compared to Big Hero 6 plot twist. Because at least it's something about, you know, a daughter that's lost in another dimension. But for Incredibles 2, very generic. Like, even though I did expect Saul Goodman to be the villain a little bit, but when they get to his sister that was tied up with her mascara and her looks, I'm like, you're the villain. Like, just straight up. Like, with no hesitation. It's like, no, you're the woman that's behind bars. Like, it's not too surprising from the plot twist. Like, it's exactly like, fun fact, I saw Incredibles 2 once with my dad, and then I watched Incredibles 2 again the same day where I watched Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom in the next screening after, and both Incredibles 2 and Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom has one flaw in common. When the villain was first introduced, I'm a good person. No, you're evil. Stop hiding the secrets. Your worst kept secret
both
ever.
did that, you're right.
Yeah, like, same month, same day, which clearly I like Incredibles 2 more, like, compared to Fallen Kingdom as a film. But back to the point of the villain could have been done better. Like, the screen it's Slaver, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like Screen
Super
Slaver,
Ultra
something like that.
Mega Lightning Babe.
I'll admit, I mean, outside of the PSAs of all the seizure
I'm
warnings,
good, man. I'm good.
which outside of the seizure warnings, I will admit the visuals do look pretty cool, and this was like way before I decided to put anti-glare glasses. It was cool to see, and like what Dwayne says, I mean, for Elastigirl, I like that. I think Dwayne's gonna remind me on this. Didn't Pixar call out by saying, "We're watching you perverts," of looking at Helen's elastic ass? Am I right or am I wrong? That Pixar.
They said, I don't remember it. I feel like I do remember them saying that. Didn't they? Oh man, hold on.
Yeah, I think someone from the Pixar crew by saying, "We know y'all thinking you're a bunch of perverts." It's like, hey, don't blame us. Blame y'all selves for making her.
Blame the animators. What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
they knew what they were doing, bro.
Yeah, that's saying, like, why blame on us and blame on y'all selves, because you're the ones that makes this very pleasing to us as we see like, even when the cheeks were clapping when she was on that motorbike, it's like, well, thank God. I was like, thank God we had that McDonald's toy.
Yummy. Delicious.
But I will admit,
gotta eat that up.
Yum.
I'm hungry. I need that.
I want that. Outside of Elastic Girl's smooth ass cheeks that we love to clap in our daydreams at most of the times, the one thing that kind of baffles me is Incredibles 2 just repeats the same superhero trope. It's like, okay, let's do Spider-Man 2 train scene. It was cool, don't get me wrong. It's like, superhero stopping a train. I've seen this many times before with Spider-Man 2, Superman. Like, it's a been there, done that trope deal. And even though it was interesting that we see more in depth of the family aspects, including that Dash, Violet, especially Jack got a lot of screen time to do. Like, Incredibles 2 milk the crap out of Jack so much in this movie that they gave him the majority of the spotlight, which, don't get me wrong, Jack is cool, but once again, they treat him like he was the baby Groot around that time during the peak of the Incredibles 2 hype era. But as we move forward, like what Trevin mentions, it's definitely like a role reversal where this time Helen is not like a stay-at-home mom watching the kids while Bob is on his own mission. Now Bob has to be, like what Lesnar said, now he's literally being Michael Keaton's Mr. Mom from the movie Mr. Mom, where he's a stay-at-home parent, but like what Dwayne says, like the meme material, math is math, math is math. It's like, dude, even though I'm not a dad, but I can relate to Bob's struggle by saying, like, why would they change the questions? Like, math should remain the same. So, I can understand the hassle that Bob is doing his best to help out Dash's homework, try to, be there for Jack, and just like, trying his best to be a good dad to all of his 3 kids equally, from a baby to a kid to a sad, depressed teenage girl about boo-hoo, sad boyfriend problems. I just like the moment that it becomes really relatable that, a dad is just doing his best to, like, get his shit together. So I like those moments from Bob, but even though it is a shame that we don't get to see much of action of Bob, because obviously Helen takes more of the spotlight, because, 2018, we gotta be more diverse. We gotta give respect to our heroic female leads, so they deserve a bit more of the spotlight, so we won't get pissed off from the audience. So it's that type of bullcrap. But look, outside, I will admit, the action scene where Helen was like in the helicopter trying to save everyone, like, the action set pieces never fails when it comes to both the first film and the second one, which it always sticks to landing. But it's still stupid that the screenslayer's identity was just like, oh, this chick just used like some random guy to like take over the identity. Then once when Helen decides to know the truth, where it doesn't make sense, where she hates superheroes, she wants to make super illegal, but yet still make the superheroes like with all the goggles and all the attachments, like, and then just make them illegal again of just like brainwashing their minds. It's like, bro, that plot just makes no sense. Like, I would say this, even Lex Luthor's plan in Batman v Superman or Zemo's plan in Civil War looks like a masterpiece straight up. So it's like, could have been done better, man. Like, that stands no competition compared to Syndrome. It's like, how can you fumbled on making one of the greatest Pixar villains of all time from that first movie and then just give us like this generic wannabe in the sequel? So I thought those moments were dumb. However, I do like the moments where Jack shows more of his powers that we've never seen in the first film, like out of nowhere where he morphs to Edna's face, which, to be fair, she doesn't get that much screen time, but it's cool that she's in the movie. But at least she sort of help out with Jack and Bob for a temporary time. But I do say this, like, the spotlight is definitely 100% to Jack, to Dash and Violet. It's cool they got more of the spotlight. And also, that one scene, you guys know what I'm talking about, that we used to meme out of it, where Violet just squirted the water out of her nose when Tony happens to be a waiter.
Yes, that meme.
That moment, it's hilarious of looking back to it in retrospect. So I love it, man.
I wanted to be Tony.
But I will admit, just like what Trevin points out about all the supers that were like, idolizing Helen around that time, but in the end they weren't too special. They have unique abilities, but they're not like side characters that you want to take seriously. But like what Trevin says, Samuel Jackson's Frozone, that bro never fails. Keep going strong with Frozone. Glad that he's back for it. I say that he definitely has spotlighting moments. It kind of sucks that he has to be hypnotized just like with the other ones like Bob and Helen. And I will say this, like, the submarine was cool, like literally in the final act with that huge yacht, like the icebreakers and Jack's powers. But it kind of sucks that most of the brainwash things of making the supers illegal did felt rushed in the very final moments of the movie. And yeah, during the part where Helen and Saul Goodman's sister were up in the plane and she was getting all juices, like, no, don't inspire the Twitter artists to do shipping our outfit. Don't want it. Seal so force on our throats, Disney. So then move that aside. And then after that, the Incredibles save the day and all the supers are free and they're legal again. But like what Trevin says, they have to do the Men in Black event just to wipe the memory of Tony by saying like, oh yeah, they're not supers. Let's just go out for a movie and then set up to the next adventure. Which, this is my hot take. Even though this plot is alright from what it is, outside of the great music, great animation, and good action scenes, we just thought that the villain's plotline, the execution could have been done better. Like, for an instance, like, we've already said this before, like, even though, yeah, it's been 14 years since the original film came out, but around that time, they can still do the opening act where they take down the Underminer. And I would have liked to see Violet and Dash and Jack age them up. I mean, look, if Toy Story could do it of aging up Andy, and same goes for recently Inside Out aging up Riley, and heck, even DreamWorks did the exact same thing with the human characters in the How to Train Your Dragon trilogy. I'm saying Incredibles should have done the same for this sequel, like maybe like a time gap, kind of like what the first film did when they retire, when they, banned supers around that time. And then Bob and Helen just gets to like sad, depressing, civilized lives as, their alter egos. Kind of wish the sequel would have took like a similar approach, but if they do make Incredibles 3, we definitely need a time jump for sure, and I think that would make things slightly better. So, Incredibles 2. I can't believe I'm saying this. It doesn't hold a strong place like Monsters University or Finding Dory, which says a lot because Monsters University and Finding Dory are more lighthearted, while Incredibles is more action-driven. Like it wasn't never meant to be those emotional, heartfelt roller coasters that'll make you cry, but it's one of those good action superhero movies that's actually like breaking the mold out of the superhero tropes. But Incredibles 2 doesn't hold the same bar candle like the first movie, unfortunately, despite the 14 years wait. But for whatever it is, it's a serviceable sequel for what it was. But like what most of us said, it could have been done better. So my opinion is not going to be too different from the others. I mean, I do like it more than Brave, and dare I say it, more parts of Cars 2. So I'll say Incredibles 2, yeah, it's fine. It doesn't make me so upset. It's a C tier for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of
So
sense.
if I say random Incredibles quotes, it's because I'm actually watching the movie right now.
That makes sense.
Well-
Talking about Incredibles 2 made me want to go back to the first one.
Perfect timing. Well, the only person who hasn't spoke yet is Gabriel. So Gabriel, you're the last one for Incredibles 2.
Okay. Incredibles 2, I would say, had a great start to the movie. It's what we were excited to see. The continuation of what happens after the first movie. And they did it pretty well. It was, it was looking good. First couple of minutes. Then, things were changing. You see the different direction they were going for this movie. The roles are reversed this time. And, I mean, it's Elastigirl, so I kind of don't mind, but at the same time, I don't know. It's not the same when it's not the whole family, I guess. I don't know. But seeing Bob, take the role of just being a father and taking care of the kids and that whole family drama and everything going on was very entertaining, I will say. Kind of funny sometimes. And I like that whole segment. I got some good memes out of it. And not a big fan of Elastigirl's suit, the new one. I really just like her traditional red one the most. And as for the newer characters, pretty boring if I'm being honest. Villain was lame, and only cool thing was the seizure, epilepsy, flash stuff. Kind of cool. It was looking cool at first, but then later on it just got worse and worse. And I think the villain is just lame. Gotta love the highlight, the ass. I mean, okay.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. Yummy. Nope.
I don't know. It's just what's all that movement back there? I don't know. It's just most of it was besides the family drama stuff. Seeing Ed in the back was kind of nice. I didn't mind that segment. Samuel Jackson is Frozone peak as always. I don't know. Me, the movie was just disappointing, kind of boring. Besides the family drama stuff, and I do like the ending where they all get together again. That's kind of it. I don't know. The movie's just kind of. I don't like the movie that much. Kind of boring. And I would even though I do find it kind of boring, I don't think it's the worst Pixar film out there, really. I would agree. I would keep it at C.
So pretty much all of us agree that it's all going to be C tier.
Yeah.
Well, seems fair enough.
C for caca.
Huh. Oh wow.
E for. Ooh.
Wow.
C for oi cat.
Wow, almost 4.
Look, I know it's you. You put thumbtacks on my stool. Bro.
I know it's a quote from the first movie. Yeah, surprisingly,
Yeah,
With
that's
this,
the,
I think
that's the scene I'm on.
I mean, surprisingly, we're almost around the 4-hour mark, which, to be fair, part 1 ran over 7 hours long when we were rambling from Toy Story 1 to Toy Story 3. And now we're speaking of Toy Story. Oh boy, the most controversial one in the franchise, whether if it was needed or not. I think most of our opinions might be the same, agree to disagree.
Skip it.
Nah. We're talking about this. Like, if you want to talk about the things what you hate about Toy Story 4, you better talk that shit, bro. But yeah, now we enter Toy Story 4, aka the last Pixar sequel for a while, until 5 years later Inside Out 2 came out. So, I'm still leading. Will anyone want to do the honors to talk about their opinions on Toy Story 4?
Toy Story 4. I'll go.
Go ahead.
Toy Story 4 was I don't know. It's not a film that was necessary at all. But I'm a huge fan of Toy Story. So I was going to watch it no matter what. And I don't know if I would say I was excited. I was just intrigued because it's Toy Story. And I was curious to see what they would do after the third. And I think the way it started, I really liked the beginning of the movie. Got me pretty emotional with the whole flashback stuff and playing the iconic song. You got a friend in me. And Andy, when he was a kid, playing with boys again, I thought that was great. And it's pretty interesting seeing how Woody and Bo Peep got separated. And while it isn't a story that was necessary, at least I don't know. I guess if they were going to add an additional story, I guess this is one that would make sense, because it's like, where was Bo Peep the whole time throughout these movies? Specifically, the third movie. So I guess it was interesting. Man, I do say the animation also was a big improvement. Really great quality. And it's just like everyone else's complaint about Bonnie. Her character just like completely changed. I think it would have made sense if she was like more of a teenager, getting close to a teenager or something, rather than pretty much being the same age, because then it would have made sense for her to be kind of tired of the toys. But it made no sense for her to just completely forget about Woody, and specifically Woody, after hearing Andy's speech and then knowing how special he was, and then she just leaves him.
Did not listen.
Yeah, it just didn't make sense for them to do that. I don't know why they chose to do that. Yeah. I don't know. Bonnie just sucks in this movie. All the other toys, they're fine. Kind of the same as third movie, just how they are. Woody, I don't know. It really just wasn't necessary to do what they did for Woody's story. Like, I like the whole thing with Bo Peep and Woody. I like that, because it's, it was a mystery where Bo Peep was, but Bonnie forgetting about Woody is just dumb. And I guess it made sense why Woody was okay with moving on eventually. And freaking Bonnie was more attached to
Spork
than freaking Woody. which is just ridiculous. But she's a kid, so who cares?
Jumper cables.
Spork was, yep. Orky was, I mean, I guess
Yeah,
you, huh?
that's a trash.
Yeah, that too. I don't know what to think of him really. He's just, I don't hate him, but I also don't love him. He's just okay. I guess I do like the idea of like seeing the value in toys, and no matter the quality of the toy, like there's always value a toy for everybody. So I do like that, and I guess Sporky was a good way of doing that because it was crafted out of trash. And I actually do like the newer characters. I don't mind them. They were funny. They were I wouldn't say scary. I don't know. Like those dolls in the thrift store
Oh,
that were like
yeah,
trying to
Gabby
chase
Gabby
Woody and everybody.
Those slap dummies.
Yeah.
FNAF.
Yeah, I thought they were decent. FNAF.
Goosebumps.
Dude, Jack Black.
Yeah, Goosebumps.
Yeah. Well, they were decent.
Yeah,
I didn't really mind the new characters really. I really liked the fair scene with Buzz. That was one of my favorite parts because it was cool. He was just literally flying, and then he gets caught up with the other two guys, the goofballs.
Jordan, Key, and Peele.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their characters were funny. I love their characters. Oh, that actually reminds me of a scene. I think it was with Buzz, and they were in the thrift store, and they were they fantasized about beating up that old lady.
Mm-hmm.
That scene cracked me up when I watched it. I can't lie, that was funny. Because it was the cut, because they were like screaming and beating her up, like ah, and then they cut to reality. It was funny.
Or the moment
That
where,
was good.
Or the moment where the plushes jump scare her in her sleep.
Yeah, yeah. That segment was funny. Oh, Duke Kaboom. Obviously, he's the GOAT, man. Keanu Reeves. He killed it. And I liked that little scene where they were walking into the, I guess, what was supposed to look like a club with all the other toys that were like kind of broken or whatever. And then they meet Duke Kaboom. It looked kind of cool, and seeing those other messed up toys. And then you see the cat kill that monkey plush. Just the stuff like that I thought was pretty funny. I thought it was cool because it was like realistic to what happens to toys, and especially in a thrift store.
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice detail, and I do think the music was good. The soundtrack was good as well. In this movie, I would say all the Toy Story movies have a great soundtrack. What else? Bo Peep is thick for no reason.
I wasn't gonna
Didn't know she was hiding all that.
Keep it
But-
that
She
way.
was wearing a
Keep it.
dress.
Keep
Wearing a
it.
dress.
Yep. That was, yeah. I like Bo Peep in the for reasons. She was pretty solid. And again, I know Woody seemed kind of like a simp, but at the same time, with the way Bonnie's treating him, I don't blame him.
I was like, can you blame him though?
And him wanting to help other toys that felt like they had no value, no importance, or just, I don't know, were trash, made them feel more better, have more worth, which was nice. So, while it is sad that he had to depart from from the other guys, that when he was hugging everybody and saying goodbye, it kind of hit me until, now we have Toy Story 5 idiots.
Retcon.
Money.
But it was pretty emotional because I love Toy Story a lot. of those characters. Yeah, just seeing that final goodbye with Woody and Buzz to infinity and beyond. That was well done, in my opinion. I actually liked it. It was emotional. I didn't never expected. I didn't expect Toy Story 4 or a 5. Mostly a 5. I never expected Toy Story 5 to be in the works.
We wish we were
But yeah,
joking.
it's. I guess those are some things I like about Toy Story 4. I don't think it's the worst overall. It's the worst Toy Story film, but it's not the worst Pixar film by any means, in my opinion. But it was a film that was unnecessary. Didn't need to happen. The conclusion to the story in Toy Story 3 was phenomenal. But I will give them credit. For a great ending they had in Toy Story 3, they did a great job in transitioning that to this and building a new story off of that, which wasn't necessary, but they did okay. They did okay. I don't know, man. It's just, I would say it's just mid. It's not bad. It's not fantastic. Not up there with the other three, but it's just mid. Because I like the music, love these characters because I'm biased. Woody and Bo Peep's arc was nice to see, but it was stupid how it happened. Like, from Bonnie not like it, just because Bonnie didn't like or didn't care about Woody anymore, which made no sense because she's still a kid and she made that promise to Andy. So that was just ridiculous.
It really was, because like in the third movie, she's all, "Oh, yeah, I love you, Woody. I want to play with you all the time." But now she's like, "Nah,
Yep.
I don't care about you."
This kid's toy, bro.
Exactly. I don't know. There might be other flaws
Was
to
it
the
in
movie.
a
I don't
year
remember.
after she got Woody and she was already treating him like
Yeah,
I was gonna
putting
say,
him in the closet and everything.
I mean, guys, I was gonna say, remember
Real.
that art where Andy's like literally grabbing Bonnie, like he's about to choke her or something, like.
Oh no!
Yeah, you know what I'm
I was
talking
gonna bring
about.
that up, dude.
Toy
You
Story
should put that in
5.
the movie. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, make that Toy Story 5 though.
But yeah,
Make Andy
I'm
go
in
back
that
to poker.
corner.
that whole
know,
thing
I
with
know.
Bonnie getting bored of
Please.
Woody is just the worst part of the movie for me. It's just dumb. Yeah, the movie's just okay. It's decent. I don't hate it by any means. This is generous, but I'm gonna put it at B.
Hey, I thought I was gonna be alone on that, but I'll tell my reasons after. When
I really don't hate the movie as much as
Same
everyone
too.
does. I think it's decent.
Well, I would love to go next after Gabriel, but I was literally about to say B for my things, and yeah, this is my personal hot take. So I 100% agree. Like, as a film itself, it's solid, but as a sequel, compared to 2 and 3, it's definitely the weakest Toy Story film of them all, which that says a lot, which not really if you read a lot of people's opinions on it, but it's quite baffling for me because Toy Story 3, and I said it in part 1, it's not just my favorite Toy Story film, it's my favorite Pixar film of all time, both as a kid when I loved it so much when I was an 8-year-old in 3rd grade, and then how much it means to me as a grown adult in my personal life, especially this year in 2024. But then we enter Toy Story 4, which, not gonna lie, it's kind of interesting that the first trailer debuted on my birthday. Well, same day when Stan Lee passed away. Rest in peace to the king of Marvel around that time. But when that trailer debuted, when I was 17 around that time, and fun fact, that trailer debuted after when I premiered Wayne Daffy Duck the Movie 2, The Difficult Journey, around that time. So I was like, you know what, this is a great birthday gift just to be looking forward to. But even though the new characters do look interesting, which I will talk about them, but I'm just like with everyone else, it's like, was a 4th one needed? And not gonna lie, as a kid, even though I wasn't that smart when I thought about it, I was like, when are they gonna make Toy Story 4? And I'm like, well, 9 years later, Daniel Jr., they just made one. And whether you like the fourth film or not, it exists now. So when that other trailer comes by of getting that nostalgia of you got a friend in me, and then they play a Beach Boy song that goes, God only knows what I'd be without you, and watching that trailer of Woody ready to move on to reunite with Bo Peep, and then Woody says, I was helped to make, I was meant to, I don't know, what was the quote that he said? He says, I was made to keep a child happy. I don't know how can I remember it to make it being this hard. Like, hearing that quote for what he said and that trailer with that song playing out loud, I was like, man, this is already getting me to the feels. I mean, one, I love Toy Story. Two, even though it's Pixar's biggest cash cow and they have no shame about it with the fourth film and the Lightyear prequel and Toy Story 5, but this is my favorite Pixar franchise, one of my favorite animated franchises growing up. And even though fourth movie doesn't stand like 2 and 3 or even the first movie, but there are some elements I do really love from that fourth movie, and the rest are just not necessary just to be a part of. Like, for instance, I'm just going to count with one. Like, I feel like Toy Story 4, like, the way how I see Toy Story 3 and Toy Story 4, like, Toy Story 3, in my head, it's the beautiful conclusion. That third film is the Infinity War and end game of Toy Story, but the fourth film, it's not really a finale. I see it more like as an epilogue, like a DLC bonus content. Like, even though the Andy story arc is done with the first three movies, but I feel like the biggest strength of the fourth movie is, number one, Woody himself, because I'm like, well, whether the story's not that great or not, his arc throughout all four movies still remains strong, including his chemistry with Bo Peep, which, to be fair, Bo Peep is pretty much the reason, well, not the main reason, but one of the major reasons why that they want to make a fourth movie. Like, where was Bo Peep during the events of Toy Story 3? And this fourth movie, along with the short film called Lamp Life, goes more in depth of where was Bo the whole time and why they decided to bring her back, but also make her more sexier and hot, if you know what I'm saying. But before we get to that, the animation, as always, like the majority of these Pixar sequels, they know how to build up the animation where it looks more realistic. Like, for an instance, that beginning where they play the song of da-na-na-na-na-na, I was like, I'm feeling like a child again. And then boom, after when the Pixar lamp gets crushed, we get straight to rain, and then boom, we get to flashback, and then we get all the callbacks of the nostalgia themes from all the movies. It's literally Woody trying to rescue RC, and then literally Down by the Rain. Like, even straight from the beginning, it was already going to be sad because Woody's gonna say goodbye to Bo Peep because, dude, that's the love of his, like, that's his bitch. That's the love of his life, and now she's gonna be moved away from a faraway place. Like, man, that sucks. And plus, I know how that feels when it comes to like a loved one that you'll never see again for a long time. But then I love how the rain just slowly builds up as we see the shot where Bo Peep was about to get moved away, and then Andy searched for Woody. It's like, man, the animation for this movie is like top notch, where the background settings looks more realistic than ever than compared to the last three films. And then what we expected, you got your usual, you got a friend of me, Andy got plastic surgery each movie. But the one thing that pissed me off in that intro was the retcon. The retcon, instead of just Andy just saying, would he take care of Woody for me, Bonnie just straight up holds Woody up in the air. It's like, no. You just butchered the moment. What made me tear up so much in the third movie, and they just put that away. And like what Gabriel said, I don't know what the writers were doing. Maybe it was new writers in charge of Toy Story 4, because I believe Toy Story 3 had different writers, but whatever. New filmmaker, new writers, it doesn't matter. But the point is, man, why did they make Bonnie this retarded by saying, I love this cowboy in the third movie, fourth movie? Oh yeah, this cowboy's washed up. I do like the cowgirl, I do like the spaceman, and I don't want to get back to school because I don't want to socialize because I have no friends. My toys are my only friends. So I find it pretty stupid that Bonnie, out of nowhere, just needs, like, I don't know, some happiness for her moments of going to kindergarten. But thanks to Woody, even though Bonnie doesn't give a crap about Woody anymore, he still was at least kind and loyal enough, just like what Andy told to Bonnie in front of her, literally in Toy Story 3, like, he's brave and kind and noble like a cowboy should be. But Bonnie doesn't give a crap about that because she is that damn gullible. Like what Gabriel said, if it was like, a teenager, like, think about it, like Toy Story 2, when Jesse's original owner was Emily, when she got older, she got burned out with cowgirls and horses and just do like typical girly stuff with all the makeup and oh my gosh. Like, it could have been something like that for Bonnie when she got older, but in reality, it's kind of like a short time jump where she's like 6 years old. So, however, Bonnie's like easily, in my opinion, the worst part of Toy Story 4. Like, they completely butcher her character after what she was in Toy Story 3, where third movie, the shorts and the holiday specials actually made her a good character. But in the fourth movie, what the hell were the writers were thinking of? Like, the way I see Woody metaphorically, it's kind of like saying, like, you have a daughter or you have a kid that doesn't appreciate their dads anymore and you're not welcome to the family. It's like, well, I guess I just served that family for nothing. But, oh, hello, nurse. I'm meeting one of my ex-girlfriends and she's a baddie and I'm hooking up with you. We're having some babies tonight. That's the vibe that I got from Woody throughout the run of Toy Story 4 when he reunites with Bo Peep. But speaking of Forky himself, so even though it is questionable that we have like a living spork that lives through an existential crisis, so I guess that leads up to all of the more Pixar theories of Toy Story 1, where technically, so basically anything that you create, so that means if you create a vibrator and a trash can and you put googly eyes all over it and give it love, it can come to life. Alright, I'll bring one of my dildos and I can make that as a toy. Like, that's never gonna happen.
Over.
Like, that's never gonna happen. But either way, I mean, I guess that's how it is. Like, a toy comes to life when it's from a love of a kin, and that's how the power of the toys have lives in themselves, whether they actually have hearts or not, whether they're made of stuffings or plastic or sport plastic utensils. So, even though throughout the journey, this movie is intended to be a road trip, because that's what the movie said for the plot synopsis. I mean, we do see road trip elements from all three movies here and there, but since that became like the main selling point with all the toys, I will admit, Randy Newman, that man never fails of making original songs. Like, during the moments where Forky tries to go to the trash, I can't let you throw yourself away. It's like, look, even though Toy Story 5 is not needed, but please protect that man at all costs. Make sure that man is still in good health, even if Toy Story 5 is not what we asked for. But if there's at least good music and good songs from Randy Newman, just protect that man at all costs for as long as he lives. But outside of that, so stupid that even when Bonnie's mom literally grabs Woody and Forky from behind, it's like, oh yay, Spork, and the Woody's like, I'm gonna kill you, girl, I'm gonna murder you in your sleep. But all jokes aside, I mean, even though a lot of people complain how Buzz was downgraded compared to Toy Story 1 and 2, where Buzz is now more stupider, where he listens to his conscience of his voice, but I get that was like the whole purpose of like giving Buzz like not like a massive role like Woody, but at the exact same time give Buzz like the spotlight on the end of, oh, let me just listen to your inner voice, fascinating, and let that to be like the moral message that he'll teach himself but also teach Woody. But as time moves on, it does suck that even though Pixar sequels have done the same thing, like Finding Dory has done it, Cars 3 has done it, and even sequels like Kung Fu Panda 4 did the same thing, where they pushed the sideline of the main cast of characters that we grew up watching, and they just did in the background, where they just decided to do nothing much. Like, outside of Buzz, who actually does have an active role. I mean, come on, Woody and Buzz are the main stars since the first movie, so that matters. But you get the idea. They push the old characters like, yeah, you know them. Let's have some more room for the new characters because we need to sell more toys, more merch. I mean, introduce more characters. That's exactly what we need. But at the end of the day, you know why they had to introduce those characters. Merch to make more money. But for Forky himself, I think Tony Hale does a really good job of playing like this paranoid existential crisis of this utensil that doesn't even know what it is about life, including the moments where there were some moments that did crack me up, where literally when him and Woody were just on the road, where he's like, oh, can we please stop? No. And then literally when Woody's trying to give like this inspiring scene, like, Bonnie matters a lot to you, it means a lot for the rest of her life, and then Forky just brain dead. He's like, what'd he say? I relate to those moments of Woody's like, when I say something inspiring, that person's like, sorry, what'd you say? It's like, bro, I just gave you this TED Talk speech for nothing. But later on, as time moves by, we got introduced to Gabby Gabby, which I'm gonna tell you, boys, don't look up her voice actress again.
No.
Yep, you're gonna be thirsting on Gabby Gabby's Hooters when you look up her voice actress again. It's like, damn, she could breastfeed a whole starvation of African kids with those drugs.
Bro, that's
I'm
insane.
sorry, bro. What? What the?
That is, oh my, yo!
I'm telling you, look up the voice of Gabby Gabby and proving that I'm wrong. But you want to know why she took this role? Because in an interview, she talks about she used to raise ventriloquist dummies. In other words, she was an emo freak, but until then she became Jessica Rabbit in live action, technically. But more
Emo?
But yeah, she was an emo in her younger days, so that's where she raised those ventriloquist dummies. And that's why her character has Jack Black slappy dummies from Goosebumps as the henchmen. So,
Time to go back in time.
yeah, it just reverses back in time.
Pitbull.
So either way, even though the carnival setting is very creative, and like I said, I do like the carnival setting. It's like, you know, a new creative approach for what they can take the toys to, because first movie was Pizza Planet, second movie was Alice Toy Barn and the airport, third movie was the daycare and the garbage. So I guess the fourth movie was the best what they can offer. But the one thing that bums me out about Toy Story 4, they could have done this modern subplot, whether it's the main story or a subplot. Why can't they do a plot line where toys are getting out of stock? Why? Because video games, technology, Amazon. It's like, who needs to go to a toy store where you have a digital app where we could just get it from, I don't know, get it delivered in front of our houses rather than just going to the toy store, which is why Toys R Us got bankrupt. It's like, why was that not present in Toy Story 4? Like,
that's probably going to be the plot now that you said that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I mentioned this in part 1. It's like, if you're gonna make Toy Story 5 interesting and worth making, it's like, why not use the technology and all the electronic devices took over the toys, and toys have lost their value anymore, and now all of them are lost toys rather than just Woody. That plot, you want to know what's another thing I would love to see in Toy Story 5? Why can't we have the exposure of toys being viewed by humans in the public eye? Like, the only human character that we saw was Sid in Toy Story 1 after the "so play nice." And it's like,
they'll get cancer.
Like, man, like, I know it would make the toys more political. I mean, to be fair, The Incredibles went to political topics of making supers illegal and ban them out. But I'm just saying, like, those ideas should have been in the fourth movie. If not, then make that the fifth one. Let the toys get exposed to the public when, wait, they've been alive this whole time. And then maybe that could lead up to the bankruptcy of why there's no more toys selling. Just because they know the secret, like, the truth is out.
How it should have.
Yeah, like how it should have ended. We've been alive this whole time. And then Andy crashes to Pixar University. And then Buzz is like, can we all agree that this was a huge mistake? But yeah, those are my conditions. And of course, I guess Andy reunited with Woody since Bonnie just streamed like trash and Andy has kids of his own. I feel like with those elements, I'll be like, okay, maybe Toy Story 5 could be serviceable unless you make it truly the definitive one so you don't have to rinse and repeat emotional endings 2-3 times already. But anyway, back to the point about Toy Story 4. So, missed opportunity. They never got those ideas, which they should have in this modern setting, but it is what it is. But, however, when we get to Buzz, when he escaped from the RV, man, like what Gabriel said, the chills when we heard Buzz Lightyear's theme. Dun, 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 dun. I was like, man, I'm getting throwbacks. But then when Buzz got hits where he was literally flying in the sky, and then we get to Key and Peele, which obviously the main reason why they got cast because, hey, Key and Peele are funny and they're a dynamic duo, so let's cast them to be a part of this movie. Which, don't get me wrong, like, their plush toys are funny and they do have really funny moments, like what Gabriel said when they picture in their head of how to do, what's it called, the Cuddle Rush or something, where they decide to mess with that old lady's mind, like, they're like, give us the key! Or that one moment where they try to do FNAF scare in front of that old lady during in their headcanon dreams. Like, I'll admit, as funny as they were, their arc, pointless, if you think about it. Because we're like, you think you can take away our spot to infinity on my foot? Like, the whole purpose why they're on a prize at the carnival, because they think they could get adopted by a kid. But once when Buzz unexpectedly reunites with both Woody and Bo Peep, around that time, Bunny and Ducky attacks Buzz, but then Woody promises like, oh yeah, we're gonna get a kid, we're gonna be with Bonnie. But when he flash forward to the movie, they never join along with Bonnie, and they end up being lost toys, and they let the other toys get home to free, and it's like, look, as funny as they were, I feel like they didn't have that much of a purpose in terms of the story outside of, like, you know, making the audience laugh. So their whole purpose of getting adopted by a kid, it just didn't lead to anywhere after that. It was just said and done. Whatever. But outside of Forky, I mean, come on. Canada's greatest stuntman, Canada's sweetheart, the GO himself, Keanu Reeves as this French-Canadian, like, motorcycle daredevil dude, Duke Kaboom. love that dude because any line that he has, his flexibility where he goes, Rajan, I have failed you. I've disappointed you. Like that moment where he feels desperate that he let his toy owner down when he couldn't do the stunt over the Ring of Fire. That was hilarious. And I like that even behind the scenes. Even Kiana just joked about by saying, what's wrong about being a crybaby? And yes, for you Sonic fans in the chat, what does Duke Kaboom and Shadow the Hedgehog have in common outside of Keanu Reeves? They both ride cool-ass motorcycles.
John Wick!
Yep, and also because Duke Kaboom has a gun. I'll kill them. I'll kill them all. Next thing you know, Duke needs to play a guitar and just be like, you know, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures. Take the red pill or blue pill. So I will say, out of the new characters, Duke is definitely my favorite out of them all, and especially how resourceful he was of helping out Woody and Bo, trying to get over to the antique store over the keys and everything else. And Forky, I do like Forky mostly for the last, but also for the purpose for what he's trying to be. Like, what's it like being a quote-unquote toy, even though he's not a toy at all. But I will admit, the one thing I did find hilarious about Gabby, I mean, outside of her sexy-ass voice actress, but for the character herself, even though I expected her to be the villain, but somehow she isn't, where she just wants Woody's voice box, and I'm like, geez, that's kind of like, it's kind of like doing a kidney donation, but just in a cruel way from a serial killer, rather than just, oh, let's do this for charity. It's more like, no, I'm going to take your organs, and I'm going to put your organs inside of me. It's like, damn, this doll's a psychopath, and she's shameless about it. But all of that voice box was wasted for nothing around the grandmother's, no, the old lady's granddaughter around that time. He's like, oh, yay, new doll. Oh, it's not cool anymore than literally just abandon her in the trash. I know we're supposed to feel sad about that doll, but I was laughing by saying, ha! All of that effort. Same for you, man. It is so funny for an arc like that. But however, I haven't talked about Bo Peep herself. I mean, not gonna lie, I'm so glad to give Bo Peep an ass. I'm just saying, ain't too bad for me. I mean, Woody has some good taste to be with the blondies. But I'll say this, like, Woody and Bo Peep's relationship is easily the best part of the movie. Like them unexpectedly reuniting from the kids' playground, and they're staring at each other where Woody's trying his best to, like, not, you know, thirst or get overexcited. I was like, man, that totally hits the feels. It's kind of like seeing, like, some chick that I haven't seen in a long time, and then she came back, and then she's more hotter than before. It do be like that. So, technically, as time moves by, Bo Peep explains, like, why she no longer has to be dependent on having ownership of being someone else's toy. Well, she could be free on her own, being played by multiple kids. While Woody, on his end, just feel like, no, we need to stick to Andy. We need to stick to Bonnie or Molly around that time. But Bo Peep was like, been there, done that, Woody. I've been there for a long time. Now I just want to be a rebel. So I like that we definitely see, like, the differences of how Bo Peep encourages that it's okay just to accept new things in life. Like, you don't have to be stuck in life where you don't feel unwanted anymore, even if it's not going to last that long. Even where Woody says, you can't teach this old toy new tricks. It's like, it's kind of like, I can really relate to Woody on this. It's like, sometimes I just feel like I need to stay in the same place just to keep things together, and that's what Woody's been trying to do in the last 3 movies. And the 4th movie, like, once when he started hanging out with Bo, there's a lot more, like, different perspectives of how he see not just life as a toy, but what's next in his life if he's no longer wanted by Bonnie, since, you know, Bonnie just treated Woody dirty. But the one thing how everyone screwed up the mission, especially with the cat, like what Garo mentions, where it was a funny moment where they, quote unquote, sort of killed, like, the sock monkey puppet, whatever you want to call him, and they basically just nerfed the whole mission where they messed up with the keys. Forky still eventually falls down, and then Woody's voice box and everything else. It all got intense, and then after that, everyone just abandoned Woody behind. And the one thing that was funny but stupid, it's kind of crazy that Buzz have no idea what to do but just go back with the gang. It's like, Buzz, Woody's like your ride and die bro, and you were just there to help him around these 3 moves, and you're just going to leave him behind? Come on, Buzz. I thought what we had was special. So, technically, at least they did one smart thing, even though the old gang of Toy Story was just there for the rest of the movie in an RV, which, you know, they didn't do much. The one thing that is pretty silly is how they utilize the RV just to get Woody back, or in this case, bring Forky back when it comes to that matter. And then they give Gabby an owner that basically matters a lot. So I'm like, okay, heartwarming moment just to give Gabby closure, even though the last kid that throws her in the trash was pretty funny. and it was deserved just because she literally stole Woody's voice box, which I thought that was messed up. But later on, when they get across to the carnival and try to like escape through like multiple attractions, I feel like, okay, that's where I feel like the magic of Toy Story still stays consistent, despite, you know, these are just brand new characters for the sake of new merch, but also like for the sake of their purpose to be part of the carnival. But I do like the moment where Duke goes across the other side to the RV and Woody and Bo Peep just encourages him, like, yes, you Canada, where he goes over the loop, but he still hits his head and lands. And I like the moment where they mess up with the RV that the old toys were doing. And I like that Buttercup out of nowhere just said, Dad's going to jail, when the cops were pulling over with Bonnie's dad around that time, which I thought that was funny. Which, to be fair, even though, once again, Toy Story 3 is the much better movie with a much better ending, but I would be lying to myself if the ending of Toy Story 4 did not hit me as much as the third film. But now it's kind of pointless now because Toy Story 5 is going to exist. But however, it sucks that Woody had the chance to be with Bo Peep. Probably it would have been his last time if he would have returned back to the gang. And it's during that moment where Woody doesn't want to let go of Bo again, just like what he did years ago, like literally in the beginning. And it plays the do 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 do. And even though the conscious thing that Buzz can be silly, but it can be dumb at times. But I like that was like the thematic message that Buzz tells Woody's like, it's gonna be okay, man. Bonnie will be okay, even though Bonnie completely forgets about you and rejects you. But hey, she has the spork, she has us, and she would care less about you. But I think you deserve your happy ending. Go smack some cheeks in front of Bo Peep. So, like a true bro, Buzz is like, go ahead, Woody, go live your life, and then he ends up with Bo Peep. That's kind of like saying by like, hey bro, I know you've been a huge part of the family, I know you're getting older, but I think you should settle down. That's how I kind of see it with Woody and Bo Peep. So it's like, shoot, if this is going to happen to me in the future, and if I'm going to be smacking cheeks like Bo Peep, I wouldn't say no to that. I would be on Woody's tail on that end. But I will admit, the moment where all the other toys reunites, they say hello to Bo, but when they stare at Woody one last time and they all hug Woody with each other, I can understand why Tom Hanks and Tim Allen teared up when they were recording their lines. They thought it was the end, which reality it wasn't. But when they said like, man, I couldn't finish recording my lines because it was that damn emotional. The moment when Woody and Buzz were crying, and Gabriel, you remember this, I cosplayed as Woody. You had your Buzz Lightyear Party City mask, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Or even in my goofy Woody costume, even though people were liking my impression, even though no one could take your Buzz Lightyear Party City mask seriously, even in my old Woody costume, which Trevin used that as a thumbnail for ASMR Woody Gets Vietnam Flashbacks, bobsled. And then insert that in for using my face.
Bobsled.
I thought that was funny. But yeah, I would be lying if I started tearing up when Woody and Buzz were hugging each other. I was like, damn it, man. Just damn it. It's like, these guys have been like ride and die bros for life, and they're just hugging it out one last time. And not gonna lie, Gabriel, it's kind of crazy how that ending foreshadowed a month later after release, where we got separated, then we got reunited. That's why that ending of Toy Story 4 hit me more when Woody and Buzz hugged it out, especially if that was our last hug around that time. So that moment hit me in the feels, man.
Yeah, the movie Toy Story films are real.
Yeah, so real. Like, that's what I love about all four films. Yes, even the fourth film, look, as disappointing as it was in some aspects, and it couldn't hold up to the three movies, but moments like that, I'm like, I can't hate this film. Yes, it has flaws, but I can't hate it. Like, for Toy Story 4, as it continues off when Buzz and the other toys go back to the RV, and it goes back to the iconic music from the first movie, na 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 na, and looking back, like, these lines truly hit. Like, before I say Buzz and Woody's iconic line that makes Tom Hanks and Tim Allen, like, when they tear up, like, behind the scenes, when Rex questions a Buzz, is Woody a lost toy? Flashbacks to the first movie, I'm a lost toy. Flash forward to the fourth movie, he's not lost, not anymore. And then they play the claw music from Toy Story 3, and then this one quote, and me and Gabriel always say this every time we have our final farewells, where Buzz says, to infinity, and then Woody says, and beyond. And then I'm in the theater. I'm not crying.
Yes.
You're crying. Oh, I miss my bro so much. I gotta say that to my family love so much. So, I'm saying, man, those moments tear me up. And even though it wasn't the end, unfortunately. But I'm like, man, if they would have just ended off like that, even if Toy Story 4 wasn't the best, but man, they did a good job for Woody's ending for now. But then we go to the mid-credit sequence where Woody, instead of just, being in charge of, a whole toys team for staff meeting, which he gave the sheriff badge to Jesse, which I thought that was nice that Jesse totally earned it after taking Woody's position, which I thought that was a nice touch. But then we get to more random moments where Bunny and Ducky are imagining where they're zapping the zooted Zaza guy at the fair. And then later off, Jesse brings in another talking plastic knife so then Forky could get a girlfriend, which I will admit, I did got cackle where Forky's like, we are toys, trash. And then she's like, what are we? And then Forky just stares at the screen. I don't know. And it's like, man, who cares about Forky? Like, Forky and Duke are definitely like my favorite new characters. It's cool that Forky even has his own miniseries. Forky has a question. I don't know. So if there is more Forky for Toy Story 5, I wouldn't mind it. I think he's pretty funny at times. But however, Toy Story 4, it's never going to be as great as 3 or the other 2 movies, and they should have stopped after 3. But somehow, even though this movie is not need to be made, even though it does have that cash grabby vibe when we were just seeing from the marketing, but this movie just does little things just to tweak it by saying, alright, you have this moment with Woody and Bo, so that's fine. And then you have Duke, Boom, and Forky just having their silly moments, so that's fine. And then same goes for the music, same goes for the emotional scenes, that's fine. So either way, I would rather watch Toy Story 4, and this is going to piss off a lot of people, but I would prefer Toy Story 4 over Incredibles 2, Cars 2, dare I say even Finding Dory. And I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but hey, I'm a die-hard Toy Story fan, so technically 4th movie didn't live up to every expectations, but it's a solid entry from how I see it to be. So just like what Gabriel says, I would give Toy Story 4 onto the B tier. Like, I definitely say it deserves to be there. Like, not super high in A, not super high in S. B tier is like the safe spot for me. So yeah, that's all for my ramble for Toy Story 4. I guess the only people that haven't speak is Lesnar, Trevin, and Dwayne.
Alright. Yeah. Toy Story 4. Man, dude, do you have any idea how hyped I was for that to come out at the time? Like, my 11-year-old self was going crazy, dude. Like, I'm gonna be real. And then, you know me, like, at the time when I'd be watching a movie, I'd be anticipating. I'm like, yeah, I love that movie. That peak 10 out of 10. But of course, now in recent times, you got like, no. Now Toy Story 4, yeah, Bonnie sucks in that movie. That's for sure. Stupid child. Like, how are you just gonna be obsessed with one toy and then, like, even after the owner tells you to take good care of it, then, like, be like, nah, I don't like you no more. I'm gonna make my own. He's my favorite now. Like, that actually is ridiculous. But anyway, enough about that. When Woody reunited with Bo, that was a pretty cool. That was really nice. A whole reunion. And oh, you got it at! All right.
What?
Mm-hmm. Ain't wrong though.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, and the whole thing with Gabby, yo, Gabby Gabba, no. The Gabby, I didn't really like. Was Gabby like the villain or something? Because I don't think she like was the villain, but like, because she didn't want to, or maybe she was. I think.
Was so confusing.
Was she the villain?
It was. She sort of was throughout the first act, but later on she shows her good side. Like I said, confusing, man.
Yeah, I don't know about Gabby. I don't. Aside from, being those dolls, like those talking dolls that you play with when you're like a little girl or whatever. But yeah, Duke Kaboom. Yes, Keanu.
You're a national treasure.
He was. Yeah, he was pretty goated. Even then, like, they got Keanu Reeves in this movie, and Key and Peele as the Duck and Bunny. I thought they were pretty funny, especially in the that one teaser or TV spot, I think. when Buzz put his helmet over Ducky's foot. That was funny.
Yeah, that was during the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I remember most. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, the whole movie, like Buzz is out there looking for Woody, and the music. Yeah, dude, goated. And like the whole time, Buzz is like using like his quote unquote inner voice, aka like the Buzz that he used to make him talk, as to like what to do. But yeah, the whole dynamic with Woody and Bo. It's I want to honestly, it's really good. It's like it's like it hasn't changed in a while. Like I know they just reunited and everything. But then again, when you like reunite with an old friend, it's like, yay! I haven't seen you in forever. Anyway, so how you doing? But yeah. Let's see what else. And the whole time where the toys were in the RV, I like the part where they're like trying to sabotage the dad and him getting arrested. I like that part because. Funny, but yeah, if I were to put this on a tier, I kind of want to say B or C in a way, mostly B, because I mean I know it's like the weakest one of the franchise, but like even then, like the end of that movie was pretty tear shedding for sure. So maybe I want to put it in B tier. Like, what tier did you put it in again, Daniel?
Oh, me and Gabriel, we said B all the way, right, Gabriel? Gabriel?
Yeah, B.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright, so I guess
B tier.
Okay,
B tier.
So that's all B for three of us. So yeah, the only people that didn't speak is Trevin and Dwayne. Those are the only guys left.
Trevin can go next.
So, wait, really,
can't
Dwayne, you're
count
saving
on
yourself for
anyone.
last?
Oh, I'm always saving myself, man.
Oh,
Women? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Trevin, you good? Is he muted?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
Alright.
He's
good.
taking his time right
Yeah.
now. He's thinking of what to say.
Oh,
you know?
for...
Uh-huh.
He has so much
Okay.
to say about this.
100%. Yep.
I'm out there.
Ooh.
But yeah, go away with your take on Toy Story 4.
Yeah, when the trailer came out, I was like really thinking to myself, do we really need this? More trailers come by, more promotion. I watched it, and I was like, dude, this is like one of their best, 100%. Watch it more, come back to it, notice more flaws. Love the beginning, like that. Hate Bonnie in this movie. FNAF? No. With a burning passion, so badly.
Bonnie?
Movie at all. She is terrible. How do you... No, you're obsessed with this toy that Andy is like, you gotta promise to me that you'll take good care of him. And next movie after, no. Because fuck you. Hated that.
She literally said "F you, Andy."
Forky, in my opinion, is funny, but just in general, as his character is, it's fine. I love the part where he gets dragged on the road. It had me dying, dude. I can't lie. Yeah. No.
Carry me? No.
No.
You're just like me. Trash.
Easy way to get money in. Well, Peep, I can't lie. She was pretty fine in this.
No, it's a toy.
Sorry, yeah.
But
yeah.
I want to break this up real quick. I want to break this up. But who would you rather smash, Bo Peep or Elastigirl? Either one or.
Elastigirl, too easy.
Elastigirl.
I'm sorry.
Elastigirl, dude.
What question is that, bro?
Elastigirl.
That's a human, first off, my guy.
Yeah, because at least Elastigirl's human.
And a mother. Alright.
No, yeah, you're right, Gabe. A mother.
Say it louder.
Well, since I'm Woody, I'm gonna be the minority, but I love me some blonde zombies.
Elastigirl.
Peep cheeks. Yeah.
Come on, man. You can't pass on Elastigirl. Come on.
I'm sorry, but I want to be different.
Literally top 3 of all fiction.
I mean, like I said, if just to be different, I'll smack Bo Peep's cheeks. Just to be different from y'all. Since I'm.
Speaking of top, I'd let.
Yes.
Alright.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Reach around.
Anyway,
What?
I'm sorry.
Trevor, yeah, Trevor, continue.
You're good. My problem with this movie is it's technically, if you think about it, all in one setting in some ways. Like, the carnival is like the main setting and nowhere else.
Oh, I see what you.
He's
The
right.
past movies, they had more. It was exploration, different points of views. Just there was more to it, I would say.
This one just has one location. I see.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm going in comparison. I'm going in comparison here. The first movie had Andy's house, Sid's house, Pizza Planet, Good Dinosaur Station. You know, very minimalistic. You know, simple for its time. Toy Story 2, Andy's house, the apartment, Al's Toy Barn, airport. Pretty simple. Toy Story 3, Andy's house, Sunnyside, Bonnie's house, garbage. Yeah, pretty simple. While this is just really more focused in the carnival, I don't like that. The animation, oh my god, it is one of the best, hands down. So good. I don't like Buzz in this film. I wish they did him more justice. Justice for Buzz, 100%. Hashtag justice for Buzz.
Buzz
I agree. Hashtag buzz sweep.
Yeah, I was gonna say Gabriel say Buzz sweep.
Buzz sweep.
But rather just be a dum dum with his conscience. But anyway,
Like him using the buttons and talking to himself is just ridiculous.
Oh, that's true, yeah. That was kind of dumb. Should I get a latte or, just presses the button.
or yeah, no, make the noise where he goes, with my dirty helmet.
Latino or Asians? Presses the button.
Whites.
White.
So, or when it comes to
X videos. So
yeah, with ladies, flabby cheeks or cardboard cheeks, something like that.
Tits.
Indian.
oh god. POV ASMR. No.
One video tonight. ASMR, mommy.
Hey!
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Shout out to the people that know that in chat. You're
No,
probably
they
autistic
don't.
if you don't. No, you're blinded. Oh, at night. Oh, when it turns night, I love the lights in the movie. So good.
I thought you were talking about.
Yeah. I didn't even know Bonnie's dad was a character at all until this movie, because you can apparently see him as a background character in 3.
Yeah.
I was blind, so apparently that's new for me. Yeah, I like most of the new characters, I say. Duke Kaboom, love this man. Keanu Reeves plays bass, goated, love this character. FNAF, yeah, I gotta love these characters, man.
Bonnie and Chica.
Yeah. The jump scare, dude, it gets me. And, like, them waiting it out, oh, man. It's too funny. Yeah. I can't lie. I did get emotional during the ending. My mom was, like, telling me to stop crying. No.
No.
No. It was too good, for first time.
So good.
If you were to ask me what I thought, like, if I had to place this when I first watched it, I'd definitely say S. I'm kind of retarded back in my heyday.
Same.
Definitely, I would say B. Probably, like, the low end, maybe. Because I wish there was more with it than just what we got. And I hope Toy Story 5 will be promising. Also, I did get to watch this, and this has been technically my last Pixar movie that I've watched, like, theatrical.
Theater.
And I don't have any interest in most of what's coming out today in terms of Pixar's catalog. That's just me. I let that one slide in, I guess. But I don't know. It's not a problem when you've gotten older with any of these movies, but, like, still, again, I will still come back to their golden heyday. It's perfection. There's not a miss for me. But for me, this era, to me, it's Cars 2, the Toy Story 4, if anything, is, like, pick and choose. What do you consider in any of this, like, fine, but redeemable in some aspects? This era was a bit iffy for me, if anything. But yeah, I would say lower B on my half. Solid watch. It doesn't compare to the first three in my book. The nostalgia I have for the first three is like no other.
Can't top the nostalgia.
Especially for what he said about the B tier. And I almost forgot, Trevin, to shout outs to your old review back in your old channel where you comment on the moment where the mini combat Carl needs a high five from the other Carls and needs a high five from Woody, and you actually felt bad for that dude.
Yep. And the end credits, dude, the very end.
And then he gets a high five from Keanu himself for their motorbike. Because I know Trevin feel that dude's pain because he's like, he's literally me.
Real.
But yeah, that's all what Trevor has to say. Dwayne, you're the last one to end off before we're done with the sequel era of Pixar.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna just keep it brief. Hold on, let me pause the movie real quick. I was gonna say Cars 4. What the heck?
Cars 4.
Okay, Toy Story 4.
What happened?
Once again, I agree with you guys. Nearly as bad as people say it is. I think it's better than Incredibles 2. However, I also let's be honest. We've all done a Bonnie once with our toys. No, with our toys. Let's be honest. We've all bought a new toy and then we threw it to the side like maybe a few weeks after we did that.
Mm-hmm.
We've all done that at least once.
Well, yeah.
I can't even blame her. Sure, yes, that was an toy, but let's be honest. We've all done that too. What else? Animation's peak. Music's peaking it. I really can't think of anything else to say other than the plot I think it's just okay. I agree with Trevin that it was really just took place in one spot most of the movie, so kind of wears it down. It is the worst Toy Story movie out of the 4, not counting that other one that comes out. Yeah, it's just okay. I personally would put it in C tier and say that it's better than Incredibles 2, but that's just me.
Question: do you enjoy it more than Cars 2?
Oh hell no, man! Cars 2 is peak, bro. I still stand by that, man. Really, Trevor, really think about it. What first 2 or Toy Story 4? Come on, bro.
For the sake of it, no. For the sake of it, it's. I would say Cars 2 in some elements.
Thank you.
Like I have to. Well, yeah. If I'm thinking, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking no. I mean, the villains in 2 suck, but you know, it is what it is. Well, Toy Story 4 doesn't even have a villain. The more you think about it,
more of an antagonist.
Yeah.
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 Bonito. But yeah, it's easier for me. But you guys are putting.
Yeah, I mean, that's all we have to say about Toy Story 4. So that ends our sequel era until we
Porky.
meet again. Until we meet again for Toy Story 5, competing with Shrek 5, which that's gonna be my next Barbenheimer event. Which, yes, as a fan of both franchises, I'll watch both. Which one am I gonna like better? I have to see. Will Toy Story 5 will be better, or Shrek 5 will be better?
Shrek.
So
I'm sorry, Shrek. I think
we'll
Shrek's gonna be better.
we'll see.
Shrek 5, 100%.
Yeah, but obviously, I mean, the main reason why we're excited for Shrek 5 more than Toy Story 5 is because Toy Story already has definitive endings twice. Shrek Forever After had a good closure, but thanks to Puss in Boots 2, it's like, yeah, you know what, maybe there could be some roles that we can see them again.
We can reread.
And the difference
And
is
it already happened in 2010.
That I was gonna point that out, Dwayne. It's been a difference because for Toy Story, it's recent. Like, that movie came out like 5 years ago in 2019. Why did they have to do it so soon? But for Shrek, it's like, no, we need our ogre overlord back since 2010, man. Thank you.
If they didn't make Toy Story 4, then it would probably be, the same as Shrek Forever.
It could have been the same. But since we're...
I was going to talk a little bit about Shrek, but this...
Yeah, but we'll talk about DreamWorks.
We'll wait for the DreamWorks.
Yeah, we'll probably might save that after the Marvel tier list. But now that we're finally done with our sequel ramble, now we have... Okay,
Yeah, so next year.
I don't know what to talk about this era. The 2020s COVID Disney Plus straight to streaming original era, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's honestly very accurate.
Yeah, it is. I can't think of a proper name, but that's how these Pixar movies, I guess outside of Lightyear, Elemental, and Inside Out 2, here we are.
COVID movies.
The COVID movies, where Pixar was treated dirty from Disney, thanks to Bob Chapek and COVID around that time. But, no pun intended.
Yeah, glad he's out.
But no pun intended, onward to the movie Onward. So, who would like to talk about the mystical tale of Peter Parker and Peter Quill as brothers in this one movie? Anyone want to call dibs?
Two Peters and the...
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Peter.
You want to go?
Hey,
I do. I love this movie.
Yeah, Gabriel. I wanted you to be the first one to talk about this, so you go ahead, Gabriel.
I'm just gonna be completely honest here. We all need to calm down with the yapping. I want to get to the bad movies, and I want to get to Inside Out 2 because I just watched it last night.
Oh, yeah, that's
So let's.
Yeah.
We'll be honest. Let's keep it. Let's chill out with the yapping, and let's speed it up because I want to get through these movies. So I'm gonna do my best.
We're not making a part 3.
Yeah, I don't.
Exactly. I don't want to do a part 3. Let's get moving.
Oh,
I need to take a shower, man.
So onward. It's not a masterpiece. I'm not saying that, but I really do love this movie. It hits me personally, not just because it's got fantastic actors here, a great duo
Peter
that
Quill
I
and
didn't
Peter
think would
Parker.
work, but actually worked, in my opinion. Tom Holland, Chris Pratt did a great job with their roles. I think they fit their roles perfectly. It's actually really cool because Chris Pratt's character is very much like himself in real life. Same with probably Tom.
Yep.
And that's why I say they're perfect. Chris's character has the van just like he did in real life. Tom Holland's a twin. No, I'm kidding. And I like their relationship with their mom. And how different both of them are from each other, but they still love each other and respect each other. And Tom's character is very timid, I guess, a little more insecure, not as confident as his brother. But then his brother is always like Chris Pratt's character, has always wanted to go and explore, go on these adventures, and is super confident and active and hyperactive. And it's just, I like the dynamic between the two, even though they're very different from each other. And then, you know, the mystery of their father and magic bringing back at least half of their dad. And it was different. I don't know, it just felt different. It felt unique. And I think it was very, what's the word? Heartwarming. How they were putting all this effort into this adventure to try and bring back their dad. And even though the dad couldn't really speak, you could just feel the emotion just with his two legs. And how much they loved each other. And just the effort they went through or put in to bring him back. It was just very heartwarming. I like the other characters they meet, the magic powers that they use to travel and get across to different places. Like, it was just fun. I don't know. I don't remember too much of the music. Soundtrack wasn't that memorable to me. But I don't know. I'm sure it was fine. Didn't have a problem. And then I guess the ending is what really stood out for me, personally. You know, they tried their best to bring their dad back, but in the end, it just wasn't meant to be. Didn't work. But you know, that final goodbye to their dad, it hit me personally, and that's one of the reasons I love this movie so much. I think it's underrated. Not a lot of people talk about it, and while you know, it's not a masterpiece, like I said, not the best Pixar film ever, but it's not bad by any means. I think it's underrated. It's worth a watch, and very emotional. And I like it. It's different. It feels different. And I like the vibe and everything. I don't know. It's a good movie to me. So I personally, if I'm being unbiased, like if I was being biased, I wouldn't put it on S. I would put it on A if I was being biased. But to be unbiased, I'll put it on B.
Yeah, I gotta give respect to that. Like, not gonna kid you, bro. I was about to go debating on this. But since this movie is a brother movie, I would love to go next. Since I want to Gabriel to speak first, and I'll go next. But either way, I 100% agree with Gabriel. It is an underrated Pixar flick. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. And Gabriel, you might agree with me on this. Out of all of the original films that they make after Toy Story 4, would you agree that this is probably the best one? AKA, this is probably my favorite post-Toy Story 4 original Pixar film?
Out of these current ones, I mean, I don't want to spoil, but Inside Out 2 was pretty good. But is it my favorite out of these new ones? Nah, honestly, yeah. I think, again, just me being biased, I guess, Onward is probably my favorite one so far out of the newer ones. Well, I mean, Inside Out 2 isn't really new. It's a sequel. But I'm saying out of
out of the quote originals that came out post sequel.
Yeah, in terms of originals, Onward is so far my favorite.
Yeah, in recent years. Which, fun fact, I was supposed to watch this movie in theaters, but my dad's like, "Oh, go watch this Ben Affleck basketball movie," and I fell asleep through it because I got bored and tired. It's like, I'd rather rewatch Sonic Movie 1 again, but if not Sonic Movie 1, then take rewatch Onward. But instead, luckily, it got straight to Disney Plus, and honestly, it was a fun movie. Like, I really liked it. Like, even though this is made by the same guy who directed Monsters University, which I'm like, no wonder it has a very Monsters Inc. type of vibe, but except it's very fantasy driven with elves and dragons and all those fantasy creatures that you'll see in those fairy tales. But it's very suburban, just like Monsters Inc., so it's not that different from the Monsters world. But however, I like that the attention that the director makes the mystery of Ian and Barley, since that's the character of Tom Holland and Chris Pratt. Like, I like that their journey's trying their best to get to know their dad, because I know the director behind Onward never get to know his father that much in real life, and that's why he made this movie, just to be like this mystery, just to tie and connect it, just to have that missing bond that he wished he had with his father. And yeah, like what Gabriel said, like Tom Holland, Chris Pratt. I mean, come on. I like their characters as Peter Parker and Peter Quill in Avengers: Infinity War, and Tom and Chris Pratt do seem believably to be that brother dynamic, which I do believe behind the scenes, Pratt and Holland shared like the booth together where they test out their chemistry. They did their improv, kind of like what Tom Hanks and Tim Allen did with the first 2 Toy Story movies. So I'm like, all right, I like that. So it kind of gives like the chemistry between both of the Peters alive, but in the form of talking elves, where they're being raised by the mom who started Seinfeld. How ironic. But outside of that, their voice acting's great. Like that, Tom Holland's character, Ian, is definitely a lot more shy, more the nerdy type. Well, you got Chris Pratt's brother, who's more the jock, and like what Gabriel says, in a van, kind of like a homage to Chris Pratt being homeless. And to me, since I love Dumb and Dumber, I'm a sucker for road trip movies, road trip comedies that features 2 main leads as the main stars. And like I said, that's what I love about Dumb and Dumber. And in Onward, we kind of see that more as a brotherly dynamic. Heck, even Drake and Josh kind of did similar moments like that in a very sitcom manner. Like, for me, I'm a sucker for that, because sometimes I'm like that with me and Gabriel. Sometimes I'm like that with one of the bros. Like, it gives me like that good throwbacks to it. And sure, even though the movie isn't gonna like blow your mind away just like it was with the older Pixar movies, but I like that throughout the quest, throughout the journey, including the cop with the horse Pegasus inside of a police car, and he's somewhat thin in there. I just thought that was ridiculous around that time. But I will admit, I do like the journey that both Ian and Barley went through with their no torso down with their pants that just only emote with their legs. But when it went to the ending, it got a little bit teary for me. Like, even though Tom Holland's character Ian never got the chance to reunite with his dad, but Barley does and get a hug for him. And then after, when Barley tells Ian about what his dad says when he's having the moments just to be there with his full body form, and both of the brothers hug it out. I don't remember the song specifically, but I remember first times like, man, the song is already made me tear up. It's like, it's good. Like, I'm seeing like Pixar movies, and even though Toy Story and Monsters Inc. does a good job with the friendship dynamics, it's quite refreshing that we're seeing a biological brother aspect, and that's what I love about Onward, because Gabriel, I think we compare ourselves like to those guys, not only because we like Tom Holland and Chris Pratt, but their chemistry is pretty much similar like ours. Yeah, totally. So that's why I honestly like Onward. So even though I would give it a high rating, if I'm being honest, just because I feel like Onward was a breath of fresh air from the sequel train era, which we needed a break from the sequels as much as we were excited, but they're not as great as the original. Onward just feel like it was like the right step in direction by saying, sure, it's not the greatest Pixar movie I've ever watched, but it's definitely one of the better ones in recent times. So I'm gonna be honest, I would put on an A tier, but if I'm saying it a lot to Coco, I say it definitely fits around the B tier area. Just like, I mean, it's directed by the same guy who gave us Monsters University. I say it easily fits on B tier for me. It's a really good Pixar movie.
Yeah. So,
anybody else?
I was gonna say, is it okay if I go next? Because this is gonna be the last movie I rank, and then I'm gonna do a quick
All right.
recap after, like, after I say what I think about.
Sure.
To me. But I'm a dip, yeah. So Onward, very personal movie to me. I relate a lot to the story on what happens. The whole fatherless thing. Yeah, I relate to it. So Onward means something to me personally, and it has 2 Spider-Men. Oh my gosh,
2 Peters.
2 Peters.
2 Marvel characters.
2 Peters playing. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. The story itself. I think honestly they could have went more crazy with the story. Like the suburban, mythical type stuff. I feel like they could have done more with it, gone more mystical or whatever. But I like it. I think it's a decent movie. Like I really don't have much complaints about it. I could also say I wish there was a little more to the plot and then just them trying to resurrect their. I feel like they.
Yeah.
Because that was just the main focus most of the movie. I feel like they could have added something. But other than that, I think it's a very great movie. I saw it in theaters with my ex, and I was absolutely bawling my eyes out, and she just turns to me saying, "Why the hell are you crying?" Like, bro,
Bruh.
come on, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. But yeah, I saw it peak. I would put it in B ranking. And then with that being said, what's the next movie after this? Soul.
Yep,
I'm
Soul.
gonna put
Yeah.
Soul in A. What was Luca? Luca was right after. I'm gonna
Yeah,
put
Luca.
Luca in D. I don't care. That movie's boring as hell. Nobody
Real
can
for
ask me
that. Real
otherwise.
for that.
Real for that.
Wait.
Turning Red is in B. Okay. Any other ranking is wrong. Turning Red is in B. Lightyear F tier. That is the one Pixar
Yes.
movie I say is an F tier. Okay.
Yes.
Straight up.
I
What
agree
was
with
that?
that.
What was after? What was
Elemental.
Elemental?
Uh-huh.
C or D.
You know what? I'm gonna put that in a B. Very low B because I actually did enjoy it. I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was as bad as people said. So very low B. I'm gonna put it in. And then for Inside Out 2, I'm gonna put that in A tier because that was a very
Goated.
great movie. So that's my ranking. I'm out of here, boys. I gotta dip. So I'll catch you guys another time. I appreciate
We'll
you guys
catch up next time for hopefully
inviting me
Film
on this
Tier
live
List
stream.
next month. But hey, thanks for joining us, Dwayne. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Alright.
So
Appreciate
long,
it.
boys.
See you.
Have a good night, man.
Good night, partner.
Good night, Dwayne.
So now that Dwayne said his stuff on Onward and how many films, I mean, we got to get to Trev and Leslie's opinion next, but after Onward, it's Soul, Luca, Turning Red, Lightyear, Elemental, Inside Out 2. So we got like 6-ish movies left, but we need to get to Trevin and Leslie's opinion on Onward before we get to the next COVID Disney Plus Pixar films.
Yeah. You know what? I will go real quick. Onward. The two Peters in a movie together. Goated. Now, Onward as a movie as in general, like, I really like the relationship between the two brothers. The shenanigans they go on, and the mom. No. It's a really good movie. Like, I did enjoy watching it. Like when I first watched it and on Disney Plus. Granted, my only time watching it, which I'm gonna make it quick. So like I like the stories, but like behind it with Ian and Barley, and it's a really nice movie. Like it's really good. So good. Like at first, after I watched it, it was, I don't know, like, but now that I think about it, Onward is, because like it's like I said, really good. So if I had to put it in any, I'd probably put it in like B
tier.
because it's really good, but like it's not my favorite. I'm not gonna praise it.
So okay, so B tier, just like me, Gabriel, and yourself. So thanks, Lesnar. I guess yeah. Last but not least, it's Trevorino himself, Trevin.
Trevino.
Haven't seen this. I think like the first 10, 15 minutes or so. I can't really rank it like entirely, but from what I've seen, I think I would put it in B myself. Yeah.
All right, seems fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we have to say about Onward, which, like what me and Gabriel said, is probably our favorite Pixar film post Toy Story 4 era, around that time. But now we get to how ironic. Alfred Molina was in Monsters University.
Electro Monday.
Yeah, Electro Monday. Doc Ock was in Monsters University. Green Goblin was in Finding Nemo. Spider-Man was in Onward. And now we got Electro Jamie Foxx in the movie Soul, man. I guess I'll go first on the movie.
Stars in Pixar movies is crazy.
Gotta be mute. Somebody goes first.
Yeah, I'll go first. Okay, I'll go first on Soul. So, I thought Soul was gonna be like a knockoff version of Inside Out. It's like, well, wait, we're doing like I thought we already did this concept before of emotions, but now Soul is literally about, like what the movie says itself, Soul, about what happens when you die to the afterlife. But unfortunately, it's not going to be in the most scientifically accurate way where you go to heaven or hell. It says like some souls just go to like some different places or another. But either way, I thought this movie was going to be like The Princess and the Frog for Pixar. What I mean is like, you got a black lead, though, like an all-star black cast just to, appease to that audience. I mean, given the fact that this movie came out 2020, I guess it just pleased that audience, if I'm being honest with you. But outside of that, Jamie Foxx as Joe Gardner is a pretty good protagonist. I like the fact that he's a music teacher that, tries to inspire the students of like what sets their soul on fire when it comes to the instruments. And bro's living his best life just to have music as a part of his passion. It's kind of similar like Coco, but Coco's like for the Mexican people, while for Soul it's more for like not just for the black people, but for like any aspiring musician or a pre-established musician as a whole. And I will say this, the art style definitely becomes really cool of how Jamie Foxx's soul goes to like these different realms and all these different souls that just came from other bodies while they're there. You were already dead and they just went out for limbo. And just like you got Amy Poehler in Inside Out, you got her best friend Tina Fey as this one soul named 22, which as usual, like what Pixar does, is just the side comic relief character just to bounce off the main character, which we've seen that trope before many times before, just like in Finding Nemo and Cars and the list goes on. I do say she's alright when she's first introduced, just, you know, Tina Fey just being Tina Fey, but at the exact same time, at least later on, she just actually wants to have a soul just to be a part of, like that one time she takes Jamie Foxx's body. And the one thing I will admit was funny is when Jamie Foxx's character Joe Gardner went to the body of a cat, and that one time where Tina Fey's character was in Joe's body and then Joe was in the cat's body, he's like, let me out of here, and then translates to human real life, which I thought that was funny. But I will admit, as cool as the New York setting is pretty good, but I will admit, like during the switch by things, I will admit it does drag itself way too long. And the one thing that does confuse me about the movie is this one old soul that's trying to like track Jamie Foxx's soul down and everything else. Like, I don't know, parts like that's like, is this really needed just to add like an antagonistic force just to put that into the movie? Like, there's some moments, like, the concept itself of the movie is interesting, but there were some additions. I'm like, was this really needed just to be included in that? But I will admit, like, the visuals where Tina Fey's character 22 is fighting, like, all those personal demons, and basically Joe Gardner just trying to, like, help her just to break those emotional, like, monstrosities, those nightmares away. I will admit, Soul is not, like, my go-to Pixar movie, but I will admit, it does have a really good ending, if I'm going to be honest. Once when, they went back to Earth, and then Jamie Foxx's character and the Soul 22 character just goes back to Earth and go back to the soul of the body. It just gives like a good simplicity about, hey, just enjoy life for how much as it lasts. No matter if you're alive or dead, just simply enjoying church every single moment till your body is no longer alive. So even though it's not the most like accurate way when it comes to afterlife death, but the message is very sincere. But just like Onward, even though I prefer Onward more just because I find Onward more relatable, I would say, despite the flaws, Soul is a good movie. I won't say it's great, but I would say below B tier, like definitely like nearby Finding Dory and all the rest. So I would say B tier would just be the rank that I'll put for Soul.
That makes sense. To be honest, Soul, I don't really recall that movie too much. Like what Daniel said, it's a pretty interesting concept and all that. It's pretty nice. It's pretty, like I said, pretty good movie. Has Electro in it. All these Marvel stars in these Pixar movies, dude. Goaty. But yeah. So to be honest, I'm just gonna put it in B tier because like I didn't like, I wasn't. It's not my favorite. I wasn't like. At the time, I don't know if I like paid, like, I think I barely paid any attention, but like, cause I was watching it on Disney Plus. At the time, I barely remember anything. So, but it's not bad. It's not a bad movie. It's pretty good.
So yeah,
B tier.
B tier just fits. And besides, you want to know what's funny when this movie was out on Disney Plus because, you know, COVID happened? I like that random old lady sold the post-credits scene by saying, the movie's over now, go home. We are home. You sent this movie to Disney Plus in the first place.
Idiot.
So that scene did not age well at all. And speaking of Jamie Foxx and Electro, okay, this is not related to the movie, but when I was watching The Amazing Experiment 2 with Dwayne, and when Electro wakes up, and then Dwayne was like, oh, this is the body where Joe Gardner has been to, and it's like, dude, Joe Gardner's soul went to a blue electric naked man. When Dwayne made that joke, I was cracking up when he said it in this movie. But yeah, I guess that's all what Lesnar has to say. Gabriel, Trevin, any comments on Soul?
I've seen this once, I think, actually. Good message, I would say. Does go all over the place. A little too much, I would think. It is unique. It is different. What most Pixar movies should be, if anything, an original. Gotta love me some jazz.
Right.
I do enjoy it, but nostalgia speaking, I just love classic era so much. I'd probably set this in B. It's been a long time since I've seen it. And this is the last Pixar movie that I've watched. I don't know anything about the movies after this one because woke, let's just say.
Yeah, right.
So
we get closer to that territory after Soul. Because I will admit, at least Onward and Soul did not have that much woke moments, but the later movies, yeah, they do. So I'm guessing, So I'm guessing once when we...
I would set it in B.
Okay, so you'll set Soul in B. So technically, Toy Story 4 was the last Pixar movie that you've seen in theaters, but Soul was like the real last Pixar movie that you saw for yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means if I ask you for an opinion for like Luca, Turning Red, Lightyear, Elemental, or even Inside Out 2, you'll have...
Hell no, I wouldn't know. I would not know.
Alright, that seems fair enough. Well, I mean, you could just take a guess from what me and Gabriel and Les would say. So I'm guessing, I don't know about Gabriel. If he's muted, then I'm guessing that's probably because he's talking to his mom. But, I mean, we could still move on to Soul without Gabriel for a while. Then Gabriel can just speed run to it. So, Leslie, do you want to move on with the other Pixar movies in the meantime if Gabriel's going to take a while?
Yeah, let's do it real quick before Gabe gets back.
Like I said, I know Gabriel's going to speed run the other movies. So, okay, so I guess I'll talk about Luca. So, I'll say this. Luca isn't anything revolutionary, dare I say, but I will say this, I thought I was going to go woke for a second, but surprisingly it isn't. I do like that it goes more to, Italian culture, and we definitely see, the civilians of Italy, and I will admit, the gnocchi spaghetti with the gnocchi sauce, that pasta actually looks really good, and honestly, I actually taste it in real life, and man, the green sauce, it never fails. And for Luca, I mean, yeah, you can arguably say that it's definitely like a ugly duckling type of story where you got Alberto and Luca himself that are sea aquatic creatures, and then when they get into the land, they become humans, and they say the quote "Silencio Bruno." And now that word Bruno cannot get stuck out of my head because the same year Disney made a Encanto and they did the talking about Bruno, no, where Sid the Sloth was that character in that Disney film. So 2021 was the year of Disney saying the word Bruno.
Manny.
So Manny. Wait, did you say that, Lesnar, or was that Gabriel?
Gabe.
Oh, that was Lesnar.
Hey, Gabriel. Hey, Gabriel, welcome back.
Hey, guys.
I was talking about Luca, but do you want to speed run your review on Soul before I continue on with Luca?
Sure.
Yeah, speed run your review on Soul.
Soul is fantastic movie, surprisingly. Didn't expect the greatness that Soul was. And I like the character, the main character, a lot. His passion for music and specifically jazz. He's just he's like an outcast. He's very different from most others, and I respect that about him. And it made me appreciate. It's again Pixar. It's a Pixar thing. It just made me appreciate jazz. It's not something I typically listen to, but it made me really appreciate that genre of music. I'm not a big fan of the
Tina Fey
Spirit.
character?
Yeah, her.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big fan of her. She was annoying, but Electro Monday, Jamie Foxx's character, great guy, great character. His arc throughout the movie and figuring out his purpose it was so real, and they did it in a very fun, creative way. And him turning into a cat was kind of out of nowhere, but it is what it is. It's not a big deal. I don't know, the moral of the story is what really makes it so great for me. It's about finding your purpose and meaning in life, and everyone can find their purpose in life because everyone does have a purpose in life, and just this movie teaches just how beautiful life can be, and it's beautiful to just be able to be alive, breathe air, and live another day, and do what you love. I don't know. It's a great movie. I would put it A tier.
Oh wow, that actually says a lot, man. Because me, Lesnar, and Trevin actually puts it on B tier. But I mean, we could switch it up if you want to. But we literally just put it on the B tier. What did Dwayne said? What did Dwayne said about Soul?
He said A tier.
All right. Do y'all want to put Soul in A tier, or should we put it on B tier?
I don't mind it.
Like, put it on A tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that seems fair enough. So, thank you for the ramble on Soul, but let me get back to Luca. So, that being said, what I said about Luca, like the Italian culture, the Italian food looks so good, especially the gnocchi sauce with the pasta, and I like that. Once again, it's kind of like an ugly duckling story, but it's like sea aquatic creatures can't escape the surface, or, oh wait, actually, that reminds me of The Little Mermaid, now that I think about it, Dory. But outside of that, if you want to talk about this is Little Mermaid, but reverse, but it's all about two young boys that are just doing their best just to live their life as humans, because if they know the secret that they're sea aquatic creatures, they'll be seen as freaks, as in creatures that might scare all the humans around the Italian town. So I actually thought that was pretty nice of how they're trying to like make two kids that are different from most of the other people from the crowd and just make sure that they're different from the rest, both Luca and Alberto. And then we got Julia, who's like the main girl. She's definitely like a tomboy when it comes to the other two kids, and then they try to do multiple sports activities with all these bullies, which I will admit, the bully in this movie kind of looks like a Chef Skinner knockoff, but he is not as fun. He's kind of like an Italian wannabe version of Skinner when that happens. But however, the food definitely looks good. I like that we get to know Julia's dad, who's like a fisherman who got his arm cut off. But I like throughout the moments of the movie, they try their best to like make sure Luca and Alberto's like aquatic water identity just like doesn't like get fade away or something. And by the way, I'm surprised King Julian, the voice of King Julian, is the uncle of Luca underwater, which I was not expecting to see that coming. But I will say this, even though this movie's very simple and basic on the premise, like I said, it's not like Soul or Onward where it's just anything that just blows out of your mind, but it just goes to the like the topics of, you know, the enjoyment of being a child throughout the activities through Italian culture, but at the exact same time when it comes to like feeling validated from a deep dark secret that you're not open about. Like during the moment where Luca just takes the blame that Alberto is an aquatic fish while the humans try to track him down, but then Alberto felt betrayed that his best friend just turned his back. We've all been through those moments in our lives where I thought you were my friend, but then you just backstabbed me. But then when Luca shows more of his identity during the bike race during in the rain, that's when everyone knew their secrets. And then once when Julia defended those boys to see like, oh, they actually became good friends despite their not being human. And then once when Alberto and Luca has to like move away to another time and they have to say goodbye till we meet again, it's like, wholesome moment, wholesome stuff. But I will admit the side villains are quite forgettable. The music, I may not remember it too much, but yeah, it is what it is. But I just keep on saying this again and again, the food in that movie. It's no Ratatouille food quality, but the pasta, muy bonita, muy perfecto, delicioso. So, Luca, I would say it's more on the B tier, and yeah, that's going to be a no-brainer because, I mean, it's not as disappointing, and even though it's not the most rewatchable Pixar movie, but for what it is, it's just a slice of life, soft, childhood driven, but it takes place in Italy type of movie. So I would say Luca's B tier for me. So anyone else?
Okay. For Luca, it's just okay. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the art style. It's not my cup of tea. I do like the characters. They're fine. I like the dad. He's kind of funny.
Literally the dad from Cloudy with a
I
Chance of
knew it,
Meatballs.
because the same mustache and the same eyebrow, except he
Yeah.
has hair. Lot of hair.
Yep.
And he cooks great pasta.
Let him cook.
But yeah, the characters are okay. They're fine. Story, to me, I mean, I like the atmosphere and like the town they were in, and I don't know, everything in the background and stuff looked kind of nice and had that, the Paris look or whatever. And don't remember too much of the soundtrack. Wasn't anything special, I guess. I do like the whole thing where the citizens eventually accept Luca and his friend,
Alberto.
even though they turned into sea creature thingies. That was, I guess, kind of, again, nothing special, but still kind of nice. I don't know. To me, the movie felt like like they turned a Pixar short into a movie.
Honestly, that's what it feels
It,
like.
it was just kind of, like okay, just meh. I don't know. It was just okay. I would put it. I'd put it on C tier.
C tier.
Talk your shit.
I mean, literally, when Gabriel says like a big budget short film, that's what it is. I mean, at least it wasn't like a Pixar version of Call Me by Your Name, which I'm glad that wasn't the case. Like the director debunked that, which that was good. So yeah, Lesnar, you're up since Gabriel said C tier for Luca. Lesnar, you're up.
Lesnar.
Yeah, so he hates this shit.
Nah, get that shit
Yeah,
down.
so F tier.
Oh, he's muted, that's why.
Familia. Never mind.
Lesnar, you good?
Lesnar.
Yeah.
Luca.
Your ranking
your
on
opinion.
Luca.
My opinion on Luca. I don't. I don't remember much about this movie. I thought it was decent. I thought it was fine. I mean, yeah. Sea creatures go to Italy. Blah. Yay. I don't know. What did y'all rank it?
Well, Gabriel just said C tier.
I put it C tier.
To be honest, I would put it in C
I
tier.
guess C tier was like the
Okay,
most
okay.
fitting spot for it. And oh boy, the next.
I don't.
Okay, no, you go, Trevin. You
Sorry.
go. No, you go.
I don't want to sound rude, but is there really a point for me staying in here? Because I haven't seen any of these movies, like, at all.
Like, not Turning Red, not Lightyear.
Hey, we gotta talk crap about Turning Red, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
How much?
is this the next film?
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
Alright,
Yep. We're gonna talk.
this
shit.
will be my last, I guess.
It sucks. I wanted to hear why Dwayne likes the.
Yeah, Dwayne, like his interest of why.
I know he put it. I think he put it on B.
I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
he
I
did.
want. I
Okay,
want to know
that's too
why he
much
likes the
praise. Too much. I don't know.
Because
why.
that's what you were like when you were a kid? No.
movie. No, in fact, those were the kids in my class that were annoying that I despised. Those are the kind of kids that will watch this movie and like it.
Yeah, Turning Red is definitely
BTS fans.
like Turning Red is definitely for the K-pop. Yeah, K-pop.
Exactly, bro.
Gen Z
I can't.
TikTok
I'm sorry.
audience.
I'm a hater.
What?
So we're gonna get into that movie now.
Yeah, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Gabriel, you do the honors. Of
Yeah,
this,
Deep Star.
this
Tell us why you despise that
this
movie.
K-pop
All right,
Gen
well.
Z trash.
I really want to just be biased and just say I hate it, and I do, but I'll try and be a little bit fair. This movie is just one of those movies where it's like not for everyone. I get it. I feel like it's more for a certain audience, like maybe teenage girls or K-pop fans, or like just people that relate, or even people of Asian culture. Maybe it's just people that relate to this type of movie. It's just made for a certain audience. I feel like it's not for, especially not for me. The whole her turning into a red panda, maybe there's a meaning behind it that I'm just missing, but to me, it's just dumb. Furry crap, get that crap out of here. You're mentally ill, seek help, rehab, something, man. I think every character is annoying except for her dad. Her dad is actually a real one.
It's a god.
We're not gonna go there.
Feminist movie.
Her dad is a real one. Everyone is very annoying. Mom is, I don't know, I guess like too, I don't know.
That's not Chun-Li, my guy.
That's not.
Yeah, man. They missed out Chun-Li, bro. That's why your movie flopped. I don't know. The mom was like very, I mean, it's an Asian thing. She's strict. I get it. But like she worried about every little thing too much. It was just annoying. And whether it was accurate to the Asian culture or whatever, she's annoying. I don't like her. The main character, annoying, typical. Her and her friends, typical annoying teenage girls that you would come across the hallway at school, and they would be like fangirling over a poster of a BTS or K-pop band in their locker. Be like, oh my gosh, the concert this weekend, and then you're gonna walk past them and hear them squeal like little fangirls, and it's gonna be the most annoying thing on the planet. That's what they are. Just annoying. I wouldn't say they're like the hot Cheeto girls on the bus being loud, but they are the obnoxious girls from like middle school that were super annoying. And if you disagree, you were one of them.
You're wrong.
So it's just me being biased. I don't like that kind of stuff. I think people like that are just annoying. I think K-pop, that sort of genre, is lame. Not my cup of tea. Characters are just annoying, straight up. The whole red panda furry bullcrap is cringe. Her twerking in front of her own mother is very cringe. As a red panda, even worse. And all because she, bro, you're not Goku, you're not Gohan. You're just because you're mad, you're gonna turn into a giant furry. You're done. You're not on that level, man.
You're not even a man.
There was like really only
potential, my guy.
So this is not Spark Zero, retard. That one emotional scene, I think it was when she was trying to calm down her mom, and like it was like a bunch of bamboo around, and they were in there. That was okay. Just everything else, I just don't like the characters. I don't like the red panda thing, and it was just overall cringe for me. If anyone else enjoys it, that's fine. Maybe it's a movie made for them, and that's okay. It's just a movie that's not made for me. I don't dig it. I'm not into it. I do not like it. I will forever be a hater of this movie, and I don't care what you say. So, F tier. Have a great night. If you disagree, no, you know what? Just have a good night.
Yeah, I don't know if Dwayne's
agree to disagree.
I don't know if Dwayne's gonna be watching this, but Dwayne, I don't know, not in the stream, but please give us valid reasons. Why are you defending this movie? Because I'm on the same boat as Gary. Was like, this movie is 100% made for this current generation. Like, the movies that we grew up with, that's our generation. This is a big old piece of trash.
Big old piece of trash.
Yeah, quote in the words of the great Stone Cold Steve Austin, this movie's a big old piece of trash. Like, look, like, this is definitely made for the people who love K-pop, people who love furries, and no offense to those. I mean, I know there's respective anime fans, but this is definitely the type of weeb fans that is more into the furry doki doki teenage girl type of shit, which it gets cringy and it gets really down bad horny, but just not in the most comfortably setting. Like, I feel like it's made for those type of fans growing up, or in
It makes me
The
cringe. It
sexo.
makes me uncomfortable. I just don't like the movie. Don't like it. It's not for me.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand there's some artists, including a certain someone who happens to be a dude that relate to this. Wade, that can relate to this movie. Like, oh my gosh, really me? It's like,
Hate that guy.
yeah, it's like, yeah, you relate to an Asian chick that's going through puberty problems, some period problems in a movie. Good gosh, I'm surprised that was mentioned briefly. And like
Inside Out 2 did it better.
Yeah, Inside. Oh yeah, we'll talk about Inside Out 2. Did a much better version of the teenage puberty hood, especially from a teenage girl perspective. Like Turning Red is like the downfall version of what Inside Out 2 does better. But we're not talking about Inside Out 2, which I wish we could. But we gotta get to this trash. But the furries, when it comes to dancing and her thirsting over the BTS songs, I don't care what anyone else says about the song. It's literally like the typical type of K-pop song that you will listen to on the radio that doesn't feel too distinct out of Pixar, man. It's like, I get that this whole Turning Red Panda thing is basically kind of like the Curse, where she tries to Hulk each other out, and like what Gabriel said, they're not like Cheeto girls, but her friends, I think the character's name is May, I don't really give a crap, but no joke, people behind Pixar literally took interviews with real life teenage girls so they could get their behaviors accurate. So I'm like, you know what, I am not surprised of how the way they act and behave, and since this is an all, not trying to be sexist, but since it's an all-female lead, I'm sorry, I cannot relate to this. I cannot respect and connect with this, so that's why I'm on the same boat with Gabriel. This movie's just not made for me. I'd rather be watching a Cars movie, rather watch Cars 2, or even like what we just ranked it on F tier, which I am going to be on F tier if I'm going to be honest. I would rather watch The Good Dinosaur if I'm being honest, because Turning Red is just not my cup of tea. Like, even the ending where they try to make this whole Dragon Ball, Pokemon type of battle with furry mom versus furry daughter, but then when they try to hug it out, I'm like, alright, that was handled decently from how the way it was portrayed. And like what Gabriel said, the dad was actually the only normal guy because, you know, it's a dude, while all the women in the movie are not so good as well. Mom was pretty strict, and then the daughter's like, if you asked me to watch Turning Red again, I would say no. I'd rather watch Cars 2. I'd rather watch Brave, Incredibles 2, Toy Story 4. The list goes on. It's not that rewatchable to me. Like, it's just not that good. So definitely F tier all the way. Don't at me on this, Dwayne, if you're watching
Not
this.
rewatchable at all. That's like,
Dwayne,
you play that on TV, I will actually break your television. I will take pills to put myself to sleep.
ain't that the truth?
I'd be
Look,
playing Dokkan Battle. We know damn well.
Yep.
guys, look at the comments. Dwayne just
Trying to
put,
get my stones right now, alright?
Dwayne just put, it's B tier, you guys are dumb. And then the voice actor's like, I feel the difference between Inside Out 2 and Turning Red is Pixar saw what they did wrong the first time and they changed it for Inside Out 2. Yeah, pretty much. They learned their lesson after Turning Red what they did for Inside Out 2. But yeah, Dwayne, since you're watching this, put your valid reasons in the comments of why you would defend Turning Red on a B tier while me and Gabriel put it on the lowest of the low of the barrel. You tell me, Dwayne. And all due respect, bro, that's all I'm saying. It's better than most of the...
This guy. This guy.
No, the hell it's not. I would rather watch Jurassic Park 3. Yeah, like the Spinosaurus.
Jurassic Park Dominion is better than this garbage. I've
Yeah,
smelled
yeah.
diarrhea better than this movie.
I do not, I do not want to smell.
Oh, I've seen dead rodents on the street that probably smell better than this movie is.
Dre,
Yo,
you're actually tripping.
what is he on, dude?
So what you smoking, bro? That being said,
I said I think it's a bad movie.
Yeah.
Anyone else can say it's a good movie, and that's fine. Maybe you relate. Maybe you like something. That's fine if you like it. I don't.
it's just
I
not
hate
made
it.
for
I
me.
think it's bad.
It's not made for me. It's just made for kids nowadays for this generation, so I have to deal with it.
I just like being a hater and making fun of you for liking it, because I hate it.
Bro, even the end credits.
It's better than Get Out.
No.
You're just not saying that.
No.
You're kidding.
No.
What did you say?
This no.
Just because you don't relate doesn't mean it's a bad movie. It's better than most anime BS.
This
Bro,
idiot.
what are the... Are you okay, dude? Like, seriously.
Man, this is why.
You-
This is why I wish Dwayne would stick around the stream, because I would have liked to hear his valid points of why he would defend Turning Red.
Bro, Dwayne, come back
Yeah,
to
that's
the
what we're
screen
talking
right now.
about right
Get back
now.
into this call. Dwayne, get back into this call right now. Do it.
Oh man,
My man, Yu Yu Hakusho show is like peak,
Yeah,
my guy.
that's peak, man.
Ever played Dory?
People don't have the attention span to finish all those goated shows, but they're peak.
All right.
I want S tier, S
This man
tier.
said
I
S tier,
don't care.
If we're doing if we're going for worst movies, yeah, it belongs in S tier.
Yeah. If we're ranking for bad movies, it would have belonged in that era next to the Emoji Movie. Oh, no.
I came back just for this bush.
Good. I want to hear why you think this movie's good.
Go ahead, Dwayne. Say
Hold
it.
on,
Say
bro.
what you have to say,
Let me-
Dwayne.
Let me listen. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
Listen, bro. It don't matter if you didn't do the exact same stuff that these girls did. We all did cringe shit in school. We all did it.
Yeah, not that.
So in some way, we can relate
Yeah,
to this
dude,
movie.
I
bro.
remember thirsting over boy band posters.
I
Yeah,
remember
bro.
I was
Nah,
twerking in front
bro,
of my
you
mom
were-
in a
you were-
first
It's been a dream of mine to turn into a freaking red panda and thirst over
I
men.
remember
Yeah.
in front of my mom.
I don't go in little kids' closets.
Yeah,
and
I
start
twerk in
to
front of my
say,
parents. That's normal.
No. I don't care, bro.
I remember it falling from the sky to a teen
Listen,
concert.
bro. The stuff with the mom and her being overprotective and all that stuff, that shit's relatable, bro. That
Okay.
shit, I've had that shit up my ass before. What the
Okay.
hell?
That's great. That's great.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
glad
That
you
I
can relate.
understand.
I don't. I hate it. Don't like the movie. Don't like the mom. She's annoying. Everyone but the dad is annoying.
Yeah, agreed. I'm on the same boat with Gabriel.
I'll start twerking in front of your face right now. How about
Oh, that yeah.
Okay.
Keep proving your point why you love the movie, man.
No.
Don't want
I
to
be
get
real-
wet,
I
horny,
wanna
flirty
somebody-
girls.
Dude, I shook ass in front of my mom too. I remember that.
Yeah,
I
just
remember
go.
me and my mom fighting in a concert.
Listen, bro.
Calm down, mom. Watch me shake ass.
I'd rather
It's
be
not-
I'll fix
I'd
my
rather
grades,
see
bro.
Moto
It's
twerk
not.
on screen for Madagascar 2.
Let me put my furry suit on, mom.
Dude.
Bro, you guys are tripping, bro.
No,
It's better than
no.
Lightyear. It's better than freaking Good Dinosaur. It's better than.
Oh no!
I can't even. It's better than Luca, bro. Luca is.
No, no.
Yes.
Luca is mid,
I don't
but
know.
it's
Yeah.
not. Turning Red is not better than that movie.
Nah, bro. Trip. I'm right.
No,
Y'all
it's
don't
the
like it, bro.
worst
You guys-
thing.
you guys
I
hate
can't even
it,
imagine how bad Elemental is.
bro.
Element.
It's not bad. It's okay compared to Turning Red. Is actually pretty good. At least. I think you guys tripping, bro. Can I
Nah.
have my Asian movie? How about this? Can I just have my Asian movie, dog?
But you did.
I
There's
have
better.
Mr. Shang-Chi, bro.
Dude, you
I
have
got
Shang-Chi,
nothing else,
man.
bro.
You got
Wait,
Kung
I got
Fu
nothing
Panda.
else.
Come on, man. Kung Fu Panda, bro. Come on.
Panda. Go for Bell 4 is better.
Alright, I can't hold up this acting anymore. If you guys think it's garbage, you know that.
Portugal versus Argentina. Messi ain't number 1.
I-
He number 2.
I genuinely wanted to know why you liked it.
It's genuinely just because a lot of the Asian stuff in it is relatable. That's literally just it. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
dang,
that's fair.
I've just been through some of it, so that's why I'm
fair.
like, okay,
That's
the movie's
fair.
not that
Okay.
bad, but if you guys hate it, you know that,
All right.
that's your opinions.
Yeah,
That's fair.
So,
But yeah, that's it. I gotta leave now.
Alright.
Okay.
I literally came back inside because I'm doing something outside. I came back inside just to scream.
Okay.
Well,
that
yeah,
makes
I gotta
sense.
do. All right,
All right, man.
All
all
right.
right.
Take
Good night,
care.
good night, everybody.
See ya.
God bless.
Good night.
Bye.
Say Brado.
Good night, dude.
Thanks.
All right, bro.
Oh, I burped.
Leslie, you go ahead.
Um,
That made me more 10
yeah.
times awake now.
Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, guys, Turning Red, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I remember being so hyped for that movie to come out. I don't know why. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I was waiting so hard for it to come out, like, real quick. I was waiting, dude. Like, I was
You were
counting down.
hard?
No.
I know that took me out of context, bro.
No. Me too. Like,
So
bro,
hard.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Like the amount of TV spots and the trailers and all that stuff. I mean, to be honest, the trailer didn't really get me, but the TV spots. I mean, I kind of guess it did. I don't know why. I just because like I haven't been like at the time I was like I haven't been hyped for a Pixar movie since Toy Story 4. I know it says much. I was retarded back then.
Yeah, you were.
I know, dude.
Yeah,
And
right.
hey, but now in recent times, I'm like, why was I hyped for this? That this isn't really like this isn't hype worthy. Like, listen, dude, I was a dumb 14-year-old. I don't know what to expect at the time, but now that I look back on it, it's oh my gosh, yeah, that no, I don't like those type of like teenage girls that are like going crazy over boy bands and shit. Yeah, I don't really know with that's annoying. Like, be real, like, because that and
Those are just the kind of people I don't mess with, bro. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
neither do I.
It's
So
not my vibe.
sensitive.
Like the ones
Cry
that
about
act
it
all
on
like
Twitter.
crazy on public.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, a lot of people really hated it before it even came out, which
Yeah. I mean, they ain't wrong, but Dwayne wants to say he's right.
Yeah.
So, Lesnar, I guess you put it on
Uh,
F tier.
Yeah. Let me just say that the whole battle at the end, it was so random. I don't. Now at the time, I didn't really think any differently. Now it's like, okay, like this is happening. Great. And then the boy band starts singing while they're doing like a ritual or whatever.
Oh, man.
But like,
Oh yeah.
That was horrible.
and to be honest, I hate the boy band in this movie. Like they're not good.
This is all your fault,
Yep.
BTS. This is all your fault, K-pop. And this is all your fault, TikTok. This is all your fault, Gen Z. You did this. You convinced Pixar to make this trash.
Yeah, like I don't like it. So to be honest, Turning Red, either D tier or F tier.
F for me and Gabriel.
Come on, we know this, man.
F is the right answer.
Now, I've grown, I've improved. Not okay. Like I realized the mid of this movie and the whole
Worse.
thing. Yeah, the whole thing about the girl drawing drawings and shit. But yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. No.
Oh.
Yeah, that.
Oh.
And, like the mom finding embarrassing her in front of the whole.
Oh, no,
Like,
it's
I
that
understand.
thing
Again,
now.
that's the sort of thing. It's like, this movie is not made for me. It's for,
It's
like,
not.
teenage girls.
Wait,
Yeah.
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 that's who it was made for.
Uh-huh.
But I'm just
Which
saying,
anyway,
F.
Turning Red, D tier or F tier. You know what? Put an F. I don't care.
We just put it for F because furries decide to become fired. Furries are fired.
F for
Fired.
furry.
Fired. Reference to Kermit the
Yeah,
Frog.
which I don't get it. Like if you like watching this movie, yet you like watching this scene of a 13-year-old furry twerking in front of her mom. F tier.
Yeah, you're a furry pedo. Pedophile. Pedophile. Oh man, I think we've already said enough about Turning Red. Okay, speaking of. Okay, I can't believe after Toy Story 4, we got our first ever Buzz Lightyear prequel. And I gotta say this, 2022 has probably got to be the worst year for Pixar in this current decade. It's gotta be this year for sure. The worst year for Pixar because Turning Red fumbles, but then Lightyear came around, which, who should
Fumbled
go?
harder.
I was gonna say, who should go first? Should I go for Lightyear?
I'm
You know what?
Buzz.
Gabe is
I
Lightyear.
start.
All right,
He's Buzz.
Gabriel. So, I mean, if it weren't for this movie, Wayne Daffy Duck would not reach 5K subscribers for Buzz Sweep, Buzz Sweep.
Yeah. Lightyear, I was excited for this movie because, you know, you got Captain America, Chris Evans.
Gabriel, you predicted the future. Remember when this one inside joke when some black student in my high school was like, say your names, Daniel, Kelly, DJ, and then this black dude says, and I'm Captain America, and then an old Wayne Daffy Duck video 2018 where he made Buzz said, I'm Captain America. 2020, Captain America is Buzz Lightyear. We predict the future, bro.
Yeah, that's what's happening here. And that's why I was pretty excited for this movie. I thought, like Blake said, Buzz Lightyear Star Command did it better.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to be pretty similar to that. That's what I was looking forward to out of this movie. It was definitely not that. It was very different. This is a different Buzz Lightyear. And the fact that this is the the movie that Andy saw is even worse, and it makes zero sense
Doesn't age well.
because his suit looks absolutely nothing like the one we see in Toy Story. I mean, similarities, but it's more like it's like the MCU modernized it or whatever.
How
I
ironic.
don't know how to explain it. Yeah. Keke Palmer's character was
I forgot she was in that.
she was okay. I would say I don't know, the characters were alright. They were alright. They were kinda just there, it feels like. Just like, yeah, Buzz, you got it, man. I did like Socks. I did like Socks. He was random, but a pretty good inclusion to the movie. Made it a little bit better. And Chris Evans did a good job, honestly, for playing Buzz and the lines that he recreated from like the Toy Story films. I really I like the way the movie looks. Obviously the animation has improved. The way the space and the planets look pretty nice. What else? His jet or whatever spaceship, not as iconic as the Toy Story version, but hey, it's pretty nice, pretty decent. Now it's not a whole lot to say about this movie. It was just kind of not great. Just not great. I'm not gonna go into full detail into why, because I'm gonna get canceled.
Yeah, we know what you're talking about.
Let's just say woke.
They
Woke.
woke
This
it
movie
up.
is woke. Movie is woke.
It is. It is.
You wanna know modern Disney?
If you go woke, you go broke.
The worst part, in my opinion, of the movie, Zurg did him dirty.
Man.
Did him dirty. The suit actually wasn't that bad. It was actually kind of cool and different. But man, it just made no sense. This is the movie Andy watched. It's supposed to be known as Buzz Lightyear's father. Everyone knew this coming into this movie, but then you pull the dumbest plot twist, which was to say, hey, this is actually a future version of Buzz Lightyear. And then he's evil for some reason. I honestly I don't even remember why he was evil. He was like trying to get some item thing. I just don't remember. But it was just dumb. Why would they do that? It feels like they just changed Buzz's story completely. This is not the Buzz Lightyear we thought we'd see, because of like the Buzz we're used to from the Toy Story movies. It's a completely different Buzz. I don't know. This movie was just a disappointment, really, and I don't remember. They didn't even play the iconic music, did they?
No.
Did they play it?
Nope, they didn't. I mean, what's
Yeah, so that's another.
It's a shame.
Gosh,
Man. How can Michael Giacchino
It's
fumble?
not even
man?
Buzz. It's not even Buzz at that point. It's just Chris Evans as an animated character. I don't know.
Pretty much.
Just Chris Evans as an Ashman.
Yeah, it was. I kind of liked the idea of like him being in space for so long, and that he made a friend, and then he comes back, and his friend is either like really old or dead already, and then he meets the daughter, which I thought was an interesting thing. I thought it was an interesting. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. It was an interesting idea. Obviously not very well executed for reasons. But I don't know. I guess that's it. I like Socks. Chris Evans' Buzz was okay. I like the sword he had. It was kind of cool.
lightsaber.
The other characters are just okay. Zurg sucks in this movie. Yeah, this movie just is a disappointment. It sucks. I hate to do it, man, but it's got to go in F tier. Got to go in F tier.
You're not alone on that, Gabriel, because, yeah, my opinion is nothing too different. Because, look, even though I will give this movie credit for, like, hey, this is the movie that helped Wayne Daffy Duck build up 5K subs, and obviously the meme of bus sweep, I will give that movie credit for that success when I made that for the channel. But for the movie itself, even though we recorded, which honestly, Gabriel, that was the last time that we recorded a public place that's not our home, so it's a good thing we did at the right time. Same day that we saw the SML bus, which that did not age well later on. But apparently, going to see this movie, like, not gonna lie, the trailer and the premise does sound promising. Like I do. Like,
oh yeah, the trailer. Like again, before watching the movie, I was excited.
Yeah, like, man, when they play "There's a Star Man Waiting in the Sky," and it's like, that song
now I think of Superman. Thank you, memes.
Yeah, because of the James Gunn Superman movie.
Their profile picture.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, literally. You're literally
I'm Superman, guys.
I am Superman. Well, that was like the best go-to son to go to Buzz, because literally he's a starman up in space. I will admit, like, making a Buzz Lightyear origin story, that has already been done before, even though it's not been, like, you know, approved by Pixar, which is a Buzz Lightyear Star Command, which that's the definitive Buzz Lightyear
Patrick Warburton, man, my goat.
Yeah, like like, even though Tim Allen did the voice in the direct to VHS DVD movie, but then for the TV series they let Patrick Warburton just voice Buzz. Zurg to infinity and beyond. Something like that, I don't know. But either way, we go ahead with Lightyear, which, like I said, the premise does sound promising. Like, I was expecting this movie to be, like, mature like The Incredibles. I didn't expect it to be as great as The Incredibles, but definitely, like, a more realistic take of Buzz Lightyear, except it's Captain America voicing Buzz, and it kind of makes sense. Captain America is a man out of time. Buzz is a man out of time. Even though Chris Evans was a solid choice, and even though I know Chris Evans loves Pixar, like, on social media back in the day, he was hyped for Toy Story. He loves The Incredibles. He loves Toy Story 1. And he talks about his love for animation and Pixar movies. So, obviously, good for the dude that gets to voice a human variant of Buzz. I will admit, there are some lines that he actually does a really good job. Like the one line where he goes, "You're mocking me, aren't you?" And I'm like, okay,
You're mocking me, aren't you?
I was like, that's a pretty solid take, Captain America. I respect that. Besides, you are America's ass in space. But outside of that, I feel like this movie had something delivering to promise. Like, okay, a Buzz Lightyear origin story in the form of Pixar that they will make to approve. And apparently, this is the movie that inspired Andy to make Buzz toys. But, like, wait a minute. If this is based on a movie that inspired Andy to get Buzz, how come there was no merchandise of socks or any of the other Space Rangers or even Zurg's bulky, like, Hulkbuster move, like, in the toy?
That is a good point.
So,
exactly.
I feel like that just doesn't make any sense because that doesn't age well. That's kind of like, just like I mentioned my Sonic Media tier list by saying, oh yeah, Sonic Prime is canon, but in reality, it's not. It's just clickbait for the fans to go watch the show and reset time, and then you just waste your time watching Sonic Prime. That's what Lightyear is. It's basically like the Sonic Prime of Pixar, if I'm being honest, of how the way it was marketed. Like, oh, this looks promising. Then later on, it's like, what did I just witness? So, as I continue on, I feel like the space-time traveling idea is cool, but I will admit, I expect this movie to be more action-packed. Like, Buzz Lightyear Star Command actually did it better, where they go to different planets in that cartoon or that original movie, whatever. There's varieties of memorable side characters, from XR to that cute blue chick and the Buzz Lightyear Star Command, smash that chick, and then the funny red alien dude, and you got Al voicing Zurg in that movie, which I thought that was funny. But aside from that, Buzz Lightyear Star Command had more variety than what Lightyear has, because I'll admit, the planets that they went to, like, I give respect to the realistic stuff, but it feels very dull. Like, not that much bright, vivid colors. Like, I'm not saying it needs to be like Guardians of the Galaxy, but come on. Like, even Star Wars makes some of their nasty planets and make them look interesting and memorable than what Lightyear could have offered. And yeah, they put in that one woke scene, which I'm not going to talk about, but obviously that was the scene that made the movie flop in the box office. And another reason, because it's not Toy Story 5. Like, even Tim Allen even complained by saying, what, they're making another, like, Buzz Lightyear prequel that we're not involved in, and neither of the people behind the Toy Story movies were involved. And when I heard Michael Giacchino was making the music for the movie, the only memorable music was the dun 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 dun. It's like, it sounds like a Marvel music theme, which, don't get me wrong, Giacchino is no stranger to Marvel music when it's Doctor Strange or Tom Holland's Spider-Man movies or Thor Love and Thunder. But I will admit, this is probably his weakest music score, where it's not up there to his music with Ratatouille or Incredibles or even Inside Out. So I will say this has got to be a letdown for Michael Giacchino's music composing work for Pixar, where it's not that memorable. And then we get to the side characters, which we got True Jackson VP as the daughter of that granddaughter that Buzz used to be friends with.
'Cause I'm the new VP.
Yep, now she's from the new VP to the new Space Ranger. I mean, good for her that she's in the movie. Then you got Taika Waititi, who is a rant. Taika Waititi's just being himself in the movie. If I'm being honest, he's not really playing the character. And funny, that movie came out before Thor Love and Thunder, so I'm like, alright, that's fine. And then you got some cranky old lady, which, outside of Keke Palmer, Taika Waititi, those characters aren't really that memorable. I mean, the only, in my opinion, the only character that carries the movie is Socks the cat. Even though, yes, that's Emil from Ratatouille. It's Peter Shaw, who appears in a lot of all these Pixar movies. But I do like Socks, not only just because he's a robot cat, but just his humor and his jokes works. Like, someone does whale balls, good night, Buzz, and then just do like a weird whale call. And I like where he sometimes acts like a robot. Meow, 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 beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Like, for some reason, I think Socks was easily the best part of the movie. And it still questions of mine, like, so if this movie exists when Andy saw the movie, so where were all the Socks toys? I mean, don't get me wrong, Socks is cool for what he was, and he is resourceful. But, yeah, he's pretty much the only likable and memorable side character just to talk about Lightyear, while all the rest are just mid. But, however, I think in the movie, were they eating like some sort of like a meat sandwich? Like, they don't use the bread, like you eat a sandwich and then you replace like meat slices all over it? I mean, it could be creative, but I think it's weird. Why would that be considered as a space food? You know what I mean? I feel like that's something that you could give to homeless
No
people.
McDonald's, man.
Yeah, oh, that's funny because remember we got the McDonald's toys of this movie?
Oh yeah, because the toys.
So I find that pretty ironic. And then we get to Zurg. Not gonna lie, his design, like the model, bro, I thought Zurg was gonna become straight up Thanos. And also coincidence because the voice of Zurg in this movie is James Brolin, who is the father of Josh Brolin, aka Josh Brolin, who plays Thanos in the Avengers movies. So I find that as a coincidence where Captain America beats the father of Thanos in this movie.
Now I gotta break your neck.
I have to break your neck. Well, I'm just the messenger.
But still, look, even though Toy Story 2's I Am Your Father is obviously a direct parody reference to Star Wars, but still, like, it doesn't matter if it's intended to be a Star Wars parody, but come on, in Toy Story 2, if Buzz calls Zurg, Father, I want to play with my dad. Like Gabriel says, why would you want to make this Buzz an alternative version, like, I'm future Buzz in the future? And it's like, bro, this is not Spider-Man Edge of Time where Peter Parker has to face evil Peter Parker. Even that game pulls off the evil, older future version itself a lot more better than what the movie has done. And then, I feel like once when you reveal that, it makes Zurg less menacing and less threatening. Even when he's talking through the voice, I'm like, man, they just nerfed Zurg. They messed him up. Like, even though the design is cool, but Toy Story 2 and even Buzz Lightyear Star Command handled the villain a lot better than what they seem marketed to be. Like, some of the posters look pretty raw of Buzz facing Zurg, but they failed to deliver on that. And the one thing I thought that was dumb by the end of the movie is Buzz never fly with the jetpack, but he does say the phrase to infinity and beyond, and he doesn't even use the jetpack until like the very end of the movie, and it's like, why waste that opportunity? Oh yeah, not a flying toy. Well, they didn't even make a toy based on this, so once again, I feel like this movie had so much for creative ideas. And oh, I almost forgot, what about the three-eyed aliens? Stranger from the outside. Oh, they're not even referenced, not showcased once throughout this movie, so I guess they're just a different property in the Toy Story universe. Honestly, I understand what Pixar was trying to do, but looking back in retrospect of the Buzz Lightyear prequel, I just feel like the movie just did not exist. And now ever since the movie, Go Woke, Go Broke, the movie was a flop. It became embarrassing for Pixar, and we're like, crap, we fumbled. We're not going to make that Sheriff Woody prequel. Quick, let's put in Toy Story 5 so everyone can be happy. And that's exactly what they did. I could be rambling on and on, but the Buzz Lightyear prequel, it's an F tier next to Turning Red. Like I said, I think 2022 is probably the worst year for Pixar to me.
Yes, definitely.
So anyway, Lesnar, I guess you'll go.
Yeah, it'll be short, like as always. I know I keep repeating myself, but still. Anyway, Lightyear. Yeah, that. When I saw that movie, at first I was like, "Oh, it's not that bad." But of course, I did notice a lot of flaws in it. In it, like, I guess I was only memorized by the whole time they were in space. I guess like that part was really like that was the only good part of the movie. The rest, the fact that they're saying like, "Oh, this is the movie Andy watched in theaters," really? Then where are the rest of like what you said, Daniel? Where's the rest of the characters at?
1995.
Like, why is it just Buzz? Yeah, like how is this a movie that Andy watched, knowing good and well it's so woke? All right, like, come on. I doubt that. Like, they're gonna really put that on here. Like, yeah, dude, this is the movie Andy watched in theaters at the time. Yeah, that's why he was excited to get a Buzz Lightyear toy. Yeah, he was still like like playing with Woody more, but before he got the Buzz toy, and like I never heard him say, "This character, I remember saw his movie in theaters one time." No, just no. Too woke for the 90s. That's for sure. I highly doubt that that's it. Now, I actually like everyone else. Only good character in this movie is Socks. Like, I like Socks. Like, he's pretty good. And aside from the other characters, like let's see who was in it. Some old lady, some dude, and 'cause I'm the new VP in this movie. And Zurg. What did Zurg look like in this movie again?
He was giant.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that looks like something from a kid's cartoon. Yeah, I don't really mess with this movie. Too woke, and I want to say other things, but I feel like it'll be too much. Maybe after this stream is done. But yeah, I don't like Lightyear. It's an F tier.
Yeah, F tier for Lightyear. So, Lightyear, you belong to the abyss along with the furries. This is what happens when you become too close for today's...
2022 was seriously not Pixar's year, dude.
Yeah, from the flops, from the indirect messages, so wasn't deserved for that. Even a freaking Minions... Even Minions 2, The Rise of Gru, just outgrows both of them because TikTok and brain rot.
Good.
Yeah, for those reasons. But then... Elemental, which is like their next quote-unquote original movie that's not based on a prequel. I'm going to be honest
They're
with
really
you.
trying to be like that Cool Math Games.
I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, like I said, this is basically the Cool Math Game, the movie. It's said about, should have been inspired by the show. Yeah, Dwayne, they should have. If you want to see the real Buzz Lightyear origin story, doesn't care what Pixar said, go watch Star Command. That's a way better Buzz Lightyear origin adaptation. But as we get to Elemental, aka like what Lesnar said, it's a... Fire Boy and Water Girl, except they just swap the genders. That's what the movie is. Like, okay, Elemental, when I see it, I was like, this movie is not that different. Like, it feels like they just rehash Inside Out, Soul, and Monsters, Inc., and just decide to combine them instead of just being about emotions or fishes or souls. Like, I feel like we've seen this trope so many times before in Pixar movies, and even though the characters' names, and yeah, I hate saying this name so much, Wade the Water Boy and Amber the Fire Girl, it's like, I'm sick and tired of hearing that name throughout this year, man. Like, can we just think of more original names in fiction for once? That's not Wade Wilson, Wade Whipple, Wade Motions. Like, I'm getting tired of hearing that name. But technically, Elemental, I've only seen it once, so I'm not going to ramble too much about it, but I will say this. It's not a bad Pixar movie. I won't rank it as low as Turning Red or Lightyear, but I wouldn't say it's like, oh my gosh, this is like the pinnacle of Pixar. I would say it's like, it's a solid romantic comedy. But I would say, like I said, it will never top Wall-E and Eve in the movie Wall-E. But I understand the message between Water Boy falls in love with Fire Girl because I get it. Black guy voices Water Boy, Asian chick voices Fire Girl, and that's kind of like a interracial relationship, which I do want that in my life, and I'm not gonna be ashamed of it. But technically, I do say the moments do become wholesome about, both of the differences of how it is to real life, how an immigrant goes to like civilization, and then one falls in love with the other. So, likewise, I felt like that part's pretty solid. The art style with the clouds, the fire, the water, and the trees do look pretty good from its environment for what it was. It's basically Zootopia, but with like elements from Avatar: The Last Airbender. But what if they have bodies and joints and emotions? So, I mean, like what I said, there isn't really that much I could say about it. I would say it's alright. Like, it was a flop back then because, 2023 was, I don't know. Yeah, Spider-Verse was the much better movie around that time. And, 2023 was so packed with Indiana Jones, The Flash, Transformers, and then you got this movie. But then later on, this movie did have its fans later for like months to release, and then people actually went to see it in theaters. So then Elemental's not a complete flop after when, Disney's treated Pixar dirty around the COVID era. It's not even on Disney Plus. What, Dwayne? Elemental? Because after Lightyear, that's when Pixar's like, we should put our movies back in theaters. But overall, I mean, like we said, I get the message of what the movie's trying to say from the interracial relationship, except it's between water and fire. I think the movie's alright. I think I'll just put on a C tier. It's okay. So, Leslie, you got any words?
I'm gonna repeat myself, but I'm gonna head out. There's no point.
Yeah,
I'll probably watch the stream.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All good. Thanks for tuning in.
Because if I talk about Inside Out 2,
I had a great time.
If we talk about
wrecking
Inside Out
these.
2, then yeah, me and Gabriel probably might go to spoiler territory when we get to Inside Out 2.
I don't care.
I don't care, really.
But thank y'all for having me here. Jesus. Oh, I'm glad we got it finished.
Yeah.
I'd say.
We just got one more movie.
It was all great. Hope it all turns out well for y'all when I'm gone. But thank y'all for having me here. Wish y'all the best. Have a good night.
Yeah. Until later next time, Trevin. So
see you guys.
Good night.
Love you too, my ginger.
Get out of my street, man. This is my race.
Get out of here. And he's gone. So, that's all I have to say about Elemental. Lesnar, do you have any words? I don't think Gabriel has to say anything since he hasn't seen this movie, so we could skip on Gabriel. Lesnar?
Guess he's mute.
Wait, is he mute?
Yes, he is. He is mute.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, like, Lesnar, do you want to go to, if he is listening, just get to your quick ramble about Elemental, because for those who are still watching the stream, luckily, and I gotta ask Lesnar, have you seen parts or clips of Inside Out 2 before me and Gabriel most likely will get to spoiler territory when we get to Inside Out 2 when it comes to that topic? But like I said about Elemental, it's not too amazing. It's just, it's fine. It's fine for what it is.
Yeah.
So, well, just to not wait too long whenever Lesnar's back because he has to pick up the mic, do you want to go straight to Inside Out 2?
We can.
Yeah, like I said, for no time to waste. So, I say you should go first because I'm curious about your thoughts on not just the latest Pixar film, but technically the most successful Pixar movie of all time, as we're back in the sequel era thanks to Inside Out 2. So, take it away with your thoughts on Inside Out 2.
Inside Out 2 surprised me. In this day and age, nowadays, Pixar films haven't been so great. But this movie just kind of brought it back. This is actually a good movie. I would say it's not better or worse than the first movie. It's just as good as the first movie. And I won't lie, at first, like maybe the first 20-30 minutes, I was pretty bored. But later on, it did get more interesting. got more real, and I was actually invested in the movie. I was liking the characters a little more, and it was getting better towards the end for sure. It was a lot better. Um, I'm surprised they only went for like a 1 year age gap
Just like
for
Finding
Riley.
Dory.
She was like 12 and now she's 13.
She's 13 in the movie.
Yeah, and I think we all expected for them to go to the puberty emotion route,
We all saw it coming.
which makes sense. Um, I think it was smart. It was clever for them to add the new emotion, envy, embarrassment, like all these. It's these emotions you get when you start to basically get conscious, as you get older, and they're, like I said, it's real. I mean, these just like the original 4 or 5 emotions, these new ones are very accurate to, like, with their personalities and the way they act, the way they talk, everything very accurate, I will say.
Totally.
I think out of the new guys, my favorite would probably be Embarrassment. I think he was
Really?
probably the most relatable. He's pretty chill.
Stingray from Cobra Kai.
Anxiety was, she was relatable, but at the same time annoying.
Dang.
Like, because I relate to the way that she thinks and everything. I relate to it. I understand that emotion, that character, but just the way she acts, like her personality is very annoying. Her design, I know, was on purpose, but I don't like it. Yeah, I would say just the envy was okay. And then what's the emo one?
Oh, ennui, which is French for boredom.
Yeah, Ennui. Just okay. I'd say my favorite was Embarrassment. I think he was the realest one there. Um, it was cool that they got to go on that little I will say this movie is very fast paced. I know it's an hour and 30 minutes, but this movie's very fast paced. Like, it feels so short compared to the first movie, at least from what I remember. But it was, even though the story was short and simple, but it had a lot of meaning. And them going on that adventure to get back to headquarters and meeting, like, I like the part where they go to the deeper part of her mind, where they see the big giant guy that was supposed to be her hidden secret or whatever, and then see the video game guy, which was her crush or whatever, video game crush.
Lance.
And then the Dora knockoff.
Yeah, Bluefy.
That was funny.
And Pouchy.
And then I like the part where it was a little bit towards the end, where they broke the tube to get to the headquarters, and then they're trying to find a way to get there. And then Pouchy comes back, and then Anger is like, no. Pouchy is like, I have this, and then Anger's like, oh, just hurry up, and then shoves his hand down his throat. He's like, oh, trying to get dynamite. That part was pretty funny. And I also really like Joy in this movie because she, for once, breaks out of character and reveals, like shows her stress and shows, like when they said that she was delusional, that's the whole point of her character. Is she's supposed to be joyful throughout every single situation, whether it be sad or happy. And that's like, it's like a delusional mindset, but it's also, it can be good, Sometimes there's a time to be sad, but you can't always be negative all the time. So I think her being quote-unquote delusional, joyful through these hard times is a pretty impactful, inspiring thing about her character, and I like that. I like that little moment. And of course, the main thing everyone talks about in this movie, towards the end of the movie,
We know it.
anxiety. So, okay, before I get there, the things Riley was going through, like, you know, she's going through puberty, she gets these attitudes towards her parents, she's trying to fit in and be cool, with the other girls to make the team or whatever. She's trying to outbest, or, like, prove herself, basically. And it's because of anxiety that she has these thoughts of, like, oh, what if I don't make the team? What if I don't do this or that? What if they don't like me? I gotta do this and this. And it creates all this stress to the point where towards the end, Riley gets a panic attack. Typical animated movie. No.
Mm-mm.
She gets a panic attack, and that scene was real, because, I mean, I've personally had a panic attack like that before, and it's like a really hard thing to get over. And when Joy came in, everyone came in, tried to help. Joy came in to stop anxiety from, like, creating that panic attack. And then when Joy said something like, you don't decide what's best for her, you don't control her, or something like that, that was a very strong message. Like, anxiety and these negative thoughts, they don't control you, and they're not who you are. They're fake scenarios in your head. You just gotta be positive, believe in yourself, love yourself, and be yourself. And I think that was the greatest message of that moment. Definitely powerful. That's why that alone, I would say, was just very real, and I think that's why it's just as good as the first movie. It might, like, again, the first half of the movie was kind of boring, but the second half was fantastic. I will say, only because of how fast paced, and also because of the first half of the movie being kind of boring to me, I can't say it's better than the first, but it's not worse either. It's literally on par, like, just as good as the first movie. So I'm gonna put this at A tier, along with the first one.
You know what? I was originally gonna go with A tier as well, and I definitely say it belongs along with the first movie. So
Next!
gotta say, Gabriel,
Yeah.
gotta respect your review. Oh yeah, Lesnar, you're back. I was gonna say, like, want to speed run through Elemental or Inside Out 2 if you've seen either one of those
Elemental.
movies?
Elemental was kind of well, not boring, but like it's fine. It's an okay movie, to be honest. I mean, like, the whole dynamic with Wade and Ember.
Yeah.
It's yeah, it's. I mean, at least, like, to be honest, yeah, I'm kind of a sucker for romantic comedies. To be honest, so I like the dynamic where, like, they got together and, like, Wade is very emotional and he cries all the time, and it's yeah, the water ruins the fire store and all that. To be honest, yeah, I would say, like, it's an okay movie, just because, like, it wasn't something that's not really worth, like, going crazy about. Like, I wasn't really, like, anticipated to go watch it in theaters or anything, like, all of that. Like, it was just, it's fine. It's an okay movie, and, like, I would mostly put it at around, like, D tier, maybe.
That's exactly what I put. I feel like it belongs in that territory. Like, it's not anything too amazing. It's not bad. It's fine from what it is.
Yeah. All right. Now done with Elemental. I'm gonna be quick for Inside Out 2. Like what Gabe said, all of that, basically what he just said, makes a lot of sense. I really like Inside Out 2. It's like, once again, I feel like Inside Out is like the one, like, movie or franchise that redeems Pixar from the flops. But yeah, Inside Out 2 is really great. I like the whole, like, because it's really relatable, like, the whole thing of Riley having an attitude, and, like, the new emotions coming in, like, even nostalgia came in, but that's for another time. But yeah, to be honest, anxiety, yeah, I don't like how the way she's designed. She looks like Freddie from Wimpy Kid.
Oh, not gonna lie, with the hair,
Oh,
I see
yeah.
what you mean, man. It's got a
Yeah.
hair in it.
Yeah, that. But yeah, technically, anything what Gabe said. Yeah, I agree. It definitely deserves to be an A tier.
I was gonna say, I guess you did the similar thing what me and Gabriel did. Like, obviously, none of us have not seen it in theaters, but I guess you did the bootleg approach.
I did.
So you were just pretty lucky to see yourself from the movie through a bootleg website, just like we did.
Yeah, I do.
All right, that makes sense. So anyway, since Gabriel said his review, Leslie gives his review, and since how many hours has it been? Oh wow, this stream is 6.5 hours.
7 hours.
I don't think this will be as long as part 1, because part 1 was like 7 hours and 14 minutes, but it will be close to it at least. But anyway, now for my review of the latest Pixar movie. I mean, for those who are still watching in the chat, I mean, Gabriel said what he has to say, so spoiler alert if you haven't seen Inside Out 2, but I'm pretty sure most of you have, whether it's in theaters, whether it's in a bootleg like we did. The movie's already a big hit, and honestly, I feel like Pixar, even though, yes, it's a sequel, like, oh, shit back to the originals, like, I feel like with the success of Inside Out 2, Pixar should balance to do both. Like, yes, do sequels to beloved movies, whether it's a second, third, or fourth, or whatever, but still continue with the original stuff, which next year is just original projects, then we'll get Toy Story 5 2026, but, however, I feel like after the flops, including Turning Red and Lightyear, and Elemental was fine for what it was. I mean, I guess since Onward and Soul, where we actually have like good Pixar movies, at least Inside Out 2, it took me by surprise, man. Just like Gabe, like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I mean, would like to be interested to see an Inside Out sequel in the first place, because I feel like there's more to explore around the brain than just that one movie on its own. So I'm glad that it's one of those Pixar movies that got a sequel. And I wasn't that excited or hyped for it, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I was more interested on other movies like Hype for Kung Fu Panda 4, but then it didn't live up to my expectations. And then I have other movies I'm excited for that's not animated, whether it's Deadpool and Wolverine, which we'll talk about that for another stream, Sonic 3, Joker 2, yada yada yada. But Inside Out 2, it took me by surprise, man. Like, I mean, I wouldn't put it on an S tier ranking, but like what Gabriel said, it's on par with the first film, even though I still prefer the first movie just because it felt more refreshing around that time. Well, the sequel, it is a good sequel, but it did rehash elements from the first movie. It's like, okay, you kind of rinse and repeat that formula, but you just did it with the other characters that didn't get that much time to shine. So, glad that Inside Out 2 to like the approach that Riley just got like a year older, where she's 13 years old, which Inside Out 2 did like a much better job than what Turning Red has done. Like, Turning Red failed for what Inside Out 2 succeed on handling the teenage puberty peer pressure, especially for a teenage girl's perspective. So kind of glad that Inside Out 2 took the Toy Story approach, where your main human character is growing up, but now we get to the more teenage aspect, where how's it like try to fit in with the cool kids. And yeah, we've all been through that. Like, throughout our high school years, there are like some dudes or some chicks, like there's some people in the group that are like, they're in another high priority level compared to us, where we don't want to look like noobs or be like less weak and pathetic compared to those guys. Like, that is pretty relatable when you go through that throughout your school years, whether it's like through middle school or high school. And I dig that. And that's where we get to the new emotions. Put horny in the movie. I'm just kidding, but maybe for Inside Out 3, just put like a horny emotion if you should. But anyway, the 4 new emotions, I'm surprised that's 4 instead of 5. So we got Anxiety, who's voiced by Ethan Hawke's daughter, Maya Hawke, which I think that chick's cute, not gonna lie. Then you got Envy, who's voiced by Ayotos, that chick who voiced April O'Neil in TMNT Mutant Mayhem. Then you got my boy Stingray, who voiced Embarrassment, which it's kind of funny that Embarrassment is kind of like the Groot slash, I won't say he's like Eeyore, but he's definitely more like the Groot. Like, he doesn't talk so much, so it's kind of like the approach of trying to make silent.
He's Queso.
Wait, what are you gonna say?
He's Queso.
He's what?
Queso.
Queso? Wait, who's Queso?
YouTuber.
Oh, okay, now I see what you mean. But technically, when I think about Embarrassment, he definitely reminds me of like one of those silent characters that can't really talk that much, but then I did expect it at the end of the movie that embarrassment was going to say like a full sentence from beginning to end. So I'm like, well, even throughout his body language and the fact that he's a very shy, introverted guy, but at the exact same time, he ends up being lovable. Like, he's no Bing Bong. Like, that's one of the things that I feel like Inside Out 2 just has a downgrade because they do have new likable characters, but not as good as Bing Bong of who's your friend and likes to play Bing Bong, who likes to basically all parade, Bing Bong. So I just felt like the first movie just mastered when it comes to the side characters a lot more. And then we get to Ennui, who's probably like my least favorite out of the new characters, just because even though I get the joke that the fact that she's French and obviously she's supposed to be like born anything, and I like the joke that Joy says, I'll call you Wee Wee, and she's like, no. Which, yeah, I do say the new voice actors, they did a really good job, and I feel like Maya Hawke is definitely the standout of her performance as Anxiety, that she definitely has that super energetic, very nervous type of energy. Which, speaking of the voice cast, so once again, Amy Poehler shines as Joy, that she definitely embodies like the positive energy, and you got sadness again, you got anger again. I will admit, it sucks that you don't got Bill Hader, aka Flint Lockwood, voicing Fear in this, but due to the behind the scenes, I know that Amy Poehler is getting paid $5 million to voice Joy again, while for the other emotions, like the original ones from the original cast, does not get paid as much as Amy Poehler, because obviously Amy Poehler is the leading star of the Inside Out movies as Joy, while the other voice actors only get paid like $100K in comparison. But at least the voice of sadness and anger return is like, oh, we don't care about the money, we just want to be a part of this movie again. But unfortunately for Bill Hader, he didn't come back for the sequel. But instead, you got the voice of Forky from Toy Story 4, Tony Hale, to voice Fear. And I'm like, what is with that dude voicing paranoid characters in sequels, whether it's Toy Story 4 and Inside Out 2? Even though I still prefer Bill Hader in the role, I do say Tony Hale does a very good job of trying to like embrace like, you know, the paranoid like energy, but also being nerve-wracking, just like Fear. And then for Disgust, okay, even though, well, good, they decided to not bring Mindy Kaling back, but even the voice was not that too different from Mindy Kaling, so whoever the new voice actress is, she did a good job as Disgust. And I do like the constant joke where this emotion named Nostalgia just comes back. It's like, oh, do you remember the time? And then they just kick Nostalgia out of the room, which I honestly thought that was funny, where nostalgia is an emotion. It's like, yeah, the comfort of old childhood stuff. But I will admit, during the moment when Anxiety kicks Joy, Fear, anger, disgust, and even sadness at one point to kick them out, I like that they went to the Black Void, which Gamer pointed out, where we got these 3 original characters, and they just come out of nowhere. And even though it's no Spider-Verse, but I like the different art styles where you got the big deep dark secret about Riley's secret. Then you got this one video game character named Lance, who he's like a mix of a Final Fantasy character meets Kingdom Hearts, but, you know, trying to mix it up with that stoic, brave, armory OC. And then his name is Lance, so he came out from this multiverse Smash Bros type of game. So I kind of like, they kind of get like a video game art style. And then you got Disgust, Thirsty on him. And then you got the Blue's Clues, Dora the Explorer, Mickey Mouse Clubhouse knockoff of this character named Bluefy, which I'm glad it's not a parody of Bluey, but instead it's the animation of Blue's Clues, and the Oh Pouchy, which is basically a parody of Oh Toodles from Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I'm like, well, makes sense, they're both owned by the Disney property. But then I like the moment where Pouchy's like, hey guys, I'm Pouchy, what would we use to escape, a tomato or a dynamite? And then when Anger's like, oh, for crying out loud, and then throws a dynamite, boom. I just feel like the moments with Anger and Pouchy again, even the moments when Joy, Anger, Disgust, and Fear were just like stuck in the pile, just trying to get back to the core memories, while, you know, Anxiety is making up things that are just worse in the headquarters during the brain when Riley's out for hockey games. I do like the moment where it happens again, oh Pouchy, and then literally Anger just grabbed Pouchy and just gave him the mouth. It's like, I give you everything, I just gave you a tomato, and all you just want is more TNT. So I honestly thought that was funny. Like, honestly, that segment gives me, like, I don't know, like a Robot Chicken Cartoon Network Mad type of vibe, where they make fun of this preschool character and then they abuse that preschool character and then just make a joke out of it where the preschool character just flips out. And speaking of flipping out, I like that Joy, and I see the meme somewhere on the internet where the super positive, energetic character just lose their cool and they lose all of their energy, and where Joy's like, you know how hard is it be where I have to be happy all the time throughout your stressful moments? It's like, yeah, I mean, I know SpongeBob and some other positive characters are happily optimistic all the time are can't deal with the bull crap and all the disgusting of banters and the drama that all the other emotions have. It's like, yeah, not gonna lie, joy's pretty real for that, no matter how much hard she tries. I know most parents out there, or in this case, friends in the group, tries their best to keep things light and positive, but things could get out of hand. And I also gotta give credit to Inside Out 2 for, I made this one complaint about the first movie, but the sequel actually improved on that we actually get to know more about anger, disgust, and fear, and they join along with the adventure. Even though I understand why sadness couldn't join along, because the first movie was definitely more of a joy and sadness journey when it comes to that, while the second movie is all about joy, anger, fear, and disgust go to different parts of the brain, and then you got the new emotions taking over, which I know it's hard to say that anxiety, she's not really the villain, which I know most people would assume that she would be, but in reality, she thinks she's the real hero. She thinks she knows best for Riley. But I will admit, during the moments where Riley just pushed her friends away, that became real, because I think during the moments where you just abandon your old group of friends that you know for so long, whether it's through your childhood days, and then you just hang out with the new people that, you try to fit in with the more cooler edge club so you can get more respects for the higher ups so you're not a complete loser. I feel like those moments are real, that happens at times where we ghost our old buddies and then we have to fit in with the new ones, and then unfortunately things just don't age well, and if your old buddies are there for you, then they'll just be there just to rekindle your joy again. But I will admit, there's just one moment where anxiety is looking for joy and the rest of the emotions, and we see all these, these little cells going over, and then anxiety's like, Riley, where are you? And then all the cells, the brain cells, are forced to make all very pressure emotions all of a sudden. I feel like that was such a meta scene of how Disney used to pressure their animators, oh, you got to get this done before the deadline, and then animators get so upset, they get pissed, they get drained out, and they don't want to do any more animation work anymore. I like how very meta that scene is going, and then Joy takes a stand by saying, come on, you got to listen to her, just bring in more positive emotions just to keep Riley happy. And then we get later on to the movie where I definitely agree with Gabe. I gotta get props to Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, that shows their own depiction of an anxiety attack in terms of animation. I mean, another recent media is Ted Lasso in live action, but since Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, and now with Inside Out 2, it's the scene that everyone's talking about, the anxiety panic attack scene. Yeah, literally at Riley's age, she was 13 in this movie, 12, 13, I've been through an anxiety attack, a panic attack, and it is horrible, man. It makes you feel like you want to go to the hospital. It makes you feel like you want to die and you're having a heart attack. And it hurts, man. It really does. So I got to give props to the animators that they literally took their time. They even asked the voice actors of anxiety of how she went through anxiety attacks. And I got to say, for a animated sequel that's all about the psychological brain and mental health, I got to give props to the crew behind Pixar of having the balls to show that on screen. And then once when anxiety is having a anxiety attack of messing over Riley's mind, and then when joy and all the emotions just hug each other with all the core memories, and then just re-healed Riley's emotions just to open her mind, and then her two longtime friends that she's known since when she was young as a kid also rekindle, all have their hugs, and even Riley has her moments just to be more forgiving towards her parents, because once we hit your teenager years, you become more, more meat-headed when it comes to people in your life, whether it's your family or friends. So I like that moment that Joy accepts anxiety and all the other emotions like envy and embarrassment, which I haven't talked envy that much, even though I do like the designs of the new emotions, but I feel like envy was just there just to bounce off anxiety, but she doesn't really embrace her emotion that much, because envy definitely means jealousy, but it's definitely more in a positive matter. But either way, like that the new emotions are getting along with the old ones, and after the success of Inside Out 2, I would not mind seeing future sequels of the Inside Out franchise, and the cast has been very vocal. Inside Out 3, Riley becomes an adult. Riley gets her first driver's license, get her own job. She finds love. She gets married. She has babies. She becomes an old grandma. I feel like the possibilities are endless. I mean, as long as they keep the ideas creative, then I definitely believe that Inside Out is going to be the next Toy Story. What I mean is the next franchise that they could bring more varieties of multiple characters, and the fact that they can let their main human character grow up, just like we saw with Andy in the last 3 movies, and we can see that with Riley's growth throughout the Inside Out movies. So I feel like as long as they know what the right direction, and as long as it has a good balance for what makes the first movie special and what makes the second movie such a worthy sequel, then yeah, make an Inside Out 3, 4 of all I could care about for as long as we live and make us cry. And once again, the best thing about the Inside Out movies, these will be great movies for psychology classes for college or school, and they can learn a lot from both of these movies in terms of Pixar standards. And I'm going to say this, Inside Out 2, dare I say it, this is probably the best non-Toy Story sequel of them all. And that's why I put Inside Out 2 as A tier list, because I personally think, and I'm no stranger when I say this opinion, Inside Out 2 has got to be one of the better Pixar sequels since Toy Story 2 and 3. And that truly says a lot as a Toy Story fan. And even though I have my defense for Toy Story 4 in some aspects, but I will admit Inside Out 2 has more creative liberties, but also like a more relevant purpose of why it needs to exist 9 years later. And it got the praise, it got the love it deserves, but I wasn't expecting the movie to be that successful, if I'm going to be honest with you. But hey, I feel like Pixar needed this. Whether if it's the bomb and the flaws of Lightyear turning red, I feel like Inside Out 2 got the praise it deserves, and the fact that it beat Super Mario Bros. And it's Pixar's highest grossing movie that beat Incredibles 2, and now, who knows, if it beats Frozen 2, that's insane. And without question, with that record, you're definitely going to get an Inside Out 3 probably like, I don't know, the next 8-10 years in 2031, 2030 something, maybe before the 2030s, who knows, but you will be getting that Inside Out 3, but I still demand you put horny as an emotion, because come on, we all get down bad. You must put that in Riley's dad with his emotions. And by the way, shout out to Roger Craig Smith for voicing the anxiety version of Riley's dad, which, shout outs, Roger Craig Smith is the GOAT. And Inside Out 2 has like a short post-credit scene about the secret, talking about what was the deep secret of we burnt hole in the rug. So it's just like silly gags here and there. But outside of that, no pun intended, Inside Out 2 is not just a worthy sequel, but a good sequel, a good Pixar movie, and a well-deserved welcome for a Pixar film. So it's not S tier because it does have some flaws. It does rehash some elements from the first movie. It's like, well, you already kind of did that before. But it is definitely on par with the first movie. And like I said, probably one of the better Pixar movies since Toy Story 2 and 3. That is surprisingly better than the Cars sequels, Finding Dory, Incredibles 2. The list goes on. And Inside Out 2, you deserve to be a part of the A tier list ranking.
Yippee.
Oh man, I almost lost my breath when it comes to that. Kept this for so long. But hey, thank you, Inside Out 2. You were the main reason why I wanted to make this tier list. But now, it is almost 7 hours. We are officially done for now from when it comes to the Pixar movie tier list. So, for those that stick around from part 1 yesterday and then part 2 for almost another 7-hour ramble, I skipped showers because of y'all. I did this for you. And secondly, because Trevin and Dwayne were only available on Sundays and Mondays, and I don't know if they will be available for other days. And plus, I want to move on from Pixar and move to Marvel because we got Deadpool and Wolverine. But yeah, that's our tier list for Pixar movies. Surprising, huh? S tier is just the classics. A tier is just the modern ones. B tier is just originals mixed with sequels and prequels. And then C tier is just average movies, average sequels. And then D to F is just original movies that we just didn't like. So yeah. That's our Pixar movie tier list, part 2. So, anything we have to say,
Yes.
Gabriel, Lester, before we wrap up this part 2 of another almost 7-hour stream?
Yeah, we finally did it, guys. Are satisfied with this ranking? If not, let us know your opinions on movies or these rankings, whatever you want to say. You can say your rankings, your opinions. It's all good. Thanks for tuning in to the stream, part 2 of this tier list, Pixar tier list video or stream.
Tier list.
Here.
Inside jokes. Yeah, but again, thanks for tuning in. We'll see y'all in the next stream. Check out Daniel's future videos. And stay healthy. Stay blessed. Stay prayed up.
Prayed up.
Right up.
Yeah. We'll see y'all another time.
Yes, sir.
Whew. All right.
All right, you go ahead, Leslie.
Everyone. Yeah, everyone, thank you all for watching this very long stream of us rambling about Pixar movies. We will do another tier list whenever. And yeah, thank you all for watching throughout this entire stream. It's 11 o'clock for us here, and yeah, we're gonna be keep staying tuned. Check out our stuff. Subscribe to our channels in the description below, and we'll see you in the next stream.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Lesnar, and even Trevor and Dwayne are no longer part of the stream. Give thanks to those guys that makes the commitments of our long 7-hour long rambles of part 1 and part 2. So glad that we got Pixar out of the way. And by the way, thank you guys for making part 1 so many views. I'll be looking forward to see part 2's views. Like, I love these tier list rambles, and so do we too. We most likely, I'm thinking the next tier list, we're definitely going to do MCU movies, which it is going to be as long as Pixar, so deal with it. Just because Deadpool and Wolverine's coming out. So if I do make a tier list, okay, I don't know what's the next stream, but if I'm gonna say if it will be tier list, which most likely it will, we'll do a Marvel one in August. But that's the only condition to watch Deadpool and Wolverine, just like what we did with Inside Out 2. So that's our list from S to F. If you guys agree or disagree with us, let us know down in the comments. But for now, we're tired. I need a shower. It's too late to shower, but I need to take a shower. But for now, we should have our closer for our long ramble of Pixar tier list. So, as I like to say, as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're going to see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. So long, partners.
Got a friend in me.
To infinity.
So long.
To infinity.